Chapter 845, Jiraiya's Shock and Disbelief. Chapter 851 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Tsunade and Jiraiya stared at their old sensei for a long time. They wanted to scold Hiruzen for letting things deteriorate to such an extent, but both could feel the sincerity on his face, accompanied by guilt and regret. Unfortunately, neither his guilt nor his regret could undo his mistake. The Uchiha clan, one of the two founding clans of Konoha, had been betrayed by the very same village they helped create. Tsunade sighed. As much as I want to argue with you for allowing something like this to happen, we share the blame too. Had we been in the village, things could have been different. Jiraiya sighed as well. Suddenly, Tsunade's expression hardened. She said, I won't blame you anymore regarding this matter. However, I can't ignore it either. I acknowledge the efforts they put in the village, but I don't want to be advised by the ones who allowed things to deteriorate to this extent. I'll remove Elder Koharu and Elder Homura from the council. Jiraiya agreed with Tsunade. While the crimes against the Uchiha clan could never be reversed, and even their perpetrators would never receive any punishment, letting them enjoy the same powers and privilege crossed all lines. Now that Tsunade had taken charge, there was no reason to let them continue. Both looked at Hiruzen, who traditionally protected his old teammates. Hiruzen thought for a bit and sighed. I understand. However, neither will accept it without resisting, since you can't tell this to everyone. They'll also become hostile towards me and assume I threw them under the bus since I'll keep my seat on the council. Jiraiya frowned and asked, Are you still defending them? You of all people should understand the gravity of this incident. Hiruzen shook his head and answered, I'm not. It's just a natural feeling to have. Luckily, there's a simple solution. I'll resign from my seat too. That should make them accept the situation. Hokuto or Asuma can represent the Sarutobi clan in the council. Hiruzen's words surprised his students. One had to remember that Hiruzen had been leading Konoha's council for too long. While he shared blame too, neither Tsunade nor Jiraiya wanted to blame him, and instead wanted to focus on the remaining elders. Of course, this showed a certain bias, but neither cared much about it. It wasn't as if they needed to answer to anyone. Sensei, Tsunade muttered. Hiruzen smiled and said, It's fine. I have been in power for too long. Accepting it back after Minato's death was a mistake. Besides, this will also give you a perfect cover. Danzo is already not on the council. Koharu and Homura leaving would have raised eyebrows. However, this way you can send a message that Konoha is moving past the old generation, and the younger generation is taking charge. Tsunade sighed. If you're fine with it, then all right. She turned her attention back to Sasuke's file and muttered, I still don't understand Itachi's actions. Why did he treat his brother in such a manner? Hiruzen explained his earlier analysis to Jiraiya and Tsunade. Though Itachi's illness was surprising, Jiraiya and Tsunade could no longer feel any surprise due to the shocking information Hiruzen had given earlier. Jiraiya muttered, Though I understand his thoughts, this is too risky. Sending Sasuke to Orochimaru will be no different than killing him. Tsunade added, I agree. But if he isn't satisfied with Kakashi, who do we ask to train him? I can't think of anyone more qualified than Kakashi in Konoha. My and your skill sets are completely different, and Sensei is in no condition to train him right now. Hiruzen nodded. Yes, there's only one possible option. Fujin. Tsunade raised an eyebrow and asked, Fujin? Doesn't he specialize in wind? Does he have good command over lightning as well? Hiruzen answered, No, he has no talent in lightning release. However, he forced Orochimaru to retreat thrice. He's the only one with enough reputation and prestige to make Sasuke listen to him. Jiraiya thoughtfully said, I see. You're using his recent and explosive gain in fame to cloud Sasuke's mental bias. Hiruzen nodded. Yes, it should be easy to make Sasuke curious about him, and Fujin has shown a good handle over kids. So, this should go smoothly. Unfortunately, that is where the smooth part ends. Jiraiya muttered. Since Fujin doesn't know how to use lightning release, we can't entirely depend on him to teach Sasuke. Hiruzen said, That's just one aspect. Even though Fujin has several students, including Naruto, he hasn't trained anyone very seriously. He rarely trains them in person, and more often than not, delegates their training to others like the Anbu instructors or even Hoka. They seem more like projects he picked to amuse himself than the master-disciple relations we promote through squads. While he has undoubtedly done a good job in guiding those 6, it's not the same as being a full-time teacher. So I'm not sure how good or bad of a sensei he'll be for Sasuke. Tsunade and Jiraiya were stumped. Due to all the recent events involving Fujin, they had quite an impression of him. Neither imagined there would be so many problems in making him Sasuke's teacher. To their surprise, Hiruzen sighed again and muttered, "And that's just the tip of the iceberg. The biggest issue is Fujin himself. I still don't understand how his mind works. Who knows how he'll interpret our requests?" Confused, Jiraiya asked, "What do you mean?" Tsunade didn't say anything, but a vague answer formed in her mind. Since she had gotten so much information from Shikaku the other day, she had a vague understanding of Fujin's nature. However, she wasn't entirely sure either. Hiruzen muttered, "It's too complicated to explain. You'll get an understanding soon as you interact more with him. It's just that we need to properly monitor his progress with Sasuke. Anyway, since there are these issues, we'll have to take some preventive measures. I'll help Fujin guide Sasuke to ensure he stays on the right path. As for lightning jutsus, we could have Kakashi continue guiding Sasuke in lightning release, while Fujin takes care of the rest." Jiraiya replied, "There's an issue. Sasuke is Kakashi's student, and he has taken quite a lot of effort in guiding him. Suddenly assigning him to Fujin will be insulting. Similarly, Fujin will not understand the significance of this. Unless we tell them the truth behind these actions, Kakashi could feel humiliated while Fujin will stay carefree." Tsunade muttered, "That's true. However, this isn't news we can spread so much." Hiruzen nodded. "Yes, it isn't. Kakashi might understand, but I don't want Fujin to learn about this. I have been guiding Fujin with the hope that he succeeds you later. Though it isn't set in stone, he has the best credentials from the younger generation. I don't want him to think that eliminating a clan is an option." Knowing what Fujin had done in the Land of Wind, Tsunade immediately understood. Meanwhile, Jiraiya wondered, exactly what did Fujin do for Sensei to be so on edge despite completely trusting him? Tsunade asked, "Before we decide to do this, are you sure this is how things should happen? We could ask Itachi to return secretly and I could check up on his illness. Though he can never stay in the light, he can still live peacefully in the shadows." Hiruzen said sadly, "I had offered him the same. Unfortunately, he doesn't want that. He wishes to sacrifice himself by letting Sasuke avenge the Uchiha clan." Tsunade sighed. "That's a shame. Let's decide how to break the news to Fujin and Kakashi and how to train Sasuke." The trio discussed for nearly half an hour before reaching a plan acceptable to all three. Jiraiya asked, "So who do we call first?" Hiruzen answered, "Fujin, as he's the more unpredictable one. However, before we call him, I want to tell you more about Akatsuki." Tsunade and Jiraiya became serious. From Hiruzen's tone, they understood he considered them a greater threat than other villages. Hiruzen said, "By now, you should be aware that they're targeting the tailed beasts. You should also know most of their members." Tsunade and Jiraiya nodded. Though Akatsuki hadn't been very active, they had accepted quite a few missions. They had several encounters with Konoha ninjas, especially Fujin. Hiruzen said, "The members we have confirmed so far are Sasori, Kisame, Kakuzu, and Hidan, along with Itachi. In the past, Orochimaru was a part as well, while Kaminari, Juzo, and Deidara have died. There's also the plant-like being who they call Zetsu. And the Uchiha who Fujin recently confronted refers to himself as Uchiha Madara." "Madara? That's impossible," Tsunade exclaimed in shock. Hiruzen replied, "Itachi believes he's Madara, but I don't think that is the case. He may just be using the name to intimidate others, or perhaps he may have some connection to the real Madara. Regardless, he isn't the real Madara." Tsunade and Jiraiya calmed down. Jiraiya muttered, "So I suppose he's the leader of Akatsuki?" Hiruzen answered, "He isn't. Or he may be, but he works in the background. Their leader goes by the name of Pain." As he heard Hiruzen's next words, Jiraiya's pupils dilated and his eyes widened. Shock and disbelief was visible on his face. Hiruzen revealed he wields the fabled Rinnegan, the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link uw.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI. Google Pay. Patel Sarvesh 8 at OKSB can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Gabriel, Robin, D. Shilo, Keanu, Uger, Isk0, Kevin, Jacob, and Steven for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 846, Taking the Uchiha clan under his wing. Chapter 852 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. He wields the fabled Rinnegan, the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. Shock and disbelief appeared on Jiraiya's face. He couldn't believe his ears. He thought, Rinnegan? Nagato? Are you still alive? Tsunade was shocked as well. She had never heard about anyone possessing the Rinnegan. Being shocked by its appearance was natural. However, Tsunade and Hiruzen noticed that Jiraiya was far more shocked. His reaction felt unnatural. Tsunade asked, Is something the matter, Jiraiya? Hiruzen asked, You know something about it, don't you? Jiraiya sighed. Yes. Do you recall the 3 students I accepted in the Land of Rain? Tsunade nodded and asked, Didn't they die during the Third Great Ninja War? Jiraiya answered, I thought so too, but that may not be the case. Nagato, the red hair one, possessed the Rinnegan. The revelation shocked Tsunade and Hiruzen. Neither expected Jiraiya to know the Rinnegan user, let alone train him. Hiruzen immediately asked, Why didn't you ever report that? Jiraiya answered, I believed him to be the child of prophecy. I didn't want him to be influenced by others. If the news was made public, it's easy to guess what the result would have been. Hiruzen immediately understood. If Jiraiya had mentioned it to him, he would have made Jiraiya bring all 3 of them to Konoha. If Danzo had learnt it, he would have tried to get Nagato's eyes before he reached Konoha. Even if he failed, his schemes would never end. Regardless of what would happen, he would undoubtedly be dragged into the messy waters of Konoha, and any hopes of bringing peace to the world would take a back seat. If other villages learnt of this too, a new war might have broken out, where the remaining 4 villages try their best to get their hands on the Rinnegan. Instead of bringing peace, he could have triggered another bloody war. Hiruzen sighed. I still wished you would have informed me. Anyway, now I know why the name sounded familiar. A kunoichi who uses paper techniques always follows pain around. Her name is Konan. I thought it was just a coincidence, but I suppose not. Jiraiya muttered. So, Konan is alive too. What about Yahiko? Is he an Akatsuki too? Hiruzen shook his head. Itachi's reports never mentioned Yahiko or Nagato. Otherwise, I would have connected the dots. Anyway, tell me everything about him, including any abilities of the Rinnegan. Jiraiya answered. There isn't much to say. He was still a child and hadn't unlocked the Rinnegan's potential. The only impressive abilities were his sensing ability and that he could use all 5 natures. Jiraiya talked more about the days he spent in the Land of Rain, informing Tsunade and Hiruzen everything he knew about the trio. In the end, he asked, Where is the Akatsuki's headquarters? Hiruzen answered, In Omegakure. Jiraiya and Tsunade frowned. Tsunade asked, Is Hanzo also among them? Hiruzen shook his head. Hanzo is dead. Itachi didn't know the details, but believes it was done by pain. Tsunade, who had received a myriad of shocking news for the last 24 hours, and didn't think she could be shocked anymore, was once again shocked. Her teammate was no exception. Tsunade muttered, To be able to kill someone as formidable as Hanzo? Troublesome. We need to be wary of the Rinnegan. Jiraiya immediately said, If they are in Omegakure, I'll go there and pay them a visit. It's time I see what my old students are up to. Absolutely not. Hiruzen and Tsunade exclaimed loudly at the same time, startling Jiraiya. He muttered, Geez, I'm just going to check. If things heat up, I'll retreat. Hiruzen said, It's too risky. We don't know what abilities the Rinnegan has, and how strong the person who can keep so many rogue rank S ninjas in line is. Just the fact that he killed Hanzo shows that we can't underestimate him. If he has anything that can prevent you from escaping, you'll be doomed without any backup. Not to mention, there's still that Uchiha with his weird space-time ninjutsu. If he's also present, your chances of making a successful escape will drop even further. Tsunade agreed. I'm with Sensei on this. There is no reason to take such a risk. Jiraiya replied, It's not a risk. I'll use one of those communication tags Fujin created and reverse summon to Mount Myoboku if I am in danger. Hiruzen thoughtfully said, That could work, but there's no reason for us to jump into the fire. We'll divert the Akatsuki towards the other villages first and let them test out the Rinnegan's abilities. Once we have information, we could make strategies to counter it and eliminate him with minimal losses. Until then, stay away from Omegakure. That area is a death zone for now. Jiraiya finally relented. All right, Hiruzen said. Though it's a surprise that the Rinnegan user was your student, I primarily wanted to discuss the abilities of the remaining Akatsuki members with you. Hiruzen informed Tsunade and Jiraiya everything that he knew about the Akatsuki. They were already aware of most of it, with the exception of Hidan and Zetsu. A major portion of their time was spent talking about Zetsu. With his fondness of scheming in the background, Hiruzen considered Zetsu as the greatest threat after Pain and Obito. His ability was simply too useful for schemers like him. After a long discussion, Jiraiya sighed. All of them are troublesome. To think that Itachi would be the most normal among all of them. Tsunade was feeling a similar headache and muttered, "It'll be a huge problem if all of them can cooperate and act together. We need to reduce their numbers before they reach such a stage. Fujin did a splendid job in eliminating Juzo and Deidara. We should look for an opportunity to eliminate Sasori or Hidan and Kakuzu." Hiruzen and Jiraiya nodded. Hiruzen said, "Well, that was all I had to say. Time to talk with Fujin." Tsunade and Jiraiya agreed, unaware of the reluctance Hiruzen felt in saying those words. As they called one of the Anbu guards in the room and sent him to fetch Fujin, Hiruzen prayed, "Other than asking for that ridiculously expensive sword, Fujin hasn't been that greedy in recent times. I hope that remains the same. Unfortunately, I have a feeling he'll ask for something more expensive than my kidney." Fujin was at his house when the Anbu guard arrived and delivered the message. He thought, again? Oh well, I was wondering when to approach her. Now may be a good time to finally ask that. Fujin followed the Anbu guard and reached the Hokage's office, where he entered alone. Looking at the trio, he wondered, Hiruzen and Jiraiya are here too. Did anything happen? Oh well, it's better that they're together. Fujin said, "I didn't expect to see you here so quickly, Grandpa. Did something happen?" Tsunade answered his question, "Not really. We just have a new task for you." Fujin raised an eyebrow and replied, "I thought things would calm down for some time. I didn't expect you to take advantage of this false sense of security to target someone. Which village are we targeting this time?" Tsunade and Jiraiya looked at Fujin with a dumbfounded expression. Both wondered, "What the hell? When did we say we are targeting another village? How did he even reach that conclusion?" Hiruzen coughed and said, "It's not an elimination mission. We want you to train Uchiha Sasuke." It was Fujin's turn to be surprised. He wondered, "Train Sasuke? Did he learn about my Akuro identity? No, that shouldn't be it. I haven't used that identity again. Does Sasuke look down on Kakashi to such an extent now? Wait, was that why he was wandering around my compound a few days ago?" Hiruzen looked at Fujin, thinking for a few seconds, and thought, "Here we go again." As he expected, Fujin's following words caught him off guard. Yet, the words were nothing he imagined. Instead of accepting or declining the task, Fujin casually asked, "Do you want me to train all the remaining Uchiha orphans too?" Jiraiya wondered. He wants to take the entire Uchiha clan under his wing? That would increase his influence tremendously, especially after legitimizing his faction in the last council meeting. At the same time, Tsunade wondered, was Shikaku mistaken? Fujin seems to be going all out in increasing his influence. Only Hiruzen felt something off and thought, take the Uchiha clan under his wing. That doesn't sound like him. No, his tone was odd. As Hiruzen expected, Fujin let out a long sigh and complained, "I barely have any time to train myself. For the last couple of months, I have been running all around the world with little to no time to train. I'm planning a long training session to improve my strength further, which will take most, if not all, of my time. I'm not even sure whether I can train those 5 kids properly. Taking any more at this point isn't viable for me." And is Fujin serious about not training Sasuke? Or is this just a trick to extort more from Hiruzen? Things to wonder until tomorrow, hopefully. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Paddle Sarvesh 8 at OKSB. can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Bring, Alexander, Moog, Joe, Akap, Kanu, Emrula, Alex, Steven, Brian, and Jean for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you Jay for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 847, Personalities. Chapter 853 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin's words caught Hiruzen and his students by surprise. Unlike Hiruzen, who expected Fujin to extort something in exchange for this favor, Jiraiya and Tsunade weren't familiar with this side of Fujin. They didn't expect anyone from the younger generation to reject a request made by Hiruzen. While the two of them did the same several times, it was different as they only did so after following Hiruzen obediently for decades. Not to mention, it wasn't the request of only Hiruzen. It was the combined request of Hiruzen, the former Hokage, Tsunade, the new Hokage, and Jiraiya, the Toad Sage. Yet, Fujin not only rejected their request without a second's hesitation, but also made fun of it by asking whether he should take the entire Uchiha clan under his wing. Jiraiya and Tsunade didn't know how to respond to Fujin since they couldn't exactly force Fujin to accept it. Hiruzen was unsure how to respond when he suddenly had an absurd thought. He wondered, is Fujin serious? Or has his technique of making me pay improved to such an extent that he wants me to offer him top-tier jutsus or something invaluable to convince him to guide Sasuke? Hiruzen wasn't sure what was the case, though his instincts warned him to guard against the second possibility. With Fujin's current strength, there wasn't much he could offer Fujin. And everything that he could, he didn't want to so early. Fortunately or unfortunately, his hunch was incorrect. While the three of them were lost in thoughts, Fujin thought, teaching Sasuke. I had thought about this extensively after I quit the Anbu. Not just him, but Sakura as well. After all, Sasuke is the reincarnation of Indra. His strength will be on par with Naruto. Even though Sakura won't reach their level, she will become a splendid rank S ninja. As such, ensuring these two owed me and looked up to me should have had nothing but advantages. Unfortunately, there was a major difference between Naruto and his two teammates. A difference that made Fujin against guiding the two of them. It was nothing else but loyalty. Fujin continued thinking, Naruto may be foolish compared to other kids his age, but he is rock solid in his principles. He is loyal to the ones who did him a favor, no matter how small it is. Any investment I made on him will have multi-bagger returns. The same isn't true for Sasuke and Sakura. Sasuke betrayed his village, his sensei, the comrades he trained with, and went to Orochimaru, a man who killed Hiruzen, the third Hokage. He didn't know he'd become strong enough to do what he eventually did, and yet he did so despite the risk of Orochimaru gaining the strength to destroy Konoha and killing everyone who helped him. Eventually, he killed Orochimaru, the person who trained him. Though it was called for, it's another red flag. After Obito manipulated him, he was also willing to kill Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi, the three people who were closest to him. Eventually, when Itachi manipulated Sasuke again, he turned around and fought against Obito, the very person who implanted Itachi's eyes on him and helped him gain the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. So, even if I train him, he wouldn't hesitate for a second to turn on me. Why should I bother to waste my efforts on him? There is no practical advantage for me. While I can manipulate him, the problem is that it is too easy to manipulate Sasuke. Someone else can easily manipulate him again and make him turn on me. This is something I don't need to worry about with Naruto. Sakura, even though not as extreme as Sasuke, is still the same. Her love of Sasuke triumphs over all her other loyalties. In the original story, she was willing to leave Konoha and follow him to Orochimaru despite everything he had done. Since Fujin wasn't sure he'd have their loyalty, he didn't want to waste his efforts, and, more importantly, his priceless time on Sakura and Sasuke. Of course, he was aware that he was more than a bit hypocritical. After all, he wasn't particularly loyal to Konoha. Despite possessing a technique as deadly as Flying Thunder God, he didn't use it during the deadly assault, and only decided to use it when he was given a scare by fate. However, Fujin didn't care how hypocritical he was. All he cared about was ensuring his own benefits, something he couldn't guarantee with Sasuke and Sakura. Fujin thought, besides, This was my analysis 2 years ago when I had just quit the Anbu. A lot has changed since then. Back then, I was barely a rank S ninja. If I had ran into someone like A or Onoki, escaping would have been extremely difficult. Without any gifts or special bloodline, I wasn't sure how strong I would become. However, today, I can stand against the best of the ninjas. With my wind domain, I have the capability to confront the likes of Onoki and A. It also heavily restricts someone as troublesome as Obito. Thanks to Danzo, my Akyum jutsus are in a whole different league as well. In these 2 years, I have grown tremendously in every aspect. So, I already have the ability to stand tall during the 4th Great Ninja War. In a year or two, I'll make Ru teach me Senjutsu, and my wind domain's weakness against the Rinnegan will be dealt with as well. And all this is without considering Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Once I start using it openly, only reanimated Madara can stop me, apart from the ones having access to Sage of Six Paths powers. However, once my Myriad Tetragram seal starts showing its effect, I may gain the power to even confront them, though winning would likely be impossible unless I gain similar powers. Regardless, I no longer have any reason to gain Sasuke's or Sakura's favor, even if their personalities were different. Having Naruto owe me is more than sufficient. Right now, I have to devote all my energy to increasing my strength rapidly. Everything else is secondary. With all 4 engrossed in their thoughts, the office became silent. Tsunade and Jiraiya expected Fujin to say something, but he didn't. Hiruzen became even more sure that this was Fujin's new strategy. Left with no choice, he sighed and muttered, "Just tell what you want, Fujin. I'm too tired to bargain with you." His words left Tsunade and Jiraiya speechless. Both exchanged eye glances, as if asking each other, what sort of relationship do these two have? Unlike them, Fujin was amused. He thought, interesting. I never thought of using this tactic to force Hiruzen to cough up some forbidden jutsus. A shame I didn't think of it earlier. Right now, it's more or less useless for me. To Hiruzen's surprise, Fujin sighed and replied, "You're forgetting that I'm only a few years older than Sasuke. Unlike you 3, my powers haven't peaked yet, nor have I learnt everything I want to learn. I need to devote all my energy to learning them. I truly have no time to accept a new student." Jiraiya's eyes twitched as he thought, "You forced Orochimaru to retreat twice, burned his entire country, killed an Akatsuki member while facing 4. Are you still not satisfied with your strength?" While Hiruzen and Tsunade were aware of how much Fujin trained earlier, neither expected Fujin to continue such a training schedule given what he accomplished in the last 2 months. Everyone who reached such a stage decreased their training time considerably, and instead accepted more responsibilities or worked on increasing their influence. As such, they didn't even consider this point while discussing earlier. Before any of them could say anything, Fujin added, "Even if I did, I'm not sure what you expect me to teach Sasuke. I don't specialize in lightning, nor do I have any experience in using the Sharingan. I don't see how I could do any better job than Kakashi in guiding him. If he just wants to change his sensei, I'd recommend one of you to guide him. Any of you would be better than me." Naturally, they couldn't argue with Fujin on this as this was a reservation they shared. They just never expected Fujin to own up to it, instead of seeing it as a challenge. Hiruzen sighed internally. "I didn't expect this. He's serious. It's impossible to convince him." Seeing that none of them had anything to say, Fujin asked, "Anything else, Grandpa?" Hiruzen shook his head. "No, that's all we wanted to talk about." Fujin smiled and said, "All right, I had some things to discuss with you, or rather, you and Lady Tsunade." He turned his gaze to Tsunade and politely said, "I want your help to increase my cellular activity and by extension, my chakra reserves. Grandpa had said you were the only one who could help me do it. Now that he's healed, can you help me with that? Assuming you aren't too busy, of course." Hiruzen's eyes twitched while Jiraiya and Tsunade stared at Fujin strangely. Not only had Fujin declined their request, but he shamelessly asked for their help without any hesitation or embarrassment in his voice. "And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Patil Sarvesh8 at OKSBI can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Spaces Cold, Anicha, Christopher, Revan, Mario, Kenneth, Jang, Florida Man, Lith, and Pelika for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 848. Promotions. Chapter 854 of Naruto, the Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. The reason why Fujin felt the tactic of declining any requests until Hiruzen voluntarily offered something was useless was rather simple. He was no longer just an upcoming ninja who could lead Konoha's forces in the future. Despite his young age, he had already become such a ninja. As such, there was no longer any need for Fujin to scheme, play games, or barter to get what he wanted. He would directly ask for it, just as he did a few moments ago. Of course, he couldn't go overboard, and there would still be some techniques that the village may not give him, but Fujin understood that properly. Tsunade glanced at Hiruzen. From the way Fujin framed his words, it felt like Hiruzen had already agreed to ask Tsunade to help him with this when she returned to the village. Hiruzen could only nod in return. After all, he had promised Fujin, even though it had been several years. Tsunade turned her attention back to Fujin and said, "I can, but that technique has a terrifying drawback if used incorrectly. I'm afraid that it'll be more disadvantageous to you instead of increasing your strength." Fujin frowned and asked, "It happens only if I overexert my cells, right?" Tsunade nodded. Fujin said, "Then it's fine. I'll be careful." Tsunade sighed and explained, "Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't have opposed. Unfortunately, your training method is anything but normal. You still use shadow clones to increase your training efficiency. That technique is inherently dangerous to use in this manner. If you learn how to extract more chakra from your cells, you'll be tempted to do so while you train. Even though you won't feel the side effects immediately, you'll regret it years later. That's why." Fujin cut Tsunade off. "I think you're missing a point." Tsunade asked, "What do you mean?" Fujin answered, "I train to increase my strength. What's the meaning in training if it makes me weaker? So, you don't need to worry. Unless my life is in danger or the village is in great danger, I won't resort to doing that." Tsunade frowned, thinking, "That is logical. Unfortunately, maintaining a clear head during an intense moment isn't very common. I have seen too many ruin their future by doing something stupid during training." "It's fine, Tsuna," Hiruzen muttered, giving his approval once again. Tsunade sighed. "All right, but please be mindful, Fujin." Fujin nodded. "I will." "So, when can we start?" Tsunade replied, "It is a complicated process, and I'll need half a day or more to help you energize your cells. We have a meeting in a few hours. You haven't forgotten, have you?" Fujin muttered, "Not really. Ibiki sent a messenger to me earlier. It shouldn't take too long, but I suppose we can't stop in between." Tsunade nodded. "That's right. Meet me on the top floor of the hospital tomorrow at 7. Fujin replied, "All right." He glanced at the trio and asked, "So, can I leave or is there anything else?" Hiruzen answered, "You can leave." Fujin replied, "All right, take care," before disappearing from the room. Silence engulfed the room once again before Jiraiya broke it by asking, "Say, how did the meeting change from us asking a request from him to him asking a request from Tsunade?" Hiruzen sighed. "Now you get a little of what I mean. This is still fine. Tsunade, be very careful with the words you use around him. There's no telling how he may interpret them. I have regretted not doing so more than a few times." Tsunade thought, "I knew it." A few hours later, a meeting began in one of the meeting rooms in the Hokage building. Leading the meeting were Tsunade and Hiruzen, who sat next to each other around a long table. Fujin sat on the opposite side, thinking, "Interesting. I always wondered how these meetings went." Hiruzen glanced at everyone in the room. Ibiki, Anko, and Hayate sat on his left, while 3 old Junins from Hyuga, Yamanaka, and Aburame clans sat on his right. Hiruzen said, "Due to unforeseen circumstances, this meeting was delayed for too long. It's time to decide whom to promote to Chunin based on their respective performances." The Chunin exams had taken a back seat after Orochimaru and Tsunagakure's assault. Konoha was forced to devote all its energy to focus on the aftermath, be it Fujin leading Konoha's armies, the negotiations with Tsunagakure, or preparing the village for another unexpected war. It was only after Fujin and the Sanins returned to the village that things calmed down. However, with Hiruzen in a coma and Tsunade focused on healing him, this meeting got delayed again. Ibiki said, 6 of the 9 finalists were our genins. The ones under consideration today are Haruno Sakura, Hyuga Neji, Uzumaki Naruto, Aburame Shino, Nara Shikamaru, and Uchiha Sasuke. Anko interrupted him. Let's get the obvious one out of the way before discussions heat up, shall we? Sakura isn't ready to be promoted. Hayate coughed and said, her plan against Gaara was quite good. It might have worked if he wasn't a Jinchuriki. Unfortunately, she failed to react once her plan failed. The old Yamanaka Junin commented, I'm not sure whether the plan was created by her. It wasn't. The eyes in the room moved to Fujin, who added, the plan was created by Kurama Illumi-san, who trained her for the finals. However, considering how unfair the matchup was, I wouldn't consider this a negative point. Of course, it's a moot point since she failed to think of any backup plans, which was the hidden test he created for her. It'll be better for her to remain a genin and gain more experience and strength. Everyone nodded. Tsunade looked around and said, since no one opposes, Sakura will remain a genin. She glanced at Anko and asked, any more obvious ones? Anko thought for a bit and replied, no, the rest are a bit complicated. The Nara kid may be, but he lacks strength. Then there's the Aburame kid. He performed very well in the first 2 rounds and the preliminaries, but didn't get any opportunity in the finals due to the attack. Ibiki said, let's consider the Nara first. Though Shikamaru doesn't have outrageous strength or stamina, what he displayed shows he'll be an excellent team leader. Hayate added, I agree. His plan was too ingenious. Even though I was the proctor, I didn't see it coming. The others in the room also praised Shikamaru's quick thinking and his ability to use the terrain to the maximum effect. Fujin didn't bother speaking since the result was obvious. With no one opposing, Tsunade decided that Shikamaru would be promoted. Ibiki turned the pages in his files and asked, so, what do we do with Shino? His performance in the preliminaries was eye-catching. He showed sufficient strength as well as good planning, playing with his opponent like he was an academy student. Anko added, his team completed the 2nd round very quickly as well. Considering his clan, he must have played an important part. Hiruzen sighed and said, be that may, we can't promote someone who didn't fight in the finals. Though no one will say anything, it'll raise some eyebrows among the guests we invited. He'll have to participate in the next Chunin exam. With Hiruzen speaking up, no one else said anything. Fujin thought, it looks like Konoha gives a lot more importance to the guests than other villages. From what I remember, Kankuro and Tamari were promoted to Junins despite not participating in any more Chunin exams. On the other hand, Konoha kept Naruto at the Genin rank for who knows how long, despite there being several provisions for promoting ninjas without participating in the Chunin exams. Hayate said, the next one is Hyuga Neji. He's a rather interesting one. At the start of the exam, he was considered as the strongest genin from our village. Yet, he lost his first fight in the finals. Then again, we can't entirely blame him for it. Most Junins would do worse against a non-stop barrage of supercharged infinite breakthrough jutsus. No one disagreed with Hayate. Everyone recalled how pitiful Neji looked against Naruto, the host of the terrifying nine-tailed beast. Even more absurd was the absence of any traces of exhaustion on Naruto's face. Even the ninjas in the meeting room, apart from Fujin, Hiruzen, and Tsunade, would be troubled while dealing with such a barrage. Other than hiding underground and attacking from there, they didn't have many other options. The old Hyuga Junin spoke. While the Hyuga clan has methods to deal with opponents who fight at range, those techniques aren't taught to our genins. Besides, even the ones who are taught may not be able to withstand such a barrage without resorting to earth-release jutsus. His performance, despite being at such a disadvantage, was very good. We can promote him just like Shikamaru. I don't agree with your observations. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Paddle Sarvesh 8 at OKSBI can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Sai, Matt, White Frog, Amin, Sleepyhead, Gvintus, Spectator, Bookworm, and Jiang for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 849, Inconsequential. Chapter 855 of Naruto the Wind Calamity, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Status. Hey guys, I apologize once again for my erratic schedule recently. I can understand most of you are annoyed by it. Trust me, I'm highly frustrated too. Writing in the past month or so hasn't been fun for me. During the last couple of days, I have given the story a lot of thought. I sorted several of the issues that have been getting in my way, and have looked into ways to get out of this rut and deal with writer's block. From today, I'll try to get back to my original schedule, 1 chapter daily with 1 break per week. Please wish me luck. If I can do it, the story will continue as usual. However, if my schedule continues to stay erratic, I'll pause payments on Patreon for the month of May and go on a month-long hiatus. For those who are unaware, pausing payments will extend your membership by a month, assuming your subscription ends in May. So if your membership ends on 10th May, it'll extend to 10th June. I have been reluctant to make this decision because my last hiatus lasted way longer than I wanted. So, it's not something I'm looking forward to. Hopefully I'll manage to get back to my original schedule in the next couple of weeks. I won't commit to an exact time for release for the next couple of weeks. Chapters should be out sometime between 17 to 23 GMT. We'll obviously try to complete it as early as I can to get back to a decent sleep schedule, but the last few weeks haven't been kind. I don't agree with your observations. The eyes in the room turned towards Ibiki, who didn't agree with the Hyuga Junin. A frown appeared on the Hyuga's face as Ibiki said, "In the preliminaries, he showed extreme immaturity by trying to kill a member of his own clan. Someone who loses his temper so quickly isn't capable of becoming a team leader. He might lead the entire team to its demise. In addition, he is very arrogant. It was visible in his match against Naruto. Not only did he look down on Naruto, but he didn't make adequate preparations for dealing with his wind jutsus despite seeing them in the preliminaries." The Hyuga ninja countered. The wind jutsus Naruto displayed in the preliminaries were nowhere near the level of the supercharged jutsus he used during the finals. Ibiki immediately replied, "Even in that case, there's no reason why he couldn't learn a few simple earth jutsus to work around Naruto's wind jutsus. He had a month to prepare for him. As impressive as his skills are, the lack of adequate preparation shows his arrogance and his overconfidence in his techniques. He was the complete opposite of Sakura in this aspect. Besides, his strength isn't as critical of a factor as his attitude." The Hyuga Junin frowned and muttered, "He has a troubled past, which was the cause of his attitude. Fortunately, he has calmed down after the Chunin exams. It won't be an issue anymore." Ibiki said, "That's good to hear, but it can't be considered for this evaluation. He should prove himself once again in the next Chunin exams." The Hyuga Junin thought for a bit before letting out a long sigh. "All right, you win. I can't argue against that." Anko added, "I agree with Ibiki too. It'll be interesting to see how much he'll improve until the next exam." Several others nodded. Tsunade looked around the room and asked, "Does anyone oppose that?" With no more objections, Neji wasn't promoted to Chunin. A smirk appeared on Anko's lips as she said, "The next candidate is an amusing one. Uzumaki Naruto. The difference in what he showed in the preliminaries and the finals was like heaven and earth. It was almost as if he was an entirely different ninja." She glanced towards Fujin as she spoke. By now, everyone in the room was aware that Fujin was the one who taught Naruto how to supercharge the wind jutsus. Ibiki said, "He did very well in the first round as well. Due to him, the number of genins who passed was nearly twice my estimates." He chuckled and added, "He was also the first genin I passed who left behind a blank answer sheet." Hayate said, "His performance in the final round doesn't need to be emphasized. All of you have seen it." The Yamanaka Junin said, "There's no doubt about his strength. If it was the only criterion, I would agree right away. However, a Chunin is also a team leader. I'm not sure if he is mature enough to lead squads yet. Truthfully, he seems far worse than Neji in this aspect." Anko replied, "I wouldn't underestimate him that much. He managed to pass the second round despite being attacked by Orochimaru and being virtually handicapped. He also did well in keeping his cards hidden and abusing his advantage to the fullest extent, be it against Kiba or Neji." Ibiki said, While that speaks to his battle intelligence, leading squads is an entirely different challenge. In round 2, he was accompanied by his teammates who helped fill this gap. He has been genin for too short of a time and hasn't done anything in the Chunin exam to indicate he'd be a competent squad leader. I concur, the Aburame Junin muttered. Hayate and the Hyuga Junin agreed as well. Tsunade thought, looks like you'll stay genin for a while, kiddo. I have to agree too. While Naruto's grit and determination are beyond impressive, he isn't ready to lead squads yet. Not only will he endanger his team, but he will also be in great danger since he'll try everything he can to save his team. Tsunade was about to ask whether anyone had a different opinion when Fujin suddenly said, those are good points, but they're inconsequential in deciding whether Naruto should be promoted or not. His words caused several frowns to appear. Ibiki asked, what do you mean they're inconsequential? A Chunin's main job is to lead squads. Fujin nodded. It is, but only for ordinary Chunins. Naruto is a Jinchuriki, the only one we have. Even though he isn't in the bingo book, there's little doubt every enemy village wants to hunt or kidnap him. Their hunter squads should already be informed to act if they ever receive an opportunity. As such, even after becoming a Chunin, Naruto cannot be allowed to lead Genins or Chunins on missions. Until he becomes an elite Junin, or better yet, a rank S ninja, he can only leave the village when accompanied by someone like Kakashi. But with someone like Kakashi present, Naruto won't be leading the squads. That is why I said this point is inconsequential for Naruto. Fujin's words forced everyone to ponder. He had approached the issue from a different angle than everyone else. If Naruto wouldn't lead squads, the only aspect that mattered was Naruto's strength and his teamwork. He excelled in both. However, ignoring such a big aspect wasn't an easy thing. Tsunade thought, what a unique perspective. He's correct. Though I won't treat Naruto as a weapon, I can't allow him to leave the village without adequate security when a dangerous organization like Akatsuki is hunting for him. Ibiki muttered, your words make sense. However, can we overlook something so important while promoting? I'm afraid it'll set a precedent that could result in Genins who aren't prepared for the responsibilities of a Chunin to be promoted. Having him go through the next Chunin exam will be a better choice. Fujin chuckled and asked, oh, and how do you think the next Chunin exams will go if Naruto participates? Without someone like Agara, he could just spam supercharged jutsus and no Genin could resist it. I hope you remember the supercharged jutsus he used in the finals were so effective after less than a month's practice. Who knows how much better he'll be at it after half a year or year whenever he participates again? Fujin's words forced everyone to picture how the next Chunin exams would be. They could envision Naruto spamming his way through all the matches in the finals. None could see any Genins cracking such an absurd attack. As such, the finals would become pointless in a way. Hiruzen awkwardly muttered, Fujin is correct. Other than nearly half of the battles becoming pointless, he might also cause heavy damage to the Forest of Death. While our finances are in good shape, there's no need to add a huge expense to the village's budget, Fujin said. I hadn't considered that, but if we think along those lines, we also need to consider the guests we invite to watch the finals. I don't see Naruto suddenly becoming that smart by the next exam. There's a very good chance he will be rejected for the same reason. So, Naruto continuously defeating the Genins in every exam would raise more than a few eyebrows. People would wonder why we aren't promoting him. Perhaps they might also think we're bullying minor villages by keeping him at the Genin rank. Anko began nodding in agreement, but suddenly stopped midway. She couldn't help but wonder, since when did the Chunin exam committee have to consider these aspects? Ain't that the council's job? With Hiruzen and Fujin speaking of matters that were beyond the scope of the proctors and judges, they couldn't oppose anymore and only accept their decision. Hiruzen decided, let's promote Naruto to Chunin. We'll inform the mission center to never give him any missions, irrespective of whether he's leading the team or just a part of it. All his missions will have to be approved by the Hokage. Tsunade nodded and said, all right, Naruto will be the second Genin to be promoted. That only leaves us with Uchiha Sasuke. And, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link w.patreon.com/devilhexspace. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh8 at OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Sai, Gan, Arkit, Per Purple, Federico, Fanfic Sage, Revon, Ajon, Cutie4X, and Suras for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 850, Hiruzen's Concern. Chapter 856 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. That leaves us with just Uchiha Sasuke. Tsunade said. Before anyone could say anything, Fujin said, "Actually, we don't need to think much about him either. His case is similar to Naruto's. The Uchiha clan was quite an eyesore to other villages during the previous wars. They would love nothing more than seeing the Uchiha clan completely wiped out. As the next clan leader of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke will be a target. And there's also the issue with Orochimaru, who may still be an even greater threat to Sasuke. So, he shouldn't be let out of the village without someone like Kakashi with him. I suppose keeping Team 7 intact, even after their promotions, should solve this issue. Regardless, Sasuke's promotion can be decided simply by his strength too." Once again, Fujin's point made sense. While Sasuke wasn't a Jinchuriki, his status as the next Uchiha clan leader was quite sensitive. If there was someone like him in other villages, the ones in the room would have jumped at the chance to eliminate him when he was young. However, the proctors and the judges felt awkward once again. Fujin was taking discussions outside the purview of this meeting. After all, their judgments should be based solely on the performance put forth by the Genins in the Chunin exams. Their eyes turned towards Hiruzen, who didn't say anything again. Seeing that he agreed with Fujin, they didn't bother raising any objections. Meanwhile, Fujin thought, as amusing as it'd be to make Naruto a Chunin and keep Sasuke a Genin, the poor kid might truly develop some mental problems. He just managed to escape Yoshi's claws. I'm afraid he might become a permanent resident there, if that happened. Even though Fujin had no intention of spending time on Sasuke, he didn't intend to make him suffer or restrict his growth. After all, if the events occurred just as they did in his memories, then Naruto and Sasuke were the two main pieces to stop Kaguya. Fujin didn't want to lose this insurance, at least until his strength crossed a certain threshold. Ibiki muttered, "Then the only question now is whether Sasuke is strong enough to become a Chunin." Anko stated, "He's strong, there's no doubt about it. He carried through the second round despite suffering from Orochimaru's curse seal. With all the handicaps, his win in the preliminaries was even more impressive. I didn't expect him to surprise me again during the finals. His speed is beyond most Chunins, and he has also learnt Kakashi's Chidori." The Yamanaka Junin sighed and said, "I don't argue with that. However, his battle was interrupted by the attack. Though it isn't as bad as Shino, we can't." Hiruzen interrupted him. Since Tsunagakure was the one who interrupted the fight, Sasuke can be considered the winner of this fight. Besides, the injury he inflicted on Gaara prevented Gaara from transforming into Shukaku in the middle of the arena, saving countless lives and disrupting the enemy's plan. Having read Sasuke's file and knowing what the encounter with Itachi did to his psyche, Hiruzen knew very well what would happen to him if he wasn't promoted while Naruto was. He thought, with Fujin not stepping up and Jiraiya and Tsunade not suitable, I'll have to train Sasuke myself once I recover my strength to an extent. Until then, I can only hope Kakashi can keep him in check. However, if he receives another mental blow, I'm not sure what I'd be dealing with. It's better to promote him now. Tsunade understood Hiruzen's thoughts as well. With both of them supporting the decision, no one else opposed. Ibiki said, "Actually, this is quite convenient. If Sasuke, Naruto, and Shikamaru are promoted, the remaining members of Kakashi and Asuma's squads can team up in the next Chunin exam. How Ino and Choji perform without the help of Shikamaru's intelligence, and how Sakura performs without the strength of Sasuke and Naruto will tell us whether they're ready to be promoted." Tsunade replied, "That is indeed quite convenient. Does anyone oppose Sasuke's promotion to Chunin?" Without any opposition, Sasuke became the third genin to be promoted by Konoha in this round of the Chunin exams. The group discussed a bit about any ways to improve the exams before leaving. Fujin returned to his house thinking, With Orochimaru in no shape to send any subordinates to lure Sasuke and both Naruto and Sasuke being promoted to Chunins, I wonder what the future holds. Fujin chuckled. He could no longer calculate what would happen with the two of them. The only thing he was certain of was that both would keep improving their strength rapidly. In the Hokage's office, Naruto complained, "Why did you call us here, Granny? I had to stop training to come here." Standing next to him, Shikamaru yawned and muttered, "How troublesome." Meanwhile, Sasuke wondered, "Is this due to Yoshi? No. Why would she call these two? It must be a mission. I can't keep wasting my time on pointless missions. I barely managed to get that freak off my back." Seeing the annoyed faces of the three youngsters, Tsunade sighed, closed her eyes, and said, "Naruto, I wanted to tell you that you are being promoted to Chunin due to your performance in the exams." Naruto's eyes widened. Since it had been so long and so much had happened, he completely forgot about it. To his horror, Tsunade continued, "However, since that annoys you so much, I'll take the promotion back." With a smile on her face, she added, "You can stay Genin for as long as you want." Naruto's eyes widened in shock. "Wait, no, that's not what I meant," he stammered, waving his hands frantically. "Of course, I want the promotion. Granny, you're amazing, the best Hokage ever. Seriously, you're so kind and generous, way better than the other Hokage. Please don't take it back." Tsunade opened an eye and said, I'm not sure. You don't sound as convincing as you did when you displayed your annoyance." Joining his palms together as if in prayer, Naruto shouted, "I swear I mean it, Granny. If I knew it was about this, I'd have sprinted here faster than bushy brows. Please don't take it back. I'll even call you Lady Tsunade from now on." Tsunade smirked, clearly enjoying his desperation. "Now that's more convincing. If you don't mind, can I stay a Jinin?" Shikamaru interrupted the drama unfolding between Naruto and Tsunade. Naruto turned his head towards Shikamaru and cursed, "What the hell, Shikamaru?" Sasuke's eyes twitched. He couldn't help but wonder, couldn't they find someone else to promote along with me? Tsunade smiled and answered, "Actually, you'll be fast-tracked to become a Junin, Shikamaru. The village has great hopes for you. You were the only one to be selected without any opposition. So train hard and don't disappoint us." Shikamaru sighed, muttering once again, "Troublesome." "You mean my promotion was opposed?" Naruto exclaimed. Sasuke frowned, thinking, from her words, Shikamaru was the best candidate to be promoted. However, why's that? While both were aware of Shikamaru's intelligence, neither believed they would lose in a match against him. Tsunade explained, "A Chunin is more than just a fighter. Just your strength isn't sufficient for you to handle the responsibilities of a Chunin. Both you and Sasuke fall quite a bit short in other aspects. Luckily for you, Fujin argued in your favor and convinced others to promote the two of you. However, there's still a lot for you to learn. I'll suggest following Kakashi closely on your future missions with him, and learn from him how to lead teams properly, and everything else a squad leader has to do. They'll be important if you want to be promoted to Junin and get access to tougher missions." The allure of tougher missions attracted both Naruto and Sasuke. Unlike Shikamaru, who just wanted to live a peaceful and uneventful life, they wanted to challenge themselves to become stronger. Both nodded. Tsunade gave them a small lecture and took over Hiruzen's role of injecting the will of fire into the youth before saying, "Shizune, given them the Chunin vests." Naruto looked at the vests Shizune was carrying and exclaimed, "A vest like Kakashi-sensei? That's cool." After being dismissed, Naruto immediately met up with Sayaka and the rest, showing off his new vest and rank. Sayaka joyfully wished, "Congrats, Naruto." Hikari, Takeshi, and Shoma congratulated Naruto as well. Yuji grinned and said, "It's time for party. Let's go to Ichiraku. Your treat, Naruto." Without a second's hesitation, the remaining four agreed with Yuji, leaving Naruto dumbfounded. He immediately grabbed his empty wallet and muttered sadly, "My Gamachan is almost empty. I can't treat everyone." Yuji sighed. "Even though you became Chunin, you're still poor." Naruto complained, "Granny took away all my winnings, and I haven't done any missions since the Chunin exams began." Sayaka giggled and said, "He's just teasing you, Naruto. Let's go, we'll put it on Sensei's tab." Unlike Naruto, who at least received payments from missions, the others were completely broke without a single ryo to their name. Since the Anbu trainers took care of everything, They didn't generally need cash. Naruto nervously asked, "Are you sure Fujin won't be angry?" Sayaka replied, "No, Sensei never cares about money. At least as long as we don't go overboard. Don't worry, he won't ask you to pay." Naruto replied, "I'm more worried about him training us to death than asking the money back." Everyone shivered at that thought. Luckily, Sayaka reassured them, "It's fine. It's just food. Sensei won't say anything. We'll meet up with him later, once he's done training." The 6 of them had a little party in Ichiraku. Asuma took his team to Yakinaku to celebrate Shikamaru's promotion. Sasuke didn't waste any time and continued training late into the night. Naruto and the rest wanted to meet Fujin after their party, but the Do Not Disturb note on Fujin's door hadn't been removed. As such, they could only spend their remaining time pranking the village until it was time to sleep. The next morning, Fujin arrived at the top floor of the hospital, standing outside a room he had never visited before. He observed the room and muttered, "Not bad. I didn't expect such a room to be here." AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Pedal Sarvesh 8 OKSB can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Jan, Dunlap, Nate, Masamitsu, Kienu, Seraphim, and Antonio for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 851, Awakening the Cells. Chapter 857 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. "Not bad. I didn't expect such a room to be here," Fujin muttered. The room had over 100 seals inscribed intricately throughout it. The seals were hidden so carefully that Fujin didn't sense their presence despite visiting the hospital so many times. Only when his eyes fell on the room did he realize it. Tsunade chuckled and said, "Every Fuinjutsu Grandmaster said so. I and Orochimaru designed this room when we were still in the village. The seals in the room assist in this process." She sighed and added, "Unfortunately, the room was closed after Orochimaru betrayed the village and went rogue. I checked the seals to see if they're the same as I recall. Fortunately, they haven't been disturbed." Fujin said, "That's good. Let's start." Tsunade teased, "You sure are excited." Fujin chuckled. "Who wouldn't be? I never expected for a method this miraculous to exist. Even a small % boost to my chakra reserves will be a huge deal." Tsunade nodded. "It is invaluable for a rank S ninja. More importantly, your reserves are still growing, unlike mine. If you are careful and never trigger the backlash of this technique, I can't imagine how strong you'd become in 5 to 10 years. Though Tsunade had some reservations about teaching Fujin this technique, she truly wanted him to succeed. While the two didn't share much of a personal connection yet, Tsunade could see how important Fujin was for Konoha's future and why Hiruzen had invested so much into him. Both turned their heads and saw Shizune running towards them while holding a couple of large scrolls. Breathing heavily, she said, "I got everything you asked for, Lady Tsunade." Tsunade smiled. "Good. Follow me." Tsunade entered the room as Fujin and Shizune followed her. She weaved the confrontation seal while walking to the center of the room, where a futon had been placed. The seals in the room lit up, revealing a circle at the center of the room and around the futon. Standing just outside the circle, Tsunade instructed, "Strip to your waist and sit here. I'll draw the necessary seals on your body." Fujin complied, taking his shirt, mesh, bracers, and other equipment off, and sat cross-legged on the futon. Tsunade motioned for Shizune, who handed her a brush dipped in a glowing blue ink. Fujin observed, "Interesting. This ink is quite unique. It feels like it'll assist in yin-yang chakra manipulation. As I suspected, yin and yang will play a major role today." Before she began, Tsunade warned strictly, "You already know the dangers of this technique, so I won't warn you about it anymore. However, let me be clear. This process is dangerous. One slip from me, or a mistake in your chakra control, and you could end up crippled or worse." Fujin frowned and asked, "You've never slipped before, have you?" Fujin didn't want to take any undue risk since he already had another method to increase his chakra reserves. Even though that aspect of the myriad tetragram seal hadn't been tested yet and he wasn't sure about any drawbacks, Fujin still had a lot of confidence in it. The only reason he wanted to pursue this method first was because he was told it was rather safe. Tsunade answered, "I have not. However, several old or injured elite Junins had asked me to try this technique on them so that they could contribute in wars. A couple of them suffered as they couldn't maintain their chakra control." Fujin replied, "That's a shame. I'll be careful." Tsunade replied, "Good. Until we're done, maintain your focus at the highest level." She crouched down and began painting intricate seals on Fujin's arms, chest, and back. "These seals will stabilize your chakra network and protect your organs during the process," Tsunade explained. "They'll also help me monitor your cellular activity in real time." Once the seals were complete, Tsunade sat across from Fujin. "The next part is delicate. I'll use my chakra to energize every cell in your body. At the same time, I'll guide you to sense the changes and control the process yourself. This isn't just a medical procedure, it's a lesson in mastery. You'll need to take over eventually to maintain your cellular activity." Fujin nodded. "I'm ready." Tsunade's hands glowed with a brilliant green light as she channeled her chakra into Fujin's body. Her focus was razor-sharp as she began the delicate process of stimulating cellular activity. Each of her fingers acted with precision, adjusting the flow and intensity of chakra with a surgeon's finesse. "Focus on my chakra. Feel how I use it to energize your cells. Feel how my yin and yang chakra interact with your cells," she instructed, her tone firm but encouraging. "Once you get a feel, match my flow perfectly. If you falter even slightly, it could disrupt the process or damage your cells." Fujin closed his eyes, his face calm and determined. He took a deep breath and started regulating his chakra. Fujin immediately felt Tsunade's chakra enter his body, spreading like a gentle wave through his chakra network and into every cell. At first, the sensation was pleasant. His body felt lighter and his breathing easier. However, as Tsunade deepened the connection, the warmth turned into an intense heat. His cells seemed to vibrate, humming with new energy. Tsunade glanced at him, expecting the usual signs of strain, such as erratic breathing, tension, or even involuntary jerks. But to her surprise, Fujin had no reaction. He sat still with unwavering concentration as if he wasn't the one experiencing the pain and discomfort. As he got a feel of Tsunade's chakra, his chakra began moving. It moved with a precision Tsunade didn't expect, matching her flow seamlessly. She could only think, "Impressive!" Shizune, standing nearby and observing the process, couldn't help but think in amazement, "What an incredible chakra control! It's far better than mine. It's almost as good as Lady Tsunade's control." Slowly, Fujin began adjusting the intensity of his chakra, fine-tuning it in response to Tsunade's signals. It was a delicate dance, one that demanded not just precision but also incredible stamina. The minutes stretched into an hour, and the process intensified. Tsunade increased the output of her chakra, pushing Fujin to match her pace. "I'm raising the output," she warned. "Keep up, or this will backfire." Fujin didn't respond verbally, but his chakra surged in sync with hers, adapting to the change with startling ease. However, as Tsunade continued surging her chakra, the pressure on Fujin intensified. Almost on instinct, his chakra was about to surge aggressively to throw out the foreign chakra running through his body. Luckily, Tsunade read the signs well in advance, despite the lack of any physical changes in Fujin. "Hold it," Tsunade barked. "Don't let your chakra flare. Keep it steady. Visualize your cells and regulate the flow." A slight frown appeared on Fujin's lips as he curbed his instincts. In the blink of an eye, he regained control and channeled his chakra with the precision Tsunade demanded. Tsunade thought, "Excellent! He has gone past this step better than Jiraiya and Orochimaru did. Only Sensei did it better than him. The remaining process should be smooth." Hours passed like this. Tsunade worked tirelessly, her chakra pouring into Fujin while teaching him how to maintain and fine-tune his cellular activity. Fujin carefully sensed every change in Tsunade's chakra and slowly grasped the process. While he couldn't help others increase their cellular activity like Tsunade could, his control over his cellular activity steadily and rapidly improved every passing hour. At the 12th hour, Fujin's body trembled slightly as Tsunade's chakra started leaving his body. Tsunade pulled her hands back, the green glow fading. She stepped back and let out a long breath, wiping a bead of sweat from her brow. She announced, "It's done. Fujin opened his eyes, his breathing steady despite the intense effort he'd put in. He flexed his fingers and clenched his fists, feeling the surge of vitality coursing through his body. "I feel incredible," he said, marveling at the energy brimming within him. Feeling the changes in his body, Fujin muttered, "My chakra reserves have increased by 32%. Tsunade crossed her arms and gave him a satisfied nod. "That's good. Minato and Jiraiya had similar gains. Not just that, your chakra recovery will be faster too. However, don't get cocky. You still need to train to adapt to this sudden increase. More importantly, you need to master your control over your cell's activity right away. Until I'm satisfied with your control, you'll stay here." Fujin had no reason to oppose her. Under her guidance, Fujin began practicing at the same spot. It took another 4 hours before he reached a stage that satisfied Tsunade. She sighed in relief and muttered, "Good. As long as you don't actively try to overexert your cells, you won't face any backlash. Also, rest for a couple of days for your body to adjust itself." Fujin let out a deep sigh and said, "Thank you, Lady Tsunade." Fujin was genuinely grateful. Though his body was more sore than it would be after Guy's training sessions, a 32% jump in his chakra reserves in a single day was an unbelievable boost. Fujin's understanding of human cells as well as yin-yang manipulation had deepened too. Tsunade got up tiredly and said, "It's almost midnight. You should go home and rest. Approach me if there's any problem." Fujin nodded as Tsunade and Shizune began leaving, but his nods stopped midway. Before Tsunade could leave, Fujin cleared his throat and said without a hint of shame, "Actually, I had another request. Awen, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Piddle Sarvesh 8 at OKSB, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Neven, Moritz, Tanner, Salty, and Nofathana for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 852. Returning to the Training Grounds. Chapter 858 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Actually, I had another request. Tsunade, who was about to open the door, stopped. In order to help Fujin increase his cellular activity and learn how to control it, she had been with him since 7 in the morning. Even before that, she was making sure the room was still usable. She spent over 16 hours continuously helping Fujin. Yet, instead of letting her leave and rest for the night, Fujin mentioned that he had another request. Tsunade turned around and asked, "What request?" Fujin said, "I tried learning the Wild Lion's Manijutsu some time ago. Unfortunately, I failed at the very first step. I couldn't grow my hair out. The scroll sadly didn't have any information on this, but I analyzed that it doesn't have much to do with how I need my chakra. Rather, the growth has to be stimulated externally somehow. Do you know how to do it?" Tsunade replied, "Oh, the lion's mane jutsu. Yeah, you analyzed it correctly. Simply using chakra won't allow you to grow your hair, though you could control its movement. Your body naturally limits hair growth through hormonal regulations. To grow your hair, you need to first gain control of these regulations, and then use your chakra to mimic the natural hormonal signals that stimulate hair growth. This process is temporary, and your hair will revert back to your original state once the jutsu ends. Under normal circumstances, this is quite a difficult jutsu to learn. However, it should be quite easy for you now that you have learned how to control your cellular activity." A frown appeared on Tsunade's face as she asked, "Actually, even without learning how to control cellular activity, this isn't too difficult for a medical ninja. You should have figured it out yourself. When did you try to learn the jutsu?" Fujin answered, "Around 5 years ago." A deadpan expression appeared on Tsunade's face as she stared at Fujin. Fujin chuckled, "I hadn't learnt medical ninjutsu back then. As such, I could only give up. To be honest, I completely forgot about it. I only remembered it today while learning how to control my cellular activity." Internally, Fujin thought, "Actually, I had thought about it while learning from Yoshi and the rest. It's just that I've never seen anyone other than Jiraiya use this technique. I guessed they wouldn't be able to help me with it and didn't bother asking. I would have still asked, but they looked like they would drop dead just by teaching me medical ninjutsu." Tsunade sighed. "All right. Though it's easy, hormones can be tricky to mess with too. Let's meet here tomorrow at the same time. I'll teach you how to control them." Fujin smiled and said, "Thank you once again." Tsunade yawned and muttered, "Due to the sudden increase in your cellular activity, you won't feel sleepy today. Use this time to accustom yourself to the changes in your body. Don't train until your body calms down and you feel as comfortable with it as you did today morning. You don't want to accidentally overexert yourself due to carelessness." Fujin nodded at Tsunade and Shizune. Once they were some distance away, Shizune asked, "Lady Tsunade, you just became the Hokage. Is it all right to spend so much time away from the office?" Tsunade seriously said, "Shizune, always remember this. The duties of the Hokage extend far beyond the office. Some things are far more important than handling official duties." Shizune was surprised. She thought, "I know Fujin is very important for the village, but I didn't think Lady Tsunade would give his request such a high priority. She left all her duties behind to help him." Unknown to Shizune, Tsunade scoffed internally. "He is definitely beyond shameless. I'm afraid even Sensei loses out to him in this regard. That said, I can't say no to 2 days without paperwork. Doing this is far more enjoyable than being stuck with those endless piles of white paper." As she walked to the Senju compounds with Shizune, Tsunade decided, "I should increase Kakashi's cellular activity too. His chakra reserves are quite low for a ninja of his caliber. By comparison, Fujin." When she helped increase Fujin's cellular activity, Tsunade got a clear understanding of Fujin's physique and chakra reserves. To say she was surprised was an understatement. The fact she didn't react showed how professional she was as a medical ninja. Tsunade thought, "His chakra reserves were on par with mine when I was his age. After today, it's even higher. His current reserves are almost on par with Jiraiya's, and he's only 17. He should surpass even me in the next 5 years or so." If Sensei hadn't said Fujin's reserves were rather ordinary during his earlier years in the academy, I might have suspected him to have a connection with Mai or the Uzumaki clan. I didn't think it was possible for chakra reserves to grow so much merely from constant training. And it isn't simply physical or ninjutsu training. He must have meditated for long hours to improve his spiritual strength. Yet again, Tsunade was amazed by Fujin's discipline and dedication. She couldn't help but think, maybe we should run a pilot project where young talented ninjas are made to train as hard as Fujin did. However, how can we ensure they stay motivated even after a decade of grueling training? Tsunade didn't have an answer to her question. Though there was another example of Might Guy, he wasn't exactly normal either. On the contrary, his training regimen was even more extreme than Fujin's regimen due to Guy focusing on a singular aspect. While Tsunade pondered over that issue, Fujin returned to his house and entered the meditation room. He sat in a meditative posture and thought, a 32% increase. Not bad at all. However, the bigger gain today was understanding and gaining control over cellular activity. This will be very helpful once I start using my myriad tetragram seal. I can now monitor and understand the entire process, which will allow me to detect any hidden dangers immediately. Fujin was very pleased. His gains were substantial. He closed his eyes and began circulating his chakra. Fujin spent the entire night getting accustomed to the changes in his body. The next day, Tsunade taught Fujin everything related to growing and controlling his hair as she promised. Needless to say, Shikaku had to cover for her on both days of her absence. Fujin spent the following day adjusting to his higher cellular activity until he was completely comfortable with it. The following day, Fujin returned to his training ground. He looked around and thought, "It's been quite a while since I trained here. Ever since the attack on the village, I have been busy running around. Fortunately, the last few days made up for all the training I missed." Fujin weaved the snake seal and concentrated chakra on his head, or more specifically, on his hair follicles. His pitch-black hair slowly started growing, first making his spikes even longer before growing along his back. Fujin thought, the tough part is finally done. Ironically, it now feels the easiest. That said, I need to practice until my hair can grow at a faster speed. At much current speed, my opponent might fall asleep. Not like that'd be a bad thing, but still. In addition, I also need to remove the snake seal. Neither is difficult to do. They just need some time. However, There is no emergency to master this jutsu right now. I can work on it later. For now, I'll simply learn this jutsu. Fujin's chakra suddenly flared before it began flowing through his hair. His hair continued growing while becoming harder at the same time. Every strand of his hair became like a steel wire. His hair circled around his body, protecting him from all sides. A smile appeared on Fujin's face as he analyzed. Not bad. This jutsu is quite strong and very convenient. If my mid-range defensive jutsus fail, I can use this jutsu to protect myself while launching a counterattack at the same time. It can potentially disrupt follow-up attacks while adding another layer of defense before I have to depend on my clothes and the Iron Skin jutsu. I wonder who will make me show all the layers of my defense. Fujin already had a 4-layer defensive tactic for extreme situations. The first layer would be the Earth Wall Jutsu or the Rashomon Gates, which could be multi-layered in itself. The second layer was made up by the winds of his wind domain. If both these layers failed and the attack landed on his body, the defensive seals inscribed on his clothes would come into play. And the Iron Skin Jutsu formed the final layer of his defense. Now he learned a jutsu that formed another layer between his second and third defensive layers. Fujin was about to experiment further when he suddenly stopped and turned his head. His eyes locked on Monkey, who was rushing towards him. Fujin's hair gradually retracted, reaching their original shape before Monkey arrived and reported, "Fujin-sama, there's a shocking news from the Hokage's office." Finally done. Sorry for the delay, guys. There was a family event on Sunday, so I didn't get much time to write. On Monday, one of my neighbors sadly passed away. Wasn't particularly close to him, could be considered an acquaintance at best, but had to spend the majority of my day there. Should have completed it yesterday, but was hit with writer's block, so it took far longer than it should have. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon, link uw.patreon.com/devilhex. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Pedal Sarvesh 8 OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Nicolo, Jackson, Pal, JTSSE, Argia, Mech, Sweaty, One Sword, Moritz, Ivan, Ajumi Sajarat, Z25567, Leonardo, Frederick, ITT12, Lord Yitalo, and 883388 for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 853, Passing the Torch. Chapter 859 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Surprise appeared on Fujin's face as he heard the news from Monkey. Fujin glanced in the direction of Hokage Building and thought, now that's something I never expected to see, and to think that this happened without my direct intervention too. I wonder what happened to make Hiruzen, Koharu, and Homura leave the council at the same time. Knowing their natures, Fujin could only think of one possible reason. He realized, the Uchiha massacre. Hiruzen must have informed Tsunade about the truth. Itachi's little visit must be the trigger. To think he'd do this after surviving. This realization surprised Fujin as much as the news. He knew very well that neither Homura nor Koharu would willingly give up their seats. However, he didn't expect Hiruzen to tell anyone about his biggest failure either. If the truth were to come to light, much of Hiruzen's reputation would be destroyed irrespective of how much he had done for the village. It was a big risk Hiruzen took. Similarly, Tsunade was quite decisive as well. She swiftly eliminated the positions of the elders, and even did it in a way that it looked like a natural succession of power. Of course, the more keen minds would find it odd and be suspicious, but connecting the dots to the Uchiha massacre was more or less impossible, unless one already knew the truth like Fujin did. That said, Fujin didn't completely agree with Tsunade's decision. Fujin thought, while she was very decisive, she also gave up on some free labor. Koharu and Homura's situations are much different than in the original story. My existence and frequent clashes with them have lowered their prestige and standing considerably. If we ever clashed like I did with Danzo, the clan leaders will take my side. Be it because of my youth, any past differences they may have with the elders, or they just prefer to deal with someone younger and less experienced than those two old schemers. As a result, they were under a lot of pressure to keep their power. How readily they agreed to accept the tiresome responsibilities of implementing the changes to the academy just proves that. Instead of taking away their seats, she could have worked them until they retired voluntarily. Oh well, her choice. It's not like I have to go do the work. Fujin said, "Thank you for letting me know." "Is there something else?" Monkey answered, "No. Everything else in the village is as usual." Fujin sent him away. Just like Fujin, the other council members were informed about the same before the news slowly spread throughout the village. Most viewed it as the older generation passing the torch to the next one. However, the council members knew very well how much the elders loved their powers. Shikaku couldn't help but wonder, exactly what did she have to make both of them retire? Whatever it is must also incriminate Lord Third, or perhaps is bad for the village, and he gave up his seat to prevent any bad blood. Though, it is also possible he did it just due to his injuries. With his eldest son taking his seat in the council, he won't be losing much influence unlike the other two. Others had similar guesses. In the training ground, Fujin muttered internally, "Quite a lot of strange events are occurring. I need to learn these jutsus quickly. I can master it at a later date. It's time to do that." Fujin spent a couple more days training. The speed at which his hair grew increased considerably, though it was far from Jiraiya's level or even a level Fujin deemed sufficient to use against rank S ninjas. Regardless, he learnt the Wild Lion's Manin Jutsu, Needle Jizo Jutsu, Hair Needle Senbon Jutsu, and Needle Hell Jutsu in those 2 days. On the next day, instead of going to the training ground, Fujin entered his basement and sat in front of a pot. Sensing the Shukaku's chakra sealed within the pot, Fujin sighed. Again, it has barely increased. It was 7.5% when I returned to the village. It's been 2 weeks and it hasn't even reached 7.6%. No point in waiting anymore. I didn't do it earlier because I needed Tsunade's help to increase my cellular activity. As I suspected, that process allowed her to inspect my body and chakra thoroughly. If my chakra reserves had grown that much, she'd have noticed. She could have even connected it with Shukaku if there's any lingering chakra left after I absorb it. But, now that it's done, I have no more reservations. It's time to see the myriad tetragram seal in action. Fujin's expression became very serious. At the next moment, thousands of seals lit up in the large basement, isolating his basement from everything else. The density of seals was so ridiculously high that his basement was almost like a different space. Under Fujin's control, the seals on the pot started disappearing, and a dense, swirling mass of chakra floated out. The chakra was a murky golden brown, with streaks of black pulsating through it like veins. It seemed alive, constantly shifting and writhing as if seeking an outlet for its chaotic energy. Occasional wisps broke away from the main mass, releasing a faint hiss as they dissolved into the air. A faint pressure filled the basement, as though the chakra carried a primal, untamed essence. Had it not been for the seals in Fujin's house, every sensor and experienced ninja in Konoha would have felt the pressure and run towards Fujin's house to investigate. Fujin observed it for a couple of minutes, his sharp eyes analyzing every detail. He thought, there's no sign of intelligence or consciousness, yet the chakra is so feral, as expected of a tailed beast's chakra. The streaks of black are probably the remnants of Shukaku's malice, though at this size, it seems harmless. If this chakra had been twice or thrice its current size, I suspect it would have coalesced into something resembling an evil spirit, irrespective of whether it developed intelligence. Perhaps I could experiment with that later. I don't think Shukaku or his siblings would mind it much. Fujin chuckled as new ideas flooded into his mind. He extended his left palm towards the chakra. A seal appeared on his palm, and Shukaku's chakra was sucked into it. In the blink of an eye, the pressure in the basement disappeared, and calmness returned. Closing his eyes, Fujin returned to his inner world. Fujin's inner world was quite different from when he visited it the first time. Unlike the pitch-black darkness that filled his inner world initially, a faint glow illuminated most of his inner world now. There were 2 sources that illuminated his inner world. The first was the artificial chakra lake. The lake was no longer empty. Instead, 20% of it was already filled. Until a few days ago, that would have been over 9 times Fujin's normal chakra reserves. However, due to the recent boost to his chakra reserves, it was just over 7 times Fujin's chakra reserves. Since Fujin hadn't done intense training after the attack on the village, he always kept storing small portions of his chakra in the lake whenever he could. He had to be careful when he was on the march, but Fujin spent over a couple of weeks in the Land of Fire negotiating with Tsunagakure and over a week and a half experimenting with Tsunade. This was why the lake filled so quickly. The second source of light was a new one. Until a few moments ago, the sphere in the sky of Fujin's inner world was completely empty. However, it now contained over 7.5% of Shukaku's chakra and emitted a yellow light. Observing the sphere, Fujin raised an eyebrow and muttered, "Weird. There shouldn't be any light emitting from the sphere. Also, why is the light so dim? If it is being lit due to the chakra, shouldn't it be much brighter?" Fujin carefully observed the sphere and realized, "I see. The sphere is completely suppressing Shukaku's chakra. Does it mean how bright the light is depends on how strong the chakra sealed inside it is? Perhaps had it been Kurama, the sphere might have looked like a mini-sun. Still, why is the sphere emitting light? Based on my seals, nothing should have been Emi." Fujin immediately noticed a couple more things that surprised him. The first one he had expected, but the second caught him off guard. As soon as it appeared, the sphere began refining Shukaku's chakra so that it could become compatible with Fujin and be absorbed by him with little to no backlash or side effects. However, Shukaku's chakra was fighting back as Fujin predicted. What surprised Fujin was how intensely it was fighting back. Fujin thought, "I didn't expect such a fierce struggle from chakra that doesn't have any sentience. If this is how intense 7.5% of Shukaku's chakra is, how intense would be a complete tailed beast? Fuck, its resistance is stronger than the sphere's refinement. The sphere can't refine it all." If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh 8 at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Luke, Noel, Keegan, Mike Eric, Kalanji, Pervisaj, Khalid, and Mitchell for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 854. A Hidden Danger. Chapter 860 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. In the ninja world, there were various techniques of absorbing foreign chakra. The Rinnegan could absorb any chakra, tools like Samehada could assist in absorbing it. The Dark Release Kekkei Genkai did something similar, and there were even some weaker ninjas like Yoroi who had their own methods. However, all these abilities only absorbed the chakra temporarily. Once they used that chakra, it'd be gone from their bodies forever. Even if they didn't use it, they couldn't hold the chakra for a long time. Their chakra reserves wouldn't increase due to it. What Fujin was trying with the Myriad Tetragram seal was quite unique. Even though he was inspired by Minato's seal, it wasn't the same. Minato's seal achieved what it did over several years at a slow but steady rate. In addition, it needed Kurama's cooperation, even though he cooperated due to being fooled by Minato. Fujin's plan was to forcefully refine chakra and permanently make it a part of his body. It couldn't be done with any chakra. Heck, Fujin couldn't even use the chakra in his artificial chakra lake to achieve this. He could only use the chakra of a tailed beast or similar entities whose chakra perpetually regenerated due to nature. Of course, such chakras couldn't be absorbed directly either. If he did, Fujin would be affected by the same drawbacks and backlashes like the Jinchurikis. And those changes could be permanent too. Fujin didn't want to be wild and out of control like imperfect Jinchurikis. The role of the sphere within the Myriad Tetragram seal was crucial here. It first suppressed any chakra or beast sealed within it. The next step was to extract the chakra little by little and eliminate the influence of any being over it, making it unaffiliated with its original owner. The third step was to transform the extracted chakra and not only make it compatible with Fujin, but also make it easy for the chakra to assimilate into Fujin's body. It was a rather complicated process consisting of several crucial steps. Since he couldn't actually test this particular feature on normal bandits or rogue ninjas, Fujin didn't entirely understand it either. However, Fujin didn't expect he would face a hurdle at the very first step. Even so, Fujin wasn't panicking despite Shikaku's chakra gaining the upper hand. For starters, irrespective of whether the sphere could refine the chakra, Shikaku's chakra had no chance of breaking through the barrier. Even if Shikaku was present, it would have no chance of escaping. The barrier was just too sturdy. Secondly, expecting a mere seal to completely absorb a tailed beast's chakra was simply foolish. As magical as Fuinjutsu was, even it had its limits. Otherwise, the Uzumaki clan wouldn't have been destroyed, and Jashin could have taken over the world. Fujin could control the sphere and the refinement himself. That was the true essence of the myriad tetragram seal. A confrontation between Fujin and the tailed beast, where Fujin would be aided by the seal and the artificial chakra reserves to forcefully refine a tailed beast's chakra. It wasn't a gentle or delicate process like Minato's modifications on the 8 trigram divination seal he used to seal half of 9 tails inside Naruto. There were no tricks, no baits, but a direct confrontation. If one had to derive a similarity, it would be somewhat similar to Naruto and Kushina confronting Kurama to steal a small part of his chakra. Of course, Fujin had no sealing chains that suppressed tailed beasts. Instead, he entirely depended on his will, strength, artificial chakra reserves, and the sphere. As such, Shukaku's chakra resisting the sphere didn't pose any threat to Fujin. It was just that Fujin didn't expect a non-sentient chakra to force him to take action. That said, the bigger worry was something else. Fujin observed, "No matter how strong the chakra sealed in the sphere is, no light should be emitted. The sphere seals off everything. Only I should be able to see what's happening inside because this is in my inner world. The light that the sphere emits isn't directly due to Shikaku's chakra. No, the light is a product of the struggle between the sphere and the chakra. If that was all, I wouldn't care. Unfortunately, the light seems to have a destructive impact on my inner world. It's almost as if it is trying to decay or erode my inner world. Sigh, I didn't expect such a hidden danger. Luckily, this light isn't too destructive. The erosion is almost non-existent. If I wasn't connected to it, I wouldn't have even felt it. At its current rate, it might take 1,000,000 years to merely show signs of erosion, let alone destroy my inner world. However, I need to be careful while dealing with actual tailed beasts. I won't be as simple as I thought it would be. The light their struggle would produce will be much more intense. I can't say for sure how much of an impact it'll cause on my inner world. Even though I have some fail-safes, like simply throwing the tailed beast out of the seal in my body since I'm not exactly a Jinchuriki, it'll be such a waste if I have to resort to that. Fujin's myriad tetragram seal was different from typical sealing techniques. In normal sealing techniques, the tailed beast would be directly sealed inside the Jinchuriki's inner world. Their chakras would be connected with each other, and so would their lives. However, the sphere inside Fujin's inner world was like an entirely different space in itself. If he sealed a tailed beast inside the sphere, he wouldn't be connected with the tailed beast, nor would the tailed beast be connected with it. Fujin couldn't borrow the tailed beast's chakra like other Jinchurikis, nor transform into the tailed beast unless he sealed the tailed beast outside the sphere. Similarly, if Fujin were to die, the tailed beast sealed inside the sphere wouldn't die. Instead, it'd be released. As such, his life wasn't in danger. However, the hidden dangers alerted Fujin and made him far more cautious. He wasn't entirely sure what would happen if his inner world were to be destroyed. If it was merely losing the artificial chakra reserves, Fujin wouldn't mind risking it if the rewards were sufficiently high. However, if the damage extended beyond his inner world, Fujin cared deeply. Fujin thought, "Now that I think about it, I never destroyed anyone's inner world. I should test it out to see what effects it has on the person. Perhaps I should create a weaker variant of the myriad tetragram seal where the sphere is easier to destroy so that I can study its effects as well." That said, Fujin sighed. His army had done a number on the bandits and rogue ninjas in the Land of Fire. Finding new experimental subjects wouldn't be easy. Fujin decided, "Oh well, some other country can thank me. I'll take payments from their nobles later with a minuscule interest. For now, it's time to refine Shikaku's chakra." Fujin began floating in his inner world. The chakra in the artificial lake became chaotic for a moment before completely calming down and becoming still. Fujin sat in a meditative posture while floating a few feet above the center of the lake, his eyes completely fixed on the sphere floating right above him. Slowly, he closed his eyes as he took complete control over the sphere. Shukaku's chakra, which had begun wreaking havoc inside the sphere, suddenly calmed down as the pressure on it increased tenfold. The chakra was easily suppressed. However, its ferocity only increased as it fought back against Fujin's will. The sun had long set, yet sounds of shurikens hitting their targets and the rhythmic thuds of punches against wooden dummies were heard from a training ground not far from the new Uchiha clan compounds. Sasuke stood alone, his shirt drenched in chest and his breathing rough. His Sharingans glowed faintly as he continued practicing his forms, remembering his vow to kill Itachi. Not too far away, 4 figures sat stealthily in nearby trees. Sasuke hadn't noticed their presence. Yet, they looked at him and nodded in admiration. One of them, wearing a bird mask, muttered, "His resolve and determination is extraordinary. He's completely out of stamina and yet is training at this intensity." The Anbu ninja next to him nodded. "It's truly a sight to see. At least in terms of strength, the next clan leader of the Uchiha clan may not be much weaker than his predecessors. This is good for the Vil." He suddenly croaked, though no voice escaped his lips. His partner immediately turned his head. To his shock, a kunai appeared from his throat. His eyes moved, noticing someone had pierced the back of his comrade's neck. Before his body could react, he was beheaded as well. "AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, patreon.com/devilhex. Alternatively, you can support me on Google PA, paddlesarvh at OKSBuy, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Ivan. Born AAA, Dismal, Howard, Asher, Louie, Bluebird, Chris, Giroth, Meligant, Big Turner, and Zekrom for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more, support links in the description, rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 861, 1 month. Chapter 861 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. The last 3 days I have been relatively free, spent most of my writing, or at least trying to. Sadly, I stayed stuck at a single point for over 2.5 days, was depressed and had almost given up earlier today, but wanted to give it one last shot so that I don't leave you guys waiting for the last few days, and without anything. Luckily, I got a good rhythm and managed to complete the chapter today. Sadly, this kinda shows that if I continue writing this way, it's unlikely I'll ever return to the consistency I had in 2023 and 2024. Thought it was just a phase and I'd grind it out of it, but I sadly failed. Writing this way isn't fun for me. On the contrary, the last month or so has been rather depressing for me as a writer due to how frequently I have missed the schedule and disappointed you guys. I'll be taking a hiatus in the month of May as per my previous notice. I'll likely spend the first couple of weeks completely away from my book, taking some time to cool off. Might finally look into my long-to-read list, which kept on increasing due to all the recommendations you guys gave me. Lol. The next couple of weeks, I'll restart my grind. To be honest, I do have most of my story planned out. It's the fighting scenes that troubled me the most recently. Kinda ironic, as I used to be most comfortable with writing them. If you guys recall, I did 3 double releases in a row while writing the first round between Fujin and Orochimaru. So, I'll be using the last 2 weeks to sort out the battle scenes so that I can write them without having to face writer blocks. This is even more important as the fighting scenes will be far more complicated in the upcoming arc, and I'll need to create a lot of original content. In addition, I'll also try to build some reserve chapters so that I can maintain a regular release time as I once used to do. Important, I'll be pausing my payments during the hiatus. It should result in the following. 1. Everyone who still has a membership will get a +1 month time added to your membership. 2. No new members will be able to join when the payments are off, including older returning members. P.S. This is my first time doing this, so everything I know is from what I read. If you face any issues, please comment in this post. Also, I'm not sure if I'll be allowed to make new posts during this period, though my DM should work normally. Note, I'll pause the payments in 12 hours to give time to anyone who wants to join at the last minute. I hope all of you have a joyful, peaceful, and fulfilling month of May. Stay safe and healthy. I'll focus on my health too. Once again, thank you for all your love and support, guys. I couldn't have written over 900 chapters and 1.4 million words without you guys pushing me. Praying I keep receiving your love and support even after my hiatus. Take care, Flangso. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 855, A Choice, Chapter 862 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Huh, what was that? Two Anbu ninjas became alert and looked to their left. Without wasting any time, both flickered towards the source of the noise. However, while they were in the middle of flickering, a kunai pierced through the heart of one of them. The eyes of the last Anbu ninjas widened. He stopped his body flicker jutsu and thought in disbelief, he was killed while he was flickering? Who the hell? Terror appeared behind his rhino mask as his eyes finally fell on the attacker. He immediately flickered backwards, abandoning his dead teammate and escaping towards the village. At the same time, a kunai with an explosive tag attached to it appeared in his right hand. Unfortunately, before he could throw it, he was beheaded too. At the same time, lightning sparks hit the explosive tag, disarming it. As the Anbu's head floated, his last sight was the killer's pale, serpentine face and golden slit pupil eyes gleamed faintly in the moonlight, exuding an eerie, predatory calm. Orochimaru's eyes fell on the dead Anbu's waist. A black paper attached to his belt was burning. Orochimaru immediately doused it and thought, weird, what's this tag? He observed it for a few seconds, but didn't understand. He thought, oh well, it doesn't matter. But I should hurry. Sasuke, who was still training, stopped and looked around. He frowned, thinking, what was that sound? Who fell? His eyes suddenly widened as a familiar figure appeared before him. He immediately grabbed his kunai and muttered, Orochimaru, what are you doing here? In the Anbu headquarters, Eagle was sitting in his office. Though he was added to the council, he didn't receive any additional duties. After all, he was already the commander of the Anbu and was looking after the affairs of the Sarutobi clan. His hands were full. It was a normal day for him when one of the tags in his room began burning. His eyes immediately moved the tag and he realized, the Uchiha clan? Strange. I didn't expect any incident right now. What could have happened? Two shadow clones appeared next to him. One flickered towards the Hokage's office, while the other got hold of 4 nearby Anbu squads to go to the Uchiha clan compounds. Kakashi, this is your next mission. The daimyo of the Land of Hot Water has... Tsunade stopped speaking and her eyes moved towards Eagle's shadow clone. Without wasting any time, the shadow clone immediately reported, Lady Tsunade, there seems to be a mishap near the Uchiha clan compounds. One of the Anbu I stationed there lit the black communication tag. My other clone is assembling the Anbu ninjas in headquarters and should be leaving any moment now. Tsunade was aware of the communication tags created by Fujin. Though it hadn't spread much yet, Konoha's leadership used it to its fullest extent. A frown appeared on her face as she wondered, the Uchiha clan? Does this have something to do with Sensei telling me the truth? Or is this unrelated? Having learnt the truth behind the Uchiha massacre just a few days ago, her mind immediately thought in that direction. She cursed, if those old geezers are still up to something after having committed what they did, I won't forgive them, she commanded. Kakashi, go with them and check what this is about. I'll send more reinforcements soon. Kakashi nodded and flickered. Orochimaru smirked as he saw Sasuke's defiance, his golden, snake-like eyes gleaming with malicious intent. His voice was soft but menacing. Still as sharp as ever, Sasuke-kun. I see the fire in your eyes hasn't diminished, but I wonder, how far has that fire taken you? Have you grown strong enough to face your brother yet? To make him suffer the way he made you suffer? Sasuke tightened his grip on his kunai, his Sharingan flaring to life, and asked, What do you want, Orochimaru? I don't have time for your games. Chuckling, Orochimaru tilted his head and said, What I want? Oh, Sasuke-kun, it's not about what I want. It's about what you want. I know the hatred that burns in your heart, the thirst for vengeance against Itachi, and I also know you're not strong enough to defeat him yet. Sasuke's jaw clenched, but he said nothing. Orochimaru took a step closer, his voice turning almost seductive as he continued. You've realized it, haven't you? No matter how hard you train, no matter how much you push yourself, the gap between you and Itachi is insurmountable. You'll never reach him on your own. But with me, I can give you the power you crave, the power to crush him. Sasuke narrowed his eyes and icily asked, And what would you get in return? Orochimaru tilted his head, his expression a mix of amusement and malice. He answered, Your body, your talent, your potential. I could help you become a vessel of unparalleled power. All I ask is that you come with me, and I will unlock your full potential and help you take revenge for everything your brother has stolen from you. His answer immediately angered Sasuke. Holding his rage back as much as he could, he asked, So that's your plan? To take my body and use me like one of your experiments? Orochimaru let out a soft laugh, his tone almost mocking. He asked in return, And if I did, would it matter? You'd have your revenge, wouldn't you? Itachi would die, and the Uchiha name would live on, stronger than ever. He leaned in slightly, his golden eyes boring into Sasuke's. Think carefully, Sasuke-kun. Are you really going to let your pride stand in the way of ultimate power? Sasuke took a step back, his anger replaced by a smirk. He prepared himself for a battle as he countered. You're pathetic, Orochimaru. You lost everything, and now you're grasping at straws. You're not worthy of being my teacher. For the first time, Orochimaru's smile faltered. Sasuke continued, his voice filled with scorn. There's someone stronger than you in the village. Someone who's beaten you and destroyed everything you built. Tell me, why shouldn't I seek guidance from him instead of following a loser like you? Orochimaru's expression darkened for a moment as he recalled a memory he hadn't given much importance to. It was Fujin advising Orochimaru to give up his life and die at his hands so that he could maintain his reputation and no one would learn how disappointing Orochimaru was. Back then, Orochimaru didn't take Fujin's words seriously, as he knew Fujin was simply trying to get into his head. However, the sight of Sasuke looking down on him suddenly brought back those memories. Orochimaru never expected such words to turn into reality. Orochimaru removed those thoughts from his mind. His dark expression disappeared as quickly. Orochimaru quickly composed himself, his unsettling grin returning. He muttered, Ah, Fujin-kun. He did surpass my expectations by a large degree. I won't lie, his strength is ridiculous, especially for his age. However, what of it? He can't make you stronger like I can. He has no idea of how to explore your true potential. Even if he agreed to guide you, you'll never become strong enough to kill Itachi. Of course, you could ask Fujin to kill Itachi and take revenge for you. I wouldn't be surprised if he manages to do that. Is that what you want, Sasuke-kun? To stay back like a weak little coward while others fight your battles for you? Surely my eyes haven't deceived me, have they? Sasuke's smirk disappeared, replaced by a frown. Orochimaru's words hit where it hurt the most. Sasuke had approached Fujin once, but was sent flying before he could say anything. After he was released from the hospital, Sasuke tried several times to meet with Fujin. However, he never succeeded in even seeing his face, let alone talk to him. Whether Fujin could train Sasuke to become as strong as him was secondary. Sasuke wasn't even sure whether he could get Fujin to train him. From Sasuke's perspective, Fujin had no reason to train him. There was nothing Sasuke could offer him. The only hope he had was that Fujin had guided Naruto for no apparent reason, but it was a distant hope. As such, Orochimaru's offer was far more tempting. Though Sasuke understood he could lose his body and perhaps himself, his safety wasn't high on his priority list. Who is missing? Eagle's clone asked impatiently. Along with the Shadow clone, 16 Anbu ninjas and Kakashi had appeared near the Uchiha clan compounds and met with the Anbu captain stationed there. Following his orders, the Anbu captain recalled all patrolling units to check who had lit the black communication tag. As soon as everyone returned, the Anbu captain reported, Rhino's squad is missing. They were looking over Uchiha Sasuke. Kakashi's right eye widened. He immediately said, Lead the way to him. Eagle's clone added, Half of the patrol units stay here. Rest come with us. Without wasting any more time, most of the Anbu ninjas flickered. Orochimaru asked, So what is your decision, Sasuke? Good to be back, guys. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon, link www.patreon.com/devilhex. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh 8 at OKSBuy. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Cade, Fosser, Untitled, The Great Gert, David, Mustafa, Florin, Shahad, Sharing, Idkanimore, Munir, and Damien for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 856, Revenge or Responsibilities. Chapter 863 of Naruto the Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. So what is your decision, Sasuke? Orochimaru asked with a grin. He could see his words had an impact on Sasuke's young mind. While Fujin undoubtedly had a greater potential, he couldn't compete with Orochimaru's experience in this aspect. Sasuke entered into a deep thought. Should I accept his offer? Is it worth it? Unlike the original story, there were two aspects for Sasuke to consider. The first was obviously his hatred for Itachi and his thirst for revenge. However, Sasuke also shouldered the responsibility of leading and protecting the remaining Uchiha kids. They looked up to Sasuke and idolized him. Unlike Fujin, who rarely attached himself to anyone, Sasuke deeply cared about them. Sasuke analyzed, if I go with him, I may not be able to lead the Uchiha clan and rebuild it. No, I definitely won't be able to do it. He wants my body. I'm not sure if I'll live, let alone have any control over my body. However, that could allow me or my body to take revenge on Itachi. Is it worth it to sacrifice myself to get revenge on Itachi? Sasuke didn't need to think much to know his answer to that question. His desire to kill Itachi vastly exceeded every other dream of his. It was important to note that Sasuke's dream in the original story wasn't just to kill Itachi, but also to rebuild the Uchiha clan. As the last surviving member of the Uchiha clan, the onus was on him to rebuild it. Yet he decided to abandon that goal and went to Orochimaru, even if it meant that the Uchiha clan could go extinct. Sasuke thought, even though I'm older than them, there isn't much I can do to guide them. Their training is taken care of by the village. Even without me, the village will look after them. They can rebuild the Uchiha clan irrespective of my presence. The only question now is Orochimaru my best bet to kill Itachi? Unlike his previous decisiveness, Sasuke hesitated. Much like how Kakashi's image had deteriorated in his eyes, Orochimaru had fallen too. Sasuke thought, he lost against Fujin, he lost against Third, and he even ran away from his village. I even overheard Naruto saying that Orochimaru ran away from Fifth. Can someone like him really defeat Itachi? And can I trust him to defeat Itachi after he takes over my body? While Sasuke couldn't know for sure whether Orochimaru could defeat Itachi, he had no reason to trust Orochimaru. He couldn't help but think, Fujin, Third and Fifth all gained their strength by training in Konoha. Even Itachi gained his strength the same way. Why can't I gain strength similarly? If Fujin can defeat Orochimaru despite being only 4 years older than me, there's no reason for me to not grow strong enough to kill Itachi in a few years. Instead of placing all my bets on someone as untrustworthy as Orochimaru, I'd rather trust myself. The answer had formed in Sasuke's heart. Once it took root, it gripped him even tighter, increasing his belief every moment. He grabbed his kunai even tighter and prepared himself for a battle as he answered with conviction and belief in himself. I don't need your help, Orochimaru. I'll kill Itachi, mice. He suddenly stopped speaking as he felt a pain in the back of his neck. Before he could understand what was happening, he collapsed unconscious in front of Orochimaru. Orochimaru's expression was a mixture of amusement and disappointment. He thought, Tsk, I never expected Fujin's words to come true. For such a stripling to look down on me, my reputation is down in the gutters. That said, did he really think I'd give him a choice? It'd have been simpler if he cooperated, but either way is fine. His body will be mine. Orochimaru's pale palm landed on Sasuke's curse seal, making Sasuke writhe in pain despite being unconscious. Several marks spread around his body. At the same time, Orochimaru opened a large scroll. Carefully, he extracted some of Sasuke's chakra with the help of his curse seal, as well as some of his blood, and imprinted both on the large scroll. He thought, unlike the reverse summoning done by summoning tribes who hold contracts, reverse summoning among ninjas has several restrictions. The basic requirement is for a temporary contract to be signed. It requires a ninja's blood, chakra, as well as consent. However, since Sasuke bears my curse seal, I have sufficient control over his chakra to form consent irrespective of whether he wants to give it or not. Another major obstacle is that the ninja can resist the reverse summoning conducted through such temporary contracts. While there are ways to sidestep that as well, it's just easier to knock Sasuke out instead. Huh? A frown appeared on his face as he sensed several figures approaching him at a fast speed. He thought, this speed, it must be the Anbu. How were they warned? I carefully killed everyone without letting them send a signal. Suddenly, Orochimaru recalled the burning black tag and wondered, was it due to that? No matter, they're too late. In a hidden base in the land of hot water, Jugo and several other ninjas became alert. Jugo observed, a new name appeared on this contract. Uchiha Sasuke, Orochimaru-sama succeeded. Within moments, 9 Anbu squads appeared along with Kakashi and Eagle's clone. Their eyes widened in shock on seeing Orochimaru crouching over Sasuke, who was lying on the ground, occasionally writhing in pain. Without a second's hesitation, Kakashi raised his headband and opened his left eye. Flaring his chakra, Kakashi asked, Orochimaru, what are you doing here? Under normal circumstances, they would have attacked right away, but Sasuke's presence complicated things. Kakashi, in particular, was very careful. He glanced towards a few Anbu squads, who quickly flickered and surrounded Orochimaru from all sides. Orochimaru chuckled, You fellows burned down my entire village. My soul was so sorrowful that it needed a new house. The sound of hundreds of bird chirping buzzed in everyone's ears as Kakashi prepared his Chidori and replied, Did you forget you were the one who attacked first? I'm surprised you dared to return here in your state. Kakashi was informed of Orochimaru's state, and hence never expected Orochimaru to show up here. He was so surprised by the sight that he wondered, has Orochimaru healed his injured soul so quickly? Or has he made any other arrangements for him to be so calm? Knowing Orochimaru, Kakashi prepared himself for several hidden traps and possible ambushes. Suddenly, his eye widened as Sasuke disappeared in a puff of smoke. Kakashi immediately realized, shit, the reverse summoning jutsu. However, when did Sasuke sign a contract? And where did he take Sasuke? With Sasuke no longer in the way, Kakashi ran straight towards Orochimaru at blinding speed. At the same time, the nearby Anbu ninjas attacked as well. Orochimaru dodged their attacks while retreating from Kakashi and said, In my current state, taking you on will be quite a challenge. Kakashi didn't care for Orochimaru's words. He followed him with precise movements, giving Orochimaru quite a difficult time. A few sparks hit Orochimaru, burning his skin on contact. Orochimaru observed, This lightning style. He's infusing yin chakra like his father once did. He's far from his level, but this is remarkable progress in such a short time. Where did you take Sasuke? Kakashi asked as more lightning sparks hit Orochimaru, despite him evading Kakashi's main attack. Lightning release, lightning hound jutsu. Unable to stab Orochimaru with his Chidori, despite assistance from the remaining Anbu ninjas, Kakashi transformed the lightning on his hand into a hound and launched it at Orochimaru. Concentrating his chakra onto his right foot, Orochimaru stamped the ground with all his might as he continued retreating. Earth Release Sand Rift Surge Jutsu. Deep cracks spread along the ground with Orochimaru's foot as the epicenter. As the cracks grew, sand rushed out through them, moving forward at a very rapid speed. The nearby Anbu ninjas immediately flickered out of the way as the sand slicked through everything in its path. Despite lightning having an advantage over Earth, the lightning hound was slowed down and dispersed by a continuous barrage of sand blades. Even Kakashi was forced to retreat. Orochimaru successfully reset the momentum, even getting an upper hand momentarily. Yet, he didn't press on the advantage. He stood at the same spot thinking, I'm still not used to this new body. My calculations of healing my soul using this body's original soul were off too. My arms still haven't healed completely. I won't be able to last much longer. If I keep this up, I might lose to Kakashi even if he doesn't get any reinforcements. That would drag whatever reputation I still have left even more through the mud. Time to end this. The counterattack Kakashi and the rest expected never came. Instead, Orochimaru said, I didn't come here to fight with you, Kakashi. Tell Sensei that I remember the humiliation Konoha inflicted on me. Sooner or later, I shall settle the scores. Orochimaru's voice lingered in the air as he disappeared from the training ground, just like Sasuke did a few moments ago. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, pedalsarvesh8 at OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Killjoy, Paul, Mark, Roman, Munir, Ymir, Palika, and Muabe for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you Mudasir for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 857, Rescue Mission. Chapter 864 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. What did you say? Tsunade asked, her eyes widened in shock. She could barely believe her ears. Shizune was in shock as well. Kakashi sighed sorrowfully. I apologize, I couldn't stop him. Sasuke was kidnapped by Orochimaru and he escaped using the reverse summoning jutsu. We searched the entire area, but couldn't find any traces of him. We found the bodies of 4 of our Anbu ninjas. Orochimaru killed them earlier. One of them set off the signal. Tsunade's frown deepened as she thought, I just learnt the truth behind the Uchiha massacre, and soon after Sasuke is kidnapped? Sigh, to let his brother be taken from the village. How disappointing. Then again, his actions pushed Sasuke towards Orochimaru. Did Sasuke go voluntarily, or was he kidnapped? Tsunade instructed, Tell me everything that happened in detail. She paused before adding, Call Jiraiya and Sensei here. Bring Fujin too. 3 figures disappeared from the office. Kakashi reported. When we reached the training ground, Orochimaru was crouching over Sasuke, who was lying on the ground. I noticed the curse marks on his body. I believe that must have something to do with his reverse summoning. My first thought was that Orochimaru used it to paralyze Sasuke, but my Sharingan observed that he was unconscious. Kakashi reported every little detail of the events that followed. After Orochimaru was reverse summoned, he ordered the Anbu ninjas to thoroughly search the place just in case Orochimaru was fooling them. Unfortunately, they didn't find anything other than the 4 bodies. Tsunade's reinforcements reached the training ground too, but they were very late. Even if they had arrived earlier, they didn't include anyone as strong as Kakashi. After all, Tsunade never expected someone like Orochimaru to infiltrate the village. She had no reason to send someone like Jiraiya or Fujin. Tsunade cursed internally. That bastard! To think he'd be so obsessed with Uchiha Sasuke. I never expected him to take such a risk in his current state. She asked, What is your view on Orochimaru's state? Kakashi thoughtfully answered, It's difficult to say for sure. His movements were slightly slower, but he could easily keep up with me. He also used a powerful earth release jutsu, which also consisted of some aspects of wind manipulation. However, I could see he was struggling. His strength almost felt like a facade. I don't think he would have lasted very long. His arms may have healed a bit, but Orochimaru hasn't recovered entirely. That said, a complicated expression appeared on Kakashi's face as he added, If he attacks and keeps using the reverse summoning jutsu, there's little we can do against him. Tsunade replied, All rank S ninjas are difficult to deal with. Orochimaru might be the most difficult of all. Kakashi asked, What about Sasuke? Tsunade answered, We'll rescue him. Unfortunately, it won't be that easy. The only good thing is that he must have already changed his body to recover to this extent. Sasuke's life shouldn't be in danger for a few years at least. Let's wait for Sensei Jiraiya and Fujin to come here. Tsunade hadn't been in the village for a long while. Though a lot was done to ensure she caught up with everything, there was only so much you could do in a few days. As such, Hiruzen and Jiraiya had far deeper insights into Orochimaru and could have better ideas than Tsunade. Though Fujin wasn't close to Orochimaru like the 3 of them, he had burned down the land of rice and destroyed hundreds of Otogakure bases. So Tsunade valued his input as well. A few minutes later, Hiruzen and Jiraiya arrived at the office. Both became serious on noticing everyone's solemn expressions. Jiraiya asked, What is the issue? Why are so many ninjas moving around the village? Tsunade sighed and informed them about the events. Just like her, both were shocked to learn about Orochimaru's short visit. Hiruzen frowned. Just when I was about to guide Sasuke myself, he made a move. Sigh, this is almost a lost cause. I didn't expect Orochimaru to be so desperate for Sasuke that he'd take such a huge risk. Jiraiya had similar thoughts. Their attention moved towards Tsunade, who asked, "So, any good ideas to rescue Sasuke?" Hiruzen glanced towards Jiraiya. After all, Jiraiya was the one who chased after Orochimaru when he went rogue. Jiraiya sighed and answered, "It's difficult. Very difficult. In all the years I chased after him, I only found him thrice before I gave up on making him return to the village. And that was when he wasn't injured and overconfident in his abilities. Now he'll hide better and maintain several escape routes, including the reverse summoning jutsu. Merely finding his location might take months, if not years. And he might just escape if he detects us closing in on him." Tsunade frowned as Jiraiya continued, "Our best bet is for me to sense him with senjutsu. Even that is risky, as his instincts will warn him. However, if he doesn't escape quickly, we can launch a quick and all-out attack. Killing him will be difficult, but we will have a chance to reach Sasuke before he reverse summons him, which could allow us to break his contract forcefully." Tsunade asked, "Is there no faster way? Even though Orochimaru can't take over Sasuke's body for a few years, leaving Sasuke with him for several months is dangerous." Jiraiya shook his head. He had spent a long time chasing after his friend and knew very well how difficult it was. If he could narrow his search down to, say, the land of rice, then there could have been some hope of finding Sasuke more quickly. However, since Fujin destroyed Otogakure, Orochimaru could be anywhere in the ninja world. He said softly, "Even what I said before is the most ideal situation. If we fail once, he'll raise his guard drastically, making any future attempts nearly impossible. Not to mention, he could brainwash and manipulate Sasuke, making the kid unwilling to cooperate with us. That would increase the difficulty of rescuing him by a notch." Tsunade sighed tiredly. She could see how hopeless the situation was. However, knowing what Itachi had sacrificed, she couldn't just let Sasuke be kidnapped by Orochimaru. The village held a duty to bring him back, especially since Sasuke hadn't betrayed Konoha but was kidnapped by Orochimaru instead. Kakashi's expression also dulled. Though Sasuke had been troublesome to deal with in the past few days, he was his student. Seeing him in such danger didn't feel good. He could only hope that the village didn't give up. His expression relaxed slightly as Tsunade said, "That complicates things, but we can't give up. Who would you need to help you with this mission?" Jiraiya thought for a bit and answered, "No one while I'm searching for him. Once I find him, I'll need assistance from a few strong ninjas, preferably elite Junins or even stronger. I suppose Fujin and Kakashi would be perfect." Tsunade was about to nod when she suddenly felt something amiss. She looked around the room and asked, "Why isn't Fujin here?" One of her guards appeared in front of her and reported, "Lady Fifth, Fujin's house has a do not disturb sign. I tried knocking for a few minutes, but he didn't open his door." Tsunade frowned again. "Do not disturb? What the hell? Does he do it frequently?" Her eyes moved towards Hiruzen. Even though she hadn't been in Konoha for a long time, she had grown up here. In all her years, this was the first time she heard something like this. Even Kakashi and Jiraiya were bewildered. However, Hiruzen was well aware of it. He said, he does do it often. However, he always answers his door since if anyone disturbs him at this time, it implies that there's an emergency. For him to not respond is strange." Tsunade furrowed her eyebrows, not knowing what to make of the situation. She thought, "Having seen him so far, I don't think he'll willfully ignore me or be insubordinate. What is he doing?" Before she could say anything, her Anbu guard added, "Actually, I talked with the Anbu captain stationed at his compound. He said Fujin hadn't removed that sign for over 3 days. Fujin hasn't left his house ever since he put up that sign." Worry appeared on Tsunade's face as she muttered, 3 days? Don't tell me Orochimaru targeted Fujin before he targeted Sasuke." In almost a synchronized manner, Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Hiruzen shook their heads. Kakashi said, "No, that can't happen." Hiruzen agreed, "It's impossible." Jiraiya added, "Even if he wasn't injured, Orochimaru wouldn't try that." And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, w.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Padil Sarvesh 8 at OKSBI. can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Saptarsi, Idris, Benjamin, Thomas, Pax, The XY, Kate, and Zamfalout for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you Ganesh for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 858, An Abomination. Chapter 865 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Unlike Hiruzen, Kakashi, and Jiraiya, she had never seen Fujin's house or his compounds or the monstrosity that surrounded it. She felt the three were confident about Fujin's skills and knew he wouldn't fall so easily. She said, "Whatever it is, we need to check on Fujin." She glanced at her Anbu guard and said, "Enter his house and check whether he is all right." The Anbu guard immediately became nervous and said, I don't think I can do that." His reply caught Tsunade off guard. She didn't think her Anbu guard would refuse to follow her orders. Annoyed, she asked angrily, "Do you want me to go down there and break his door?" Her Anbu guard became even more nervous and advised, "I wouldn't recommend either, Lady Fifth." His reply angered her further. Luckily, Hiruzen coughed before she could completely lose her temper and said, "Tsuna, he's right." "What do you mean he is right? Sasuke is kidnapped and we don't know whether Fujin is safe or not, and you want me to sit here and do nothing?" Tsunade barked at her sensei, who could only blame himself for jumping in the line of fire. Luckily, Jiraiya said, "It's not what you think, Tsunade. It's Fujin's house. It is." For a moment, Jiraiya didn't know how to describe it. During all his decades of travels, Jiraiya had never seen anything similar. He wasn't even sure whether the dictionary had any words to describe what Fujin had done with his house. Kakashi and Hiruzen wanted to help him, but they faced the same problem. "What is it? What's the matter with his house?" Tsunade asked, wanting answers. Had the situation been different, she would have been amused by seeing Jiraiya at a loss for words. Unfortunately, the situation was too serious. Jiraiya muttered, "His houses." Even though a few seconds had passed, Jiraiya still didn't know how to explain it. Finally, Hiruzen sighed and muttered, "It's difficult to explain. You should take a look at his house yourself. It'll be easier that way. Just send a shadow clone." Kakashi nodded, agreeing with Hiruzen's words. Shizune wondered, exactly what is the matter with his house? Why are all three of them speechless? Helpless, Tsunade could only accept Hiruzen's suggestion. She created a shadow clone, who was about to flicker when Shizune said, "I'll come too, Lady Tsunade." Unable to suppress her curiosity, she created a shadow clone too, and the two clones flickered. Within a few seconds, they reached Fujin's compounds. When their eyes fell on his compounds, both saw an elegant but normal house surrounded by several more elegant buildings. However, Tsunade's clone suddenly felt uneasy. She wondered, "Something feels strange. It feels like the seals. What sort of seals were used to protect his house?" Tsunade's clone concentrated chakra in her eyes to check out the seals on Fujin's house and compound. As soon as her eyes glowed, Tsunade's clone froze. The sight was so bizarre and shocking that her face failed to display the shock she felt. This house looks ordinary. Even though the design is good, why were they so speechless? Shizune's clone muttered before looking towards Tsunade's clone for answers. However, Tsunade's clone didn't react. It was almost as if she didn't hear a single word Shizune's clone spoke. "Lady Tsunade? Lady Tsunade?" Shizune's clone spoke slightly loudly and shook Tsunade's clone on seeing her frozen like a statue. Broken from her trance, sweat appeared on Tsunade's clone's face. Concerned, Shizune's clone asked, "Lady Tsunade, what's the matter? Why are you so pale? What's wrong with the house?" Tsunade's clone didn't answer, instead taking deep breaths. She finally formed coherent thoughts as she wondered, "What an abomination! Who built such an abomination? Did Sensei order it? No, he isn't this extreme. I don't think Danzo would do something like this either." Her eyes moved towards the compounds once again. She couldn't see a single brick. Instead, her eyes were blinded by the innumerable seals carved on the compound. The light was the brightest at Fujin's house. Tsunade's clone couldn't even see how many layers of seals existed on his house. "Lady Tsunade, can you hear me?" Shizune's clone asked again. "Calm down, Shizune," Tsunade's clone finally said. She took another deep breath and said, "That house isn't normal. No, the entire compound isn't normal. Shizune's clone wondered, what does she mean? What did she see? I haven't ever seen her being this shocked and terrified. Tsunade's clone continued, it's the seals protecting his house. You can't see it because you haven't focused on Fuinjutsu. Shizune's clone confusedly asked, I still don't get it. Isn't it natural to have seals protect your house? What is so strange about his house? Did he use any special seals? Tsunade's clone answered, still in disbelief, it's not whether the seals are special, but how many seals are inscribed here. Shizune's clone followed her mentor's gaze and looked at Fujin's house. Her eyes widened as she heard, a normal house barely has a dozen or so seals, if any at all. If it is someone important, their house can have several dozen seals. The Hokage building has several hundred considering how important it is. But this house? I'm not sure how many seals are inscribed here, but it is in the thousands. No, it should be tens of thousands. There might even be over 100,000 seals here. 100,000? Even though Shizune wasn't a seal master, she was aware of how strong Fuinjutsu was due to Tsunade's strength of 100 seal. Though she didn't learn Fuinjutsu, she was aware of several seals. As such, she understood how ridiculous the number of seals on Fujin's house were. For a moment, she was happy they stopped so far away from the house. Tsunade's clone muttered, no wonder he was so scared. My command was no different from a death sentence. There's no way Orochimaru would attack Fujin here. I don't think anyone can break this seal formation. However, why was such an abomination created? What did Sensei want? The two shadow clones pondered over the implications of a house with so many seals. At the same time, they also wondered why Fujin hadn't exited his house for 3 days and still wasn't responding. There's another matter we need to address. Our village's seal formation is useless against Orochimaru. Even though some modifications were carried out, the skeleton of the formation is still the same. He's able to sneak inside undetected with ease. Tsunade said in the office. Hiruzen agreed, yes, it may be time to overhaul our defensive formations completely. I hadn't expected him to hold such hatred towards me and the village. He might sell the information to other villages to increase our troubles. Kakashi added, it isn't just Orochimaru. Itachi did the same. It leaves us vulnerable to Akatsuki's attempts to kidnap Naruto. They might try to kidnap him just like Orochimaru kidnapped Sasuke. The new Akatsuki member Fujin discovered also poses a big threat. Since Kakashi wasn't aware of the truth, the three of them could only agree. Hiruzen and Jiraiya nodded, but Tsunade stopped midway. Shock and disbelief appeared on her face. A similar expression appeared on Shizune's face. As for the rest, none of them were surprised. Jiraiya thought, so she finally received the memories of her clone. Hehe, now you know what I felt like. Tsunade's eyes moved towards Hiruzen as she asked, why were so many seals inscribed there? As shocking as the sight of the innumerable seals was, Tsunade couldn't help but wonder what they were hiding. Shizune thought, whatever the reason may be, the seals must be hiding a top secret. To their surprise, Hiruzen plainly answered, Fujin inscribed them to keep his house safe. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Needless to say, she didn't believe such a lousy answer and felt Hiruzen was keeping some things hidden from her. She sarcastically asked, protect the house from what? Another QB assault? Hiruzen nonchalantly replied, that may have been one of his considerations. Jiraiya thought, more like he considered the nine-tailed beasts attacking at the same time. Tsunade frowned and said, okay, cut the act. Tell me why you had so many seals inscribed there. Hiruzen asked, I have nothing to do with it. It was all Fujin, be it the decision to inscribe so many seals, the plans and formations, or inscribing them. Not believing him, Tsunade asked, so you want me to believe that Fujin inscribed tens of thousands of seals without your approval and you never did anything to stop him? While Fujin had inscribed the seals on his house, he lived inside Konoha. Such a ridiculous number of seals would raise alarms throughout the village. Generally, the Hokage wouldn't allow something like that to be made. As such, Tsunade's analysis was correct. However, she simply failed to comprehend the absurdity of the situation. To her surprise and annoyance, Hiruzen sighed and muttered, that seems about right. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link w.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh 8 OKS Buy. can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Slade, Rifio, Eduardinosaur, Leonardo, Shreven, Quentin, Pink, Matheus, Gambayar, Wander, and Big Country for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 59, Tsunade's Regret. Chapter 866 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Before Tsunade could ask anything else, Hiruzen explained, Fujin's house initially had a normal amount of seals inscribed by a seal master. However, when he became a seal master himself, he inscribed a ridiculous amount of seals before anyone could notice. Back then, I thought he'd stop at that. Yet, he kept increasing the number of seals on his house as his knowledge of Fuinjutsu deepened. Each time I thought it'd be the last time. By the time I realized his nature, it was too late. Hiruzen grumbled under his breath. That brat still keeps adding on to those seals. Does he think the moon will drop on his house? Hiruzen's words, though soft, were heard by everyone in the room. Seeing Hiruzen at a loss due to Fujin's peculiar obsession surprised them. Over his long life, Hiruzen had dealt with countless peculiar and eccentric individuals, be it Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Danzo, or even his counterparts in other villages. It wasn't frequent to see Hiruzen like this. Tsunade, still doubtful, muttered, So you mean to say Fujin inscribed thousands of stealth seals of various types, and an even greater number of barrier seals, and who knows how many explosive seals under them for no reason other than to protect his house? I even saw a 4-symbol seal and 32 seal tags of the 5-seal barrier. Worse, I don't even know if those 32 are from the same 8 sets, or where the final tags forming the 5-seal barrier are placed. Are you certain there's nothing hidden in there? Hiruzen answered. Yes, there isn't. I have visited him a few times. He never acted secretively, even subconsciously. You can visit him too, though I'd recommend using another reason. Besides, it isn't the only case. You and Jiraiya asked me earlier about how different his interpretation of our words can be, right? Send a shadow clone to his office. Jiraiya and Tsunade followed his instructions. Curious, Kakashi sent a shadow clone as well. Within a minute, they received memories and doubtful expressions appeared on their faces. Kakashi muttered, There were dozens of seals in the room. All of them are seals that are used to hide other seals. So the real number of seals must be several times higher. Jiraiya estimated, From what I was feeling, there should be more than 500 seals in that room. This was the first time I stood in a room with such a dense number of seals. It was suffocating. Frowning, Tsunade said, Did he treat the office as his house? Even though he's young, he is smart enough to know that isn't acceptable. What do those seals do? Hiruzen sighed and answered, Nothing. And no, he didn't do it without any reason. Everyone looked at him curiously, wondering why Fujin had done something so outrageous. Their confusion increased further as Hiruzen continued. When I showed him his office, I informed him not to treat the office like his house. I specifically instructed him not to inscribe thousands of seals in his office. Shizune wondered, Then why did Fujin still inscribe so many seals? Or did something change later? Their eyes widened as Hiruzen explained. Unfortunately, Fujin interpreted my words in a manner I didn't think possible. I said not to inscribe thousands of seals, and he interpreted it as he should inscribe 999 seals in his office. Shizune was stunned. Disbelief appeared in Kakashi's right eye, and Jiraiya's jaw fell. Tsunade's eyes twitched as she finally wondered, Exactly why did I accept this job? Who in their right mind even thinks like that? Surely he can't be that oblivious. Tsunade now regretted accepting the seat of Hokage. Unfortunately, it was too late to escape responsibilities. She asked, What do you mean by those seals doing nothing? How can 999 seals do nothing? Hiruzen answered, When I confronted him, he said that he thought I said so because I was facing an issue in here. Apparently, those seals do nothing but hide the seals underneath them. Since he didn't know what I supposedly wanted, he hasn't inscribed any more seals there. And he explained it to me so thoroughly that for a moment, I began suspecting my earlier words to him. The disbelief of the people hearing Hiruzen only increased. Jiraiya noticed Tsunade's worried expression and thought, I knew he was peculiar, but I didn't think he was so peculiar. Apologies, Tsunade. I didn't know it. though even if I did, I don't think I'd do things differently. Tsunade didn't notice her teammate's gaze. Her mind was racing, remembering every word she spoke to Fujin and finding out whether she could be in trouble. Hiruzen instantly understood what she was doing and thought, I lost count of the number of times I calculated the same. Unfortunately for her, it is already too late. The only good thing is that he has calmed down considerably in the last year and even gave me a great gift. Then again, it might be just because of how careful I have been. In the end, Tsunade could hopelessly sigh. She muttered, oh well, at least now we know who will overhaul the village's defenses. Hiruzen immediately said, I wouldn't recommend that. Confused, Tsunade asked, why not? Hiruzen answered, while his ability to inscribe a large number of seals is indeed shocking, he likely achieves that through a combination of seal imprints and shadow clones. Other than that, he hasn't differentiated himself from other grandmasters. He's still too young to do so. If we task him with overhauling the village's defenses, I'm afraid he'll do so by inscribing a ridiculous amount of seals, something that might make his house look like a child's play. Only a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster could control and maintain such a large number of seals. Actually, even they'll struggle to do so. Regardless, the Grandmasters wouldn't like to spend their time maintaining the seal formation daily. The defenses have to be something that a seal master could control with ease. We'll be better off having the other Grandmasters overhaul our defenses. Hiruzen paused before adding, I was tempted just like you. However, I decided against doing so for these reasons. Hiruzen's analysis, though not incorrect, was slightly behind the time. A year ago, his analysis would have been perfect. However, he was unaware of the large amount of time Fujin spent trying to create the myriad tetragram seal. The number of times his shadow clones failed while creating the seal exceeded the number of seals on his house. As such, Fujin had learned a lot. He had made several breakthroughs in Fuinjutsu during that process. The final result, the myriad tetragram seal, was one of the most advanced seals in the ninja world, even exceeding the strength of 100 seal created by Tsunade. As such, Fujin was no longer lagging behind his counterparts. While he obviously lacked experience and fell short in several aspects compared to the Fuinjutsu Grandmasters in Konoha, he also exceeded them in a few aspects. He was already better than even Hiruzen when dealing with tailed beasts. Fujin also exceeded them in terms of using Fuinjutsu amid battle, thanks to the several battlefields he created. Even in terms of laying traps, Fujin was among the best. This was the only aspect Hiruzen was aware of since Fujin displayed it in the Land of Lightning. As such, Fujin already stood shoulder to shoulder with the Fuinjutsu Grandmasters of Konoha, despite his relative inexperience. That said, even if Hiruzen was aware of this, he might have been reluctant to let Fujin create the village's defenses due to the remaining reasons. Jiraiya muttered, I suppose having him inscribe the seals after a plan is created is out of the question too, due to what he did in his office. Hiruzen nodded. Jiraiya sighed. That'll be too much work, though I suppose it is better than having additional work later. Anyway, I'll be off to track Orochimaru. Tsunade immediately glared at Jiraiya, stopping him in his tracks. While he was a Grandmaster too, Jiraiya didn't want to do something so boring and time-consuming. Hiruzen coughed and said, There's no point in searching aimlessly. Let's narrow down the search first. Also, Kakashi would have to inform his students. The remaining Uchiha kids have to be informed too. Tsunade added, We also have to keep an eye on Fujin's house. I hope there are no complications there. We have enough headaches as it is. The group discussed further, making Jiraiya stay in the village until things cleared up. They also formed a committee consisting of nearly all Fuinjutsu Grandmasters in Konoha to undertake the cumbersome task of overhauling the village's defenses. Unlike Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, who were Fuinjutsu Grandmasters, Kakashi had nothing to do with that meeting. He walked on the streets of Konoha while wondering, Now then, how do I tell this news to them? Kakashi could easily imagine the reactions of his students. He immediately developed a headache. Sighing, he resigned himself to the task and decided to meet with his two students. He bit his thumb, weaved a hand seal, and slammed his hand on the ground. He sent a couple of his ninkin to call Sakura and Naruto for a meeting. You are late. Naruto and Sakura screamed in unison as Kakashi finally arrived on the training ground a couple of hours later. Not giving Kakashi any time to make excuses, Naruto complained loudly, "Why did you call me from my training, sensei? I was training with Guy Sensei to become faster than Sasuke. The next time I fight him, I'll show him what speed is. Also, why didn't you call Sasuke here?" Sakura, wanting to see Sasuke, asked, "Yes, sensei. Where is Sasuke?" "Actually," Kakashi said, "this meeting is due to Sasuke." He paused for a few seconds before stating, "A few hours ago, Sasuke was kidnapped by Orochimaru. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil-Sarvesh8 at OKSBE. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 860, Complications. Chapter 867 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Apologies for the delay. Was unsatisfied with how the fight in latest chapter on Patreon was ending and kept rewriting. Unfortunately, it took quite a long time. Hopefully a more consistent schedule this week. A few hours ago, Sasuke was kidnapped by Orochimaru. Naruto and Sakura's eyes widened. They neither could nor wanted to believe their ears. With a quivering voice, Sakura asked, "What did you say?" At the same time, Naruto asked, "You're kidding, right, sensei?" Kakashi didn't answer. Seeing his expression, Naruto questioned angrily, "But why? Why would that snake kidnap Sasuke? And why did Sasuke let himself be kidnapped? How did Orochimaru even enter the village?" Kakashi sighed. "We don't know everything, Yi." Cutting him off, Naruto emotionally exclaimed, "We have to bring Sasuke back." Sakura immediately added, "Yes, sensei, we have to rescue Sasuke." Kakashi assured his students, "Don't worry, Lady Tsunade is working on it. Once we have some clues, Lord Jiraiya will head out to look for Sasuke." "Pervy Sage? I'll go with him too." Without waiting for Kakashi to say anything, Naruto immediately left. Sakura ran after him too, since she wanted to join the mission as well. Left alone in the training ground, Kakashi could only sigh. For 3 hours, Naruto hounded the poor ninjas and Anbu stationed in the Hokage building by relentlessly pestering and complaining. Finally, Jiraiya exited the meeting room along with Hiruzen and Tsunade. Before any of them could escape, they were ambushed by the blonde knucklehead. "Pervy Sage! Let's go and rescue Sasuke now!" Naruto exclaimed loudly as soon as he saw them. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Hiruzen's eyes twitched as Naruto ignored everything else and began pestering them. He once again attracted weird gazes from everyone else. Had the situation been normal, Sakura would have been self-conscious. However, Sasuke's kidnapping made her forget about everything, and she looked at the 3 leaders of Konoha with hope in her eyes. Finally, Tsunade sighed and said, "Calm down, Naruto. Follow me." The 5 of them left towards Tsunade's office. Inside the previous meeting room, the Fuinjutsu Grandmasters breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, he didn't enter this room. I don't know how Fujin deals with that kid on a daily basis and still concentrates on Fuinjutsu. From what I heard, Fujin is even worse. It can't be a coincidence that all his students are so good at pranks. Even some of my students fell for their pranks. If they devoted half the time they spend preparing their pranks on learning Fuinjutsu, they might have already been a seal master. Perhaps Fujin concentrates better when there's chaos. Whatever be the case, I'm leaving before they change their mind and return here. We will discuss the formations tomorrow. In a few seconds, every Fuinjutsu Grandmaster disappeared from the meeting room. While they didn't hate Naruto, they had no intention of dealing with his idiosyncrasies. As Tsunade sat down, Naruto complained again. "This is no time to be sitting, Granny. We have to rescue Sasuke right away." A tick mark appeared on Tsunade's forehead. She asked, "Do you know where Sasuke is?" Naruto replied, "I don't. That's why we need to find him." "Where will you look for him?" Tsunade asked, still annoyed. Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto answered, "Everywhere. I'll find Orochimaru no matter where he's hiding." "How long will it take for you to search everywhere?" Tsunade asked for the 3rd time. Naruto obviously didn't have an answer. However, it didn't matter, because his annoyance was far greater than Tsunade's. Whatever little patience he had ran out while answering those few questions. He exploded. This isn't the time to be wasting on silly questions, Granny. We need to act. Finally, Jiraiya sighed and muttered, "That's exactly why you need to know the answers to those questions, Naruto. Search blindly, and you won't find Orochimaru even if you look for him for 100 years. Is that what you want?" His question finally calmed Naruto slightly. Before he could say anything else, Tsunade said, "Orochimaru kidnapped Sasuke because he wants his body. However, he can't take Sasuke's body for another 3 years according to our calculations. Meaning, we have 3 years to find him. We could either search for him properly and rescue him in these 3 years, or we could panic and search blindly and let Orochimaru take over Sasuke's body and kill him. What do you want, Naruto?" Unable to argue with her logic, Naruto could only answer in a soft voice, "Search for him properly." Tsunade said, "Good. Let us deal with it. Jiraiya will go after Orochimaru once we reduce the search area." Without wasting a beat, Naruto said, "I'll go with Pervy Sage to rescue Sasuke." Tsunade frowned, but Jiraiya was intrigued. He thought, take Naruto with me again? This might be a good opportunity to train him while letting him see more of the world. Before he could say anything, Sakura added, "I want to go too." Jiraiya turned his gaze towards her. But looking after 2 kids will be difficult, especially if I run into Orochimaru or Akatsuki." Hiruzen coughed. "This isn't a picnic. If you slow Jiraiya down, tracking Orochimaru will become more difficult, and so would rescuing Sasuke." His words drowned the desire of the 2 kids. Unlike Naruto, Sakura knew very well how weak she was. Suddenly, Jiraiya said, "I'll take Naruto with me. I can train him while searching for Orochimaru. Perhaps I could lure someone else out too." Hiruzen realized he wants to take out some Akatsuki members while tracking Orochimaru. Tsunade thought, that is risky. However, it might be the best way to reduce Akatsuki's strength. Once we sell the information Fujin gained, the other villages will be forced to take action against Akatsuki too. Naruto's mood cheered up a bit. Sakura wanted to say something, but she stopped and looked at Naruto. The memories of his battle against Neji surfaced in her mind. She thought, I can't even compare with Naruto. I'm not strong enough. If I go, I'll only get in their way. Silently, Sakura became determined to be as strong as her 2 teammates, a change that didn't escape the eyes of Hiruzen and his students. With Naruto calmed down, the village began focusing on 2 new tasks. The Fuinjutsu Grandmasters began wholeheartedly working on overhauling the village's defense mechanisms. At the same time, every intelligence network of Konoha was activated. Shikaku was tasked with reducing the search area so that they could track Orochimaru faster. Of course, either of these tasks needed a long time to succeed. Tsunade was patient, though another matter troubled her. Another day had passed, yet Fujin hadn't left his house. His status was still unknown, and his house was no easier to enter. In his basement, Fujin still sat in a meditative posture, his mind entirely focused on his inner world. In his inner world, Fujin was still floating on top of the lake with his eyes closed. The chakra in the lake had decreased by nearly a quarter. The light emitted by the sphere floating in the sky had dimmed substantially. If not for the darkness in his inner world, it would have been almost invisible to see. A few seconds later, the dim light also vanished as the sphere once again became nearly invisible. Fujin finally opened his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. He muttered, "Finally." Fujin inspected himself while analyzing. "I didn't think mere chakra of a tailed beast would have so much resistance. I'm so glad that events in the Chunin exam happened as I recalled. If I had made a move on Gaara and sealed Shukaku in here, I'd be in deep trouble. I was too naive. Even Akatsuki needed nearly 3 days just to extract a tailed beast from its host without killing the tailed beast. And they were supported by several rank S ninjas and the Gedo statue. I might need a long time to refine its chakra, assuming my inner world isn't destroyed by then. I'll have to be a lot stronger before I make a move against tailed beasts. At the very least, I need to master Senjutsu first. There's also the matter of the chakra lost. I didn't expect to lose so much of Shikaku's chakra while refining it. Nearly 60% of it was lost while I refined it. Only slightly more than 40% of chakra was absorbed into my body. What a gigantic waste. Even though Fujin's calculations were off, and there were several complications, not a single frown appeared on Fujin's lips. Instead, a smile was plastered on his face. Regardless of the complications, the myriad tetragram seal was a success. Fujin could feel the power coursing through his body. Fujin concluded, "My chakra reserves have increased once again, this time by over 70%. Though it's a shame it didn't increase by 170% as I expected, this isn't bad. Compared to before I increased my cellular activity, my chakra reserves are up by 127%. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, Patreon/Devil Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh 8 at OKSB, can read up 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, GRP66, Meowaitsu, Zay, Kaidenel, Corruptman, Jacob, Stefan, Jackadol, H-Delay, Jack, Gamertype, Alfie, Fortnite, Wilkinson, Nigel, and Bagus for supporting me on Patreon. Disclaimer, all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Donors may suggest a novel for narration. If it meets our restrictions policy, we will consider posting the first 100 chapters. Chapter 861, Unpredictable Life. Chapter 868 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Compared to before I increased my cellular activity, my chakra reserves are up by 127%. Fujin's chakra reserves, even though extraordinary for his age, weren't particularly outstanding for a rank S ninja. While his reserves exceeded that of Hiruzen's, it was more so due to Hiruzen's reserves deteriorating with his age. After all, Fujin was only 17 years old. He hadn't completely matured yet and had a lot of scope to improve, unlike most other rank S ninjas who matured decades ago. Following his previous progression, Fujin's reserves would have doubled in around 5 years, placing him above average among the rank S ninjas in terms of chakra reserves. And his chakra reserves would have continued to grow, though the rate of growth would become very slow. This was why Hiruzen didn't want Fujin to take any needless risks. From his perspective, such chakra reserves would be more than sufficient for Fujin. As long as he continued honing his ninjutsu over that period, Hiruzen believed Fujin could reach a similar level as him, or perhaps even exceed him. Of course, Fujin couldn't wait that long, since he knew the future to an extent. He explored every possible path to increase his strength, and his years of research, experiments, and persistence finally borne results. The smile on Fujin's lips widened as he continued examining his body. He thought, and this isn't a mere quantitative growth. Unlike the artificial chakra lake reservoir in my inner world, my body doesn't contain any reserves of chakra. Instead, it is created by combining my physical and spiritual energies. As such, both my physique and my spirit have grown stronger. It's almost as if I have trained continuously for 7 or 8 years. I won't face any adverse impacts of the sudden increase in my strength, as this growth is comprehensive. It isn't like the Jinchurikis, who suddenly get overwhelmed by their respective tailed beasts' chakra. The only major drawback for me should be my chakra control. It'll be off for some time. Luckily, fixing it isn't difficult. Anyway. In the basement, Fujin's eyes finally opened. His chakra suddenly flared, as he finally experienced the immense growth in his strength. Yet a complicated expression appeared on his face. Fujin thought, my strongest affinity is wind, while lightning is my second strongest affinity. As such, I should have had the highest chance of awakening swift release. Yet, despite studying that dead body a bit, I still have no clue about how to awaken it. My third strongest affinity is fire, and it lags quite a long distance from lightning. However, I had quite a lot of assistance with the Scorch release. Using soul transformation jutsu to occupy Takeshi's body and experience how he molds his chakra firsthand was a huge help. I can replicate the Scorch jutsus to near perfection. Apart from experienced ninjas like Hiruzen, Orochimaru, or ninjas with very high perception, very few would realize that I haven't awakened Scorch Kekkei Genkai yet. Even so, I was confident this would be the first Kekkei Genkai I learn and master. To think life can be this unpredictable. I suppose that's what makes it interesting. Fujin extended his right hand, pointing it towards a few broken kunai lying in one corner of the basement. Suddenly, the kunai vibrated before being yanked towards Fujin. It slid halfway along the ground before stopping. Fujin thought, "Now, that's something I speculated but wasn't very confident in gaining." The magnet release, same as what Naruto gained on getting a small portion of Shukaku's chakra. That said, it is far more difficult than I expected. Sai, another field that'll need long training hours to master. Oh well, can't complain about this. In addition to awakening magnet release, I can feel my affinities to wind and earth natures have increased. In wind, the difference isn't substantial as my affinity was already ridiculously high. However, even a small increase in my control over wind could be lethal considering the level I'm at. The bigger surprise is my earth affinity. I feel like it has become greater than my lightning affinity. Of course, the combat prowess of the two elements can't be matched due to the weapons I possess and advanced lightning jutsus I know. However, it adds another aspect I can improve on in the future. Fujin analyzed for a bit before wondering, will my non-existent affinity to water be fixed if I absorb a part of Isobu's chakra? It'll be worth a shot to test it. Not to mention, I should also get a part of Son Goku's chakra. I should awaken the lava release and increase my fire and earth affinities with his chakra. I suppose Madatabi could also help with fire release. It's a shame Kokuo is already captured by Akatsuki. Getting a part of his chakra would be the most difficult. Though I never faced him, Han's usage of steam release was quite strong according to Konoha's intel. Fujin quickly analyzed how he could use the tailed beasts to the fullest extent to exploit his myriad tetragram seal. Several ideas appeared in his mind, though he was far from implementing any. The only one who troubled him was Kokuo. Fujin decided, Kokuo is truly difficult, unless I could perhaps force Nato to summon the Gedo statue and make the Gedo statue attack me with Kokuo like how Obito did in the Fourth War. However, that's too far-fetched. Oh well, it doesn't matter much whether I get the steam release or not. Simply adding Kekkei Genkai is more or less useless for me. There's no point in collecting them all. What is more important for now is to continuously increase my strength before the Fourth Great War breaks out. Anyway. A smirk appeared on his face as disappeared from the spot he was sitting at and punched the air in front of him with full strength. The force of his punch tore through the air, creating a small gust that swept for a few meters. Even though the display seemed unimpressive, Fujin's smirk had widened. He muttered, "Time to test my new strength." Of course, Fujin wouldn't test it in his house, not when there was a training ground just across his house. He walked out of the basement while wondering, how long did it take to absorb Shukaku's chakra? He glanced towards the clock and thought, just around 8 hours. Not bad for 7.5% of Shukaku's chakra. As long as the chakra doesn't develop sentience, I should be fine sealing and absorbing around 20% chakra of the tailed beasts, not including Kurama, of course. Eh? As soon as Fujin opened his door, Monkey flickered right in front of him and quickly said, "Fujin, you finally appeared. Lady Tsunade wants to see you immediately." Fujin frowned and thought, that's weird. What does she want from me so quickly? It couldn't be Shukaku's chakra. My basement's seals are perfect. There's no way chakra leaked out or anyone sensed what was happening inside. Fujin said, "Calm down. What is the situation?" The monkey immediately answered, "Orochimaru infiltrated into the village and kidnapped Uchiha Sasuke." Fujin's eyes widened. He immediately calculated another event that happened similar to the original story despite all the variables. Still, this is more understandable than the events during the assault. There's no way Orochimaru would have given up on Sasuke. That said, I didn't think he'd show up himself. I don't know what his current gender is, but he definitely has balls. Fujin thought for half a minute before concluding, well, whatever. Since he's so insistent on signing his death certificate, who am I to stop him? It's good that he kidnapped Sasuke, saves me from a headache. However, since Sasuke hasn't gone willingly, there might be some more complications. Luckily, there are 3 years until then. By that time, I should be able to teleport over thousands of kilometers. As long as he doesn't accidentally remove my mark on Sasuke, I can hunt his main body with ease. "Fujin?" Monkey called out when he noticed Fujin deep in thought. Fujin asked, "Did they uncover any clues regarding Orochimaru?" Monkey answered, "I am not aware. I heard Jiraiya-sama and Shikaku-sama are looking into it, but there has been no news for the last couple of days. Fujin had expected it. Hunting Orochimaru was a ridiculously difficult task. However, what caught him off guard were Monkey's last words. "Couple of days? When was Sasuke kidnapped?" Fujin asked. Monkey answered, "A little over 2 days ago." A weird expression appeared behind his mask as he heard Fujin ask, "How many days did I not leave my house?" AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Paltil Sarvesh 8 can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Person X, Lucy, Shroomism, Divichin, Mike, Giuseppe, Basius, Luki, and Big Boy Koala for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 862, A Substitute for Food and Sleep. Chapter 869 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. How many days did I not leave my house? Even though Monkey's face was hidden behind his mask, Fujin could see how weirded out he was by his question. Monkey could only answer awkwardly, "It has been over 5 days." At the same time, he wondered, how does he not know how long he was inside? How does one lose track of time while inside their house? Fujin's expression didn't change, but he was extremely shocked. He wondered, 5 fucking days? What the hell? For a moment, Fujin thought Monkey was kidding. However, he could see that Monkey was serious. Not to mention, he had never joked with Fujin and always stayed professional. Fujin wondered, if his words are true, how did my body stay up for over 5 days without tiring out? And why am I still not sleepy or hungry? The answer wasn't really hard to understand. Fujin realized, I see. Since the chakra I absorbed was strengthening my body, it was equivalent to providing energy to each and every cell in my body. Since it was being continuously fed in another way, my body didn't need any food or even rest. Incredible. I didn't think Shukaku's chakra would also act like a soldier pill. No, it's even better than a soldier pill as I am not facing any backlash. I wonder if I can use my artificial chakra reserves in the same manner. Though it won't strengthen my body, it could be used to substitute food and rest. Even though Fujin had that thought, he didn't dwell too much on it. After all, his artificial chakra reserves took a long time to fill, whereas soldier pills were easily available. While it could become a backup option in case Fujin ran out of soldier pills, Fujin couldn't imagine a situation where he ran out of soldier pills and was somehow still alive. Fujin turned his thoughts to the more important aspect. I didn't think I'd be so engrossed in suppressing and refining Shukaku's chakra that I'd lose track of time to this extent. No wonder I used up nearly 1/4 of my artificial chakra reserves. I need to be very careful if I ever try to refine an entire tailed beast. I might just end up refining their chakra while several important events occur. Luckily, the 4th Great Ninja War can't start if I have a tailed beast. Fujin answered, "Thank you. I'll go see her." Fujin flickered while wondering, now then, how do I explain my 5 days' absence? Fujin never expected absorbing Shukaku's chakra would take so long, nor did he expect Orochimaru to make a move during that time. It put him in a rather awkward spot. Moving slowly on purpose, Fujin took a few minutes to reach the Hokage building. He thought of several excuses, though he wasn't sure if any were good enough. As he entered the building, Fujin thought, it's a good thing I waited until I got all that I wanted from Tsunade before refining Shukaku's chakra. The only things that remain are the forbidden jutsus. Tsunade was just about done with her paperwork when Fujin walked into her office. He was slightly surprised to see Hiruzen in the office, but didn't find it too odd. On the other hand, Tsunade and Hiruzen were relieved to see Fujin unharmed. Without wasting any time, Tsunade asked, "You're finally here. What were you doing inside your house for so long, and why didn't you answer your door?" Fujin sighed while faking an exhausted expression. "I was working on a new seal. Since I didn't want to be disturbed, I had activated the seals to prevent any external disturbances. Unfortunately, I got so engrossed in it that I completely lost track of time. Anyway, how's the situation with Orochimaru?" Ignoring Fujin's question, Hiruzen asked curiously, "Which new seal?" With a hint of embarrassment on his face, Fujin awkwardly answered, "I'd rather not talk about it for now. It was a complete failure." His response intrigued them even more. Tsunade chuckled internally. So even he fails and feels embarrassed. I was starting to think he never associates with such feelings. Failure while creating new seals was rather normal. Hiruzen and Tsunade didn't find it odd. While Fujin not answering his door was odd, both knew several Fuinjutsu grandmasters who would lock themselves up for weeks or even months while working on new seals. Since neither wanted to embarrass Fujin, they dropped the matter. Tsunade informed Fujin, "Not very good. It's Orochimaru. You know how difficult he's to find." Fujin thought, "Lucky. They didn't pester me. Acting embarrassed was the right choice." Fujin immediately nodded. Considering his Fuinjutsu, only grandmasters can look for him. And due to his strength, most grandmasters can't go around searching for him. The only ones who can look for him are me, you, and Jiraiya-sama. That said, how much has Orochimaru recovered? After he ran away from the land of rice, I didn't think he had the strength or the guts to infiltrate Konoha. Tsunade answered, "He has taken over a new body. His strength has recovered, though not to a great extent. He didn't fight back much against Kakashi and escaped using reverse summoning." Hiruzen added, "However, we can't say for sure. He may have been hiding his strength or was perhaps worried about more reinforcements." He sighed. "Regardless, I didn't expect him to recover to this extent so quickly." Fujin frowned. "That is troublesome. Exactly what happened?" Tsunade informed Fujin about Kakashi's exchange with Orochimaru, including the jutsu he performed. Fujin's frown deepened as he muttered, "I don't understand how he could reverse summon Sasuke, or rather make someone else reverse summon him. Doesn't that require consent?" Tsunade answered, "We aren't sure yet. However, Sasuke was already unconscious when Kakashi and the rest reached there. Orochimaru must have done something before they did, though we aren't sure exactly what he did. It's also possible that he may have just fooled Sasuke," Fujin replied. Sasuke ain't that trusting from what I heard. Though it's possible Orochimaru might have threatened him with the lives of the remaining Uchiha kids. Though there is also the curse seal. Could it have played a role?" Hiruzen answered, "It is a possibility, but we aren't sure since nothing like this happened with Anko. Though, it's possible he just never did it since she didn't interest him any longer." Fujin nodded. "Regardless, this is troublesome. We need to hunt him down before he recovers any further. Should I go after him?" Hiruzen shook his head. "No, you'll waste your time and may also be lured into traps. Let Jiraiya handle this. Once he finds Orochimaru, he'll ask for reinforcements. We'll need you to assist him then." Fujin thought for a few moments before muttering, "All right. However, I have a feeling it'll be much more complicated." Fujin's words made Tsunade and Hiruzen more serious. A hunch of a rank S ninja was never taken lightly. Tsunade asked, "What do you mean?" Fujin answered, "Don't forget the Edo Tensei jutsu. If he summons some when we ambush him, things won't be easy. On the contrary, it'll be very dangerous." Hiruzen immediately said, "No. Edo Tensei puts a strain on the summoner's soul. Until he heals his soul, he can't summon rank S ninjas and control them. The most he could summon are his dead subordinates, because he won't need to control them." Fujin replied, "That's good to hear. But there is still the risk of Orochimaru finding ways to heal his soul. Who can say what he has learnt or will learn over the next few months or years? With how quickly and conveniently he can heal his physical injuries, I won't be surprised if he finds ways to heal his soul. Of course, it'll be the best-case scenario if he fails to heal his soul, but we need to be prepared. Orochimaru with his soul healed, and another collection of Edo Tensei summons will pose a grave danger to our village. The threat will only increase if he manages to successfully take over Sasuke's body, or joins with the Akatsuki who are looking for Naruto." Tsunade nodded, agreeing with Fujin's words. She had analyzed the same a couple of days ago. It was just that she was confident Orochimaru won't heal his soul so easily. As such, Konoha still had some time to act. Even so, she thought, not a bad analysis. As expected if someone sensei wants to become the Hokage. Even at such a young age, his analysis of threats and dangers are on point. Unlike her, Hiruzen felt something odd. He thought, Fujin's thoughts are on point. However, why do I have this feeling? It's as if... Hiruzen suddenly realized what the feeling was. Before he could say anything, Fujin said, "We need to prepare countermeasures for Edo Tensei and any other forbidden techniques we know he knows. I want to study the Edo Tensei jutsu to see if there are any shortcomings in the jutsu. I would also like to have a look at all the other forbidden jutsus he knows, though the Edo Tensei takes precedence due to its threat. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI Google Pay. Petilsarvish8 at OKSB can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Panda, Pal, Janiel, Shanks, Blaze, Tyrese, B, and Omar for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you Aditya for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 863, Negotiations. Chapter 870 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. I knew it. Hiruzen thought as he was once again caught off guard by Fujin's request. At the same time, Tsunade's eyes widened. She never anticipated Fujin to make such a request. The Edo Tensei Jutsu was a forbidden jutsu, and it was the most dreaded one among all of Konoha's forbidden jutsus. As for how many ethical lines it crossed, there was no need for anyone to debate that. The jutsu was downright disgusting and extremely dark. It wasn't a jutsu that could be passed along lightly. Tsunade thought, first souls, then cellular activity, then hormonal manipulation, and now the Edo Tensei jutsu. How long has it been since I returned to the village? Since when did it become normal to ask for so many favors from the Hokage? Even Orochimaru was given access to them over a few decades despite being so close to Sensei. Did Sensei become more generous in his later years? She glanced towards Hiruzen and his expression immediately gave her the answer. She thought, so Sensei faced this problem too. The Edo Tensei Jutsu, should I allow him access to it? Tsunade wondered the question deeply. Hiruzen could only sigh at being trapped again by Fujin and pondered the same question. Their initial thoughts were the same, a clear no. Even if they ignored the chaos and danger such a jutsu may cause, the jutsu was so dark that it could affect the caster's mentality. Orochimaru was the best example of this. He delved into so many forbidden jutsus that his mind was thoroughly corrupted by them. His corruption was so drastic that Hiruzen, who once wanted Orochimaru to succeed him, firmly opposed his candidacy for the 4th Hokage's seat, preferring Jiraiya and Minato over him. Even after Minato's death, Hiruzen didn't hand Orochimaru the seat. Eventually, Orochimaru not only experimented illegally on Konoha's citizens, but also attacked the village and attempted to kill Hiruzen, his sensei. While Hiruzen and Tsunade didn't think Fujin would follow Orochimaru's path, Fujin was still very young. They didn't want him to be exposed to such jutsus for the time being. However, before they could decline Fujin's request, they faced a dilemma. Even though Fujin's request seemed absurd at first glance, it wasn't so. Fujin wasn't just a young ninja. He was a rank S ninja, and a terrifying one at that. While he lacked experience, there was no doubt that his strength was sufficient for the Hokage position. His performance in negotiations with Kusagakure and Tsunagakure also showed he wasn't lacking in maturity needed for the seat either. Considering these factors, Fujin's request was reasonable, especially considering he wanted it to deal with the grave danger the village was facing. So, they couldn't dismiss him like they could dismiss someone like Naruto. Thinking quickly, Hiruzen sighed and said, "It's useless. The jutsu has no weakness. You can deal it only by sealing the reanimated ninjas or forcing the caster to release the jutsu." Fujin frowned. "How could you force the caster to release the jutsu?" Hiruzen answered, "One way is genjutsu. The Sharingan can be used to place him under a genjutsu and make him release the jutsu. Unfortunately, all the Uchiha in the village are still in the academy. We can only wait for them to mature so that we can explore this option." Fujin raised an eyebrow and said, "Even if they mature, I doubt genjutsu would work much on Orochimaru if he gets Sasuke's body. The only way then would be if you can hire the Akatsuki and make them send Itachi to take care of it. However, I suspect that isn't exactly an option for us, is it?" Once again, Fujin left the teacher-student duo speechless. Both were more than startled by his words. Though it was momentarily, Fujin noticed Tsunade's expression and thought, "My speculations were on point." Hiruzen told her, That is why Koharu and Homura are so quiet after being dismissed from the council. While Fujin wasn't supposed to know Itachi's truth, Hiruzen and Tsunade knew Itachi was still loyal to the village. In addition, Orochimaru was also being hunted down by Akatsuki. So there was a chance that this bizarre scenario could happen, though they would need to scheme a lot in the background. However, it wasn't something they could say to Fujin. Tsunade coughed. Of course not. It'd be equivalent to inviting more trouble than resolving our current ones. Fujin immediately said, Exactly. That is why we need to find alternative ways to counter the Edo Tensei Jutsu. If we don't, and Orochimaru begins using it again and maintains the same alertness, then our losses will keep increasing. Needless to say, since Fujin finally decided that it was the right time to ask, he didn't intend to back off easily. His words forced Tsunade to think. He's right. We can't simply wait hoping things work in our favor. However, this is a jutsu Granduncle created. No one ever found a weakness in this jutsu, including him. Could Fujin find one? Unlike her, Hiruzen's thoughts were entirely different. He thought, he hasn't changed one bit. As usual, he has the perfect arguments to get what he wants. It's just like the time he forced me to fund his sword. Unfortunately, the jutsu is just too dark. I can't risk him following Orochimaru's path. It'll be too big of a risk. Before Tsunade could fall into Fujin's trap, Hiruzen shook his head and said, As I said, it is pointless. This isn't a newly created jutsu. It has been over half a century and no one in the village or outside it found a counter. Edo Tensei has no other weakness. Tsunade turned her head towards Hiruzen and wondered, He's still refusing? Fujin sighed internally. As I suspected, he doesn't want to give it to me. Sigh, this will be tough. Fujin softly said, If there is no other counter, then we can only use it as a counter. Hiruzen's expressions became serious. Are you suggesting what you think I am? Fujin nodded. Tsunade realized, no wonder he rejected Fujin's request. Hiruzen shook his head and said, Using Edo Tensei is a humiliation and an insult of our predecessors. We shouldn't. Fujin interrupted him. We don't need to reanimate our predecessors. We can reanimate our enemies and use them to fight Orochimaru when he uses Edo Tensei against us. Only then will we limit our losses. Hiruzen replied, That could have worked, if we could increase the power that the reanimated ninjas possess. The Edo Tensei jutsu that we have barely reanimates the ninjas with a fraction of their power. Orochimaru could maintain rank S strength in his reanimations. The most we can do with our reanimations is use them for performing suicide attacks. Fujin frowned and asked, Since Orochimaru could improve upon the jutsu, why can't we improve it too? While there is no telling what sort of experiments he did after leaving the village, I don't think his expertise in ninjutsu should be anywhere close to yours. Not to mention, you have an entire village to help you. Since Fujin realized Hiruzen didn't want to give him the Edo Tensei jutsu, he could only think of other ways to make Hiruzen cough it out. The best method was none other than making Hiruzen improve it. Not only would it reduce Fujin's work, he could also get insights on how forbidden jutsus were researched. And since he wasn't directly asking for the jutsu, there was a high chance Hiruzen would be more accommodating. As he expected, Hiruzen had fallen into a deep thought. Tsunade glanced at him and thought, now that Sasuke is no longer in the village, he won't have much to do after he remasters his chakra control. This could be a good way to spend time. However, his soul is still injured. Researching Edo Tensei in his state isn't recommended. Unfortunately, I don't think he'll care much about his health. I'll need to properly monitor his health if he decides to do it. Much as Tsunade speculated, Hiruzen was considering it seriously. He glanced at Fujin and thought, not a bad idea. I can't think of a disadvantage of accepting it. However, there's no doubt he wants in on the research. Keeping him out of it for years will be a headache. I could lie about the progress to avoid him from pestering me, but I'm worried he might convert those over 100 Anbu trainees into 100 pranksters like Naruto if I decline his requests for too long. Hiruzen sighed and said, in my current state, I'm not sure if I can handle such a research. However, this is a good idea, Fujin. Once I recover to an extent, I'll start working on this. AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Servesh8 at OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Mr. Falcon, Second Most Handsome, Cypher, RK, Lexi, Mohammed, Emilo, Michael, Memji, Reaper, Dane, and Mike for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 864, Lack of Interest. Chapter 871 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Hiruzen sighed and said, "In my current state, I'm not sure if I can handle such a research. However, this is a good idea, Fujin. Once I recover to an extent, I'll start working on this." While Hiruzen didn't mind sacrificing more for the village, he wasn't very hopeful of any such research being fruitful. While Fujin nodded, Hiruzen thought, Sensei had worked for years to improve this aspect, but failed. I and Danzo had worked on this as well, but neither of us had any luck. So, it's almost hopeless. The only silver lining is that I fought reanimated ninjas summoned by Orochimaru, giving me some insights. So I'll have a better chance than before. However, it is still very difficult. Sigh. How did that traitorous student of mine achieve something so complicated? How many lives did he sacrifice to achieve this? Hiruzen glanced at Fujin and decided, regardless, irrespective of whether I succeed or not, I can keep working on it to stop Fujin from pestering me endlessly. The only question is, how long will this satisfy him? Knowing Fujin's nature, he knew it wouldn't be for too long. He could only use the time to come up with more excuses to delay Fujin's request until the appropriate time. Of course, his resolve didn't escape Fujin's eyes despite the lack of words. Fujin cursed. This old fox. As I expected, he still doesn't want to give it to me. Though I understand where he's coming from, there isn't much time left. Luckily, he accepted my idea. I'll be patient for a while before going all out. Let me see how long you can delay this. Seeing there was no chance of getting the jutsu at that moment, Fujin said, "Good luck, Grandpa. Let me know if I can help you in any way." He turned his gaze to Tsunade and asked, "Did anything else happen in the last few days?" Tsunade shook her head. "Fortunately not. I'll call for you when there are new developments. You can leave, but don't lose yourself so deeply into research that you can't hear your doorbell the next time." Fujin smiled and nodded. He turned around and was about to leave when Tsunade suddenly said, "Actually, I want to know one more thing from you, Fujin." Fujin stopped and looked back as Tsunade asked, "What are your thoughts of becoming the Hokage?" Fujin furrowed his brow and wondered, "What the hell? Where did this question come from?" Even Hiruzen was confused. Fujin asked, "What do you mean?" Tsunade replied, "I just heard you were offered the position of the 5th Hokage by the daimyo, but you rejected his offer. It made me a bit curious about what your thoughts and dreams are about this matter." Fujin immediately replied, "That was a trap. Surely you would have realized that too. That said, I don't know why he set up that trap for me." Tsunade chuckled. "He just wanted to get a feel of you. However, my question isn't a trap, though it ain't an offer either. I want to know your real thoughts." Without thinking much, Fujin casually replied, "It is too much work and will heavily eat into my training time. Though I'll step up and accept the responsibility if the village has no other choice. I'd prefer not having to accept such a time-consuming duty for another decade at least." A smirk appeared on his face as he added, "That said, since the council chose someone so young as the 5th Hokage, I hopefully won't have to worry about it for at least half a century or more. Stay safe and healthy, Lady Tsunade." A tick mark appeared on Tsunade's forehead as Fujin disappeared from her office. She cursed under her breath. "Cheeky brat!" Hiruzen asked in a serious but confused tone, "I don't understand. Why did you suddenly ask that? You should know that these things shouldn't ever be said." Even though Hiruzen was the person most invested into making Fujin the Hokage, he had never mentioned anything related to the Hokage seat to Fujin. From his perspective, he could never be sure who would become the Hokage. While Fujin was undoubtedly the one with the highest hopes at that moment, the future was never certain. Hiruzen didn't want to give anyone false hopes and risk them becoming resentful if they weren't eventually chosen. It could make the village unstable. The only time Hiruzen would mention it to someone was when he was prepared to hand over the seat to that ninja, something which wasn't the case when Tsunade asked the question to Fujin. Tsunade answered, "It's fine. He's very mature for that not to be the case. The reason why I asked was because I have a feeling that he has little to no interest in this seat." Hiruzen looked at her as Tsunade continued. "He can use his position in the council to vastly increase his popularity among the civilian ninjas. Yet, he hasn't done anything barring the changes to the academy and creating the guidance hall. While both are revolutionary and boosted his popularity, there's a lot he can do to amplify it further. However, he hasn't bothered with it at all. On the contrary, he barely shows up in his office, making several civilian ninjas dissatisfied. With his intelligence, there's no way he hasn't noticed it. Seeing how persistent and shameless he is while asking for techniques, he'd have done a lot if he wanted to become the Hokage. He would have already laid the groundwork and been prepared whenever an opportunity appeared in the future. Yet, he hasn't made a single political move after establishing the guidance hall." Hiruzen muttered, "That isn't entirely a bad thing. If he was as obsessed with becoming the Hokage like Naruto or Konohamaru, Fujin would have been as big of a headache as Danzo, if not even bigger." Hiruzen shuddered at the thought of Fujin devoting his energy and intellect in making political moves in the background. His simple, straightforward, and greedy personality was already too big of a trouble to deal with. He added, "Anyway, you don't need to worry. Even though he has shown little interest in politics, he has risen up to the occasion whenever the village required him to. He may be very greedy for powerful techniques, but the will of fire burns bright in him. He'll accept the responsibility if the village needs him to." Tsunade prayed, "I hope so too. It'll be a headache if he ditches the responsibility just like me and Jiraiya. Fortunately, there are a few overenthusiastic brats in the village." While Tsunade and Hiruzen discussed him, Fujin had flickered into his training ground. Due to it being dark, the training ground was now empty. Fujin thought, as I expected, he didn't hand over the Edo Tensei jutsus or other forbidden jutsus just yet. He wants me to mature more, sort of like Ryu, who wants my body and chakra reserves to mature more. Sigh, these old fellows and their strict requirements. Luckily, I have laid the groundwork for both. Before Akatsuki attacks Sunagakure to kidnap Gaara, assuming they still do so, I will learn Senjutsu as well as the Edo Tensei jutsu. Only then can I lay the groundwork for my plans. Anyway, I can worry about this later. For now, Fujin's lips curled upwards as his right palm formed into a fist. Chakra coursed through his arm and concentrated around his fist as he punched the ground with his full strength. On the opposite side of the training ground, several Anbu ninjas became alert and flickered out into the open. Each was holding a weapon and prepared to battle. However, they didn't see any enemy. One of them asked, "What was that?" Another replied, "The entire ground trembled for a moment. That didn't happen even when those gigantic snakes attacked us." Monkey carefully observed and muttered, "It seems like the tremors came from the training ground. I suspect Fujin must betray." He stopped speaking as another tremor passed under their feet. By now, even the trainees, including Fujin's students, had come out. All glanced towards the training ground as the tremors were spreading from that direction. Hikari asked softly, "So, Sensei finally left his house?" Yuji replied, "Most likely. As always, he gets up with a bang. Do you think he's punching the ground in frustration because he missed the opportunity to hunt down Orochimaru?" Takeshi replied, "Don't be ridiculous. He must be testing an earth-release jutsu." The remaining Anbu and trainees reached similar conclusions and scattered. Only a few remained to keep an eye. And sorry for the delay, guys. Had some stuff IRL that kept me very busy. Chapters should be more consistent going forward. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh 8 at OKSBuy. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Aldar, Edward, Ramiro, RG, Jiro, Frosty, K-Ray, Burnt Liquid, and 4K Kike for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 865, Back to Training. Chapter 872 of Naruto the Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. A new crater opened up in the training ground opposite Fujin's compound. Standing at its center, a wide grin could be seen plastered on Fujin's face. Fujin thought, "Splendid! My strength has indeed more than doubled. No wonder Tsunade's strength is so ridiculous. A ridiculous chakra reserve backed by terrifying chakra control. I can't wait to test out my new strength. However, I first need to retrain my chakra control." Despite his chakra growing so suddenly, Fujin's chakra control was still among the best in the ninja world. However, it was far from the level he had reached. In a battle, a ninja's control over his chakra was far more important than any flashy ninjutsu. For Fujin, fixing this took a higher priority than mastering magnet release. Yet Fujin didn't start training. He carefully inspected his body and decided, even though I'm not feeling tired or sleepy, I shouldn't push my body needlessly. I've stayed up for over 5 days straight and my body has progressed outrageously. I'll take it easy and call it a night. From tomorrow, I'll start training my chakra control. Choosing precaution over cure, Fujin rested the night and returned to the training ground as the first rays of sunlight fell on Konoha. He muttered, "Now then, which chakra control exercise do I choose?" Fujin couldn't help but reminisce about the time he worked to improve his chakra control. It started with the leaf concentration exercise, something he trained sneakily even in the orphanage. Later, he did the tree climbing and water walking exercises for years to hone his chakra control further. Fujin thought, as fun as those times were, these training techniques will not help me much. Even though my chakra control is off, I'll still do these in my sleep. For now, I need to do something more interesting. Fujin chuckled as he jumped a few meters above the ground. Before gravity could pull him down, he released chakra from both his feet, much like how a ninja would while walking on water. However, there were a few differences. The chakra on Fujin's left foot was rapidly transforming into air and blasted downwards at a very high speed. It hit the ground, forcing dust to fly in all directions. The wind blast wasn't continuous and faded away in the blink of an eye, leaving just the small dust clouds as a proof of its existence. Yet that momentary blast had enough force to stop Fujin from falling down. Fujin took another step forward in the air and blasted another wind current from his right foot. Fujin walked several steps in the air before his chakra control failed and he landed on the ground. Fujin thought, I never used the Assassin's Rush Jutsu in such a manner before for several reasons. For one, this consumes chakra at a terrifying rate. And despite looking cool, my speed in the air is far slower than on the ground. Any Junin-level ninja could land a few hits on me. It was simply more practical to blast my entire body out of the way. However, with my current chakra reserves, the chakra consumption isn't that exhaustive. And I'm not in danger, which makes this the perfect training to work on my chakra control while also improving my mobility in the air. Could be useful if I somehow run out of my wind cloak. While Fujin was working on his chakra control, there was another who woke up even earlier than him and was secretly training in one of the many training grounds in Konoha. A chuckle escaped his lips as he muttered, "To think there would come a day when I would struggle with the basic tree climbing exercise." The person was none other than Hiruzen, the injured third Hokage. Unlike Fujin, who only needed to adjust to his increased chakra reserves, Hiruzen had to work from the scratch. Due to his tattered soul, Hiruzen's spiritual energy was at an all-time low. To make matters worse, it interfered with his chakra circulation, making it near impossible for Hiruzen to use any ninjutsu. Fortunately, Hiruzen still possessed the vast experiences of over 6 decades. Taking a deep breath, Hiruzen began circulating his chakra once again. Discomfort appeared on his face as he felt a soul-wrenching pain. However, he continued circulating his chakra and placed his left foot on the trunk of a tree. Slowly, he placed his right foot as well and took a few steps up the tree until he could no longer sustain it. Hiruzen pushed the tree with his foot and landed back on the ground. He sighed. Nor did I ever imagine this training would become so torturous. Unless Tsunade can heal my soul further, using the Reaper Death Seal again will probably remain a dream. Though he wasn't enjoying his training like Fujin, Hiruzen didn't stop. As strong as the Reaper Death Seal was, Hiruzen knew it alone wasn't sufficient. He needed to get his speed back. He needed to be able to use the body flicker jutsu seamlessly, which required excellent chakra control. He gritted his teeth and continued training back from the basics. Another group began their training early in the morning. However, half of them were already exhausted despite it being only 2 hours since the sun rose. All 5 of Fujin's students were on the ground, breathing heavily and barely moving. Yuji cursed, "Seriously, what the hell?" Takeshi complained, "It's all your fault. Why did you open your mouth that day?" Yuji argued back, "Did you want to be sent flying by sensei?" Sayaka stepped in. "Stop it, you two. There's no point in arguing. Sensei wouldn't have done this if he didn't intend to do so from the start." Hikari agreed. "You're right. However, what is this training plan, and how are they still all right?" Shoma was too exhausted to say anything. Looking at them with an enthusiastic grin on his face, Guy said, "Get up, you 5. Fujin can train like this all day without breaking a sweat. Aren't you his students? Don't disappoint your sensei and stand back up. Let the power of youth explode." The 5 kids could only look at Guy as if he was some sort of monster. What surprised them even more was that Naruto and Guy's 3 students could keep up with his ridiculous training. Shoma wondered, what kind of monsters did Sensei send us to? And how is Naruto keeping up? He usually complains the most when Sensei trains us. Looking at them, Tenten thought, these kids aren't bad. Lasting Sensei's deadly training for over an hour and a half on their first day is beyond impressive. Seeing them still lying on the ground, Naruto said passionately, "Come on, you guys. Let's continue the training. I have to get stronger to rescue Sasuke from Orochimaru. There is no time to waste." Yuji finally couldn't take it and bursted out loudly, "Give me a break. Why is your training routine so similar to Sensei's? More importantly, why is it even tougher?" The 5 weren't like normal academy students. A normal student wouldn't go through any special training beyond the standard academy practices until they became genins and were assigned to a sensei. They would have nothing to compare with. However, these 5 were initially in the root. They had experienced root's training methods. When the root disbanded, they were trained by the Anbu trainers and experienced their routine, so they had something to compare with. Fujin's training routine was very different from any standard training routines. They could barely endure it. And now they saw Guy's training routine, something that surpassed all limits. To their surprise, Guy chuckled and said, "Fujin's training routines are inspired by mine. He just toned them down a little since you weren't used to high-intensity training. However, he said that you're ready now. So stop lying on the ground and let the power of youth in your blood explode. We'll continue training at this rate until breakfast." Helplessly, the 5 kids got up and continued training. Since Fujin suddenly had a lot more on his plate, be it improving his chakra control, mastering magnet release, learning the hair-based jutsus, learning scorch release, among other things, Fujin understood he wouldn't have a lot of time to look after his students. His future plans would make it even more difficult for him to guide them personally. Hence, he sent a clone to Guy and inquired whether he'd like to train their bodies and teach them taijutsu. Though the Senju taijutsu style packed more power, Fujin felt the strong fist style would suit his students more. Guy, who was slightly saddened since Konohamaru and his 2 friends couldn't continue his training, happily accepted Fujin's request. What made it even sweeter were the irresistible benefits Fujin offered. "How did your missions go?" Tsunade asked the 2 Anbu squads in front of her. "AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, delupatreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Paddle Sarvesh 8 OKS Buy. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon." Thank you, Rudarnley, Sid, Anto, David, Phil, Zywatch, Frederick, Michael Total, NA, Pranav, and Memez for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 866, Fujin's Wealth. Chapter 873 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. "How did your missions go?" Tsunade asked the 2 Anbu squads in front of her. The first Anbu captain reported, "The mission was a success. Awagakure paid 650 earth crystals for the information about the 3rd Kazakage's death. We aren't sure how they perceived the information, but we can do more transactions if the information satisfies them." Tsunade smiled and said, "Good. That's 150 crystals over our bottom line. You did well. The next transaction with Iwagakure will be simpler, but you'll have to extract as much as you can from them. The Anbu captain nodded. I'll do the best I can, Lady Fifth. Tsunade turned her attention towards the other Anbu captain, who reported, Our mission hit a snag. Kumogakure showed interest in purchasing the information, but they were very stingy during negotiations. We had to close below our bottom line and got only 440 lightning crystals in exchange. However, we had a different gain. From the way they negotiated, I don't think they were being stingy for the sake of it. I speculate their reserves of elemental crystals are running low. Either they used too many of them while training their ninjas, or something has happened to them. If we assume they stored their elemental crystals in the Raikage building, there's a chance they were damaged or stolen when Akuro took over that building and humiliated them. However, it'll be very difficult to confirm this information. Tsunade was surprised by his analysis. She calculated for a bit before concluding, he may be correct. Normally, Kumogakure is one who is willing to pay the highest for critical information. Since they didn't, their reserves must be low. And I don't think I would make the silly mistake of overusing them for training. Could they be stolen by Akuro? Tsunade analyzed for a bit, but couldn't make any guesses due to the limited information. She decided, I need to discuss this with Sensei. She looked at the two Anbu captains and said, Both of you have done well. As we discussed earlier, you'll now sell them another piece of information. However, this time, the cost will be high. We'll start by asking 4,000 elemental crystals and try to settle them over 2,500 crystals. Their nature doesn't matter, and if they're running low, they can make up for it by exchanging ninjutsu or other important resources. Her words surprised the two Anbu squads. One of them asked, Will they pay such a high cost for only information? Tsunade smirked. They will. It just depends on how well you can sell it to them. The two Anbu captains nodded. They handed Tsunade their scrolls, before being briefed about their next mission. When they left, Tsunade thought with a smile, Fujin gave me a good gift on becoming Hokage. We'll need more elemental crystals to build a new batch of elites. I have to make them cough up as many crystals as they can. As the sun rose higher in the sky, 9 figures lay exhausted on the ground. They barely had any energy to move. Only Guy still stood. There wasn't a hint of exhaustion on his face. Naruto wondered, what the hell happened today? Why did he make the training so difficult? Neji sighed internally. The new students excited him too much. He went overboard. Shoma wondered, if we apologize to Sensei for complaining his training was difficult, will he take us back and train us himself? I don't want to be tortured like this daily. Guy said as enthusiastically as ever, Don't let the flames of your youth die down. You need food to fuel your flames. Follow me to yakiniku. Hearing food, the 9 kids dug out some energy and followed Guy to the restaurant. To their surprise, they were warmly welcomed as soon as they entered the restaurant and guided to the best seats. Within minutes, they were served. Naruto, who wasn't used to being treated so well, asked in confusion, Why are they treating us like special guests? Guy chuckled, placed a piece of meat on the grill, and said, Eat up as much as you like. Neji suspiciously looked at Guy and wondered, He's treating 9 hungry kids to a buffet. Since when did he become so rich? Others didn't think too much and dug in. Within a few minutes, they went through a small portion of the hotel's inventory. However, Guy kept on encouraging them to eat more. Concerned, Lee asked, Sensei, you're treating us, correct? I can't pay for so much on my own. Naruto was alarmed as well. His poor wallet was still empty. As for the Kiri orphans, they didn't care much. Even if Guy didn't cover the bill, they could just put it on Fujin's tab. Guy chuckled, Don't worry, eat all you can, it's already covered. Naruto, Lee, and Tenten relaxed. However, Neji noticed something odd. He asked, Covered? Do you mean someone other than you covered it? Neji's words surprised the rest. They looked at Guy curiously. Guy answered, Yes, Fujin will cover all our meal costs here as a thank you since I agreed to train his students, and he'll continue doing so until I'm done training you. That is why they are treating us so well. So don't worry and eat until you're full so that you can train even more. His last words worried all except Lee. Lee asked with some concern, If we keep eating like this daily, won't Fujin-san become poor? Guy thought for a bit and said, Fujin is quite rich. He would have said something if that was the case. Neji said thoughtfully, I heard from Hiyashi-sama that Fujin rarely goes on missions. How is he so much richer than you? Guy shrugged. He had no idea, nor did he care much. Besides, it wasn't as if Guy was poor. He simply didn't care about privacy and other matters as much as Fujin did. Naruto looked at Sayaka and asked, Say, do you know how rich Big Brother Fujin is? Everyone looked at her with curiosity. Sayaka answered, I'm not sure. I overheard Hoka-sensei once saying that Sensei is very rich. I have never seen Sensei complain about money, nor has he ever been stingy when it comes to food or weapons. So he must be very wealthy. I'm not sure how, though. He is an orphan just like us and rarely goes out to do missions nowadays. Takeshi added, Even though he doesn't go on missions now, he likely went on many, considering the rumors of his time in the Anbu. That may be why. Yuji giggled mischievously. Perhaps. Or maybe there's a gold mine under Sensei's house. Why else would he protect it so much? The gazes moved to Yuji, some deadpan while some imagined a gold mine under Fujin's house. Guy coughed and said, Focus on eating. You can discuss that later. There's something else Fujin has done for everyone, which will allow us to train harder. Everyone except Lee shuddered at Guy's words. After they were done eating, Guy took them to Konoha's hospital. Tenten asked curiously, Why are we here? Guy answered, In order to help everyone train harder, Fujin has paid for weekly checkups and massages to deal with any hidden injuries. This way. The eyes of Fujin's students and Naruto lit up. Naruto loudly exclaimed, These are the best! Come on, let's go in. Without waiting for Guy to complete his words, he rushed in, followed by Sayaka and the rest. Guy's 3 students experienced the pleasures of having the best medical ninjas in the village for the first time. Needless to say, all the pleasures were forgotten when Guy began their after-lunch training session. Life went on as usual in Konoha. Tsunade seamlessly settled into her role as the 5th Hokage, replacing her sensei. Though many remembered Hiruzen due to how long he sat in that chair, no one missed him as things stayed similar. With no more attacks on or by Konoha, peace returned to the village. The crowd in and around the guidance hall kept increasing as it finally started showing effect. Several old or retired ninjas took over the role of mentors to countless young ninjas. The academy was slightly chaotic as the council wanted several changes implemented during the vacation. As a result, the teachers were very busy changing the syllabus, and the administration was busy recruiting additional teachers and trainers. Several new constructions happened as well to construct spaces for clubs. The negotiations with Iwagakure and Kumagakure were happening in the background. Neither village wanted to make such a huge payment to Konoha. However, the disturbing image Konoha painted was too important to ignore. Konoha's negotiators mentioned the information was crucial for the safety of their Jinchurikis and might shed light on Han's disappearance. The fact that Konoha refused to lower the cost made them even more certain about the validity of the information. Even so, the cost was truly astronomical, and they were suspicious of Konoha's intentions. After all, why would Konoha be worried about their Jinchuriki? Hence, they continued bargaining with Konoha. Unbothered by all these developments, Fujin completely immersed himself into his training. His chakra control reached his previous levels within a week. He spent another week improving his mastery of hair-based ninjutsus. Though he still couldn't perform them without hand seals, he improved them substantially, taking them to a level that could be used during battles. Finally, Fujin turned his attention to the magnet release. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, pedalsarvesh8 at OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you MSSC, Shreyan, Nixon, No Name, Leandro, Dan Too Dirty, Matthew, Yuyo, Jordan, Craig, Moonrabbit, Luis, BFT, Chris, and Alexei for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 867, A Slump. Chapter 874, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Sorry guys, fell asleep last night. Today's chapter should be done in 8 to 14 hours. Sitting in his basement, Fujin analyzed. Now that it has been some time, I have a better understanding of magnet release. It's rather remarkable, to be honest. I can't imagine recreating it like I am doing with scorch release. My initial analysis was correct. Kekkei Genkai, like magnet release, aren't as easy to recreate as scorch or storm release. The way how magnet release works is by creating magnetic fields. These fields have an effect on metals, or more specifically, ferromagnetic metals, and can be used to move them. However, it is quite complicated. A single magnetic field can move the ferromagnetic materials in just one direction. If I have to move it freely, I'll need dozens, possibly hundreds of magnetic fields activating and deactivating simultaneously to freely move it like how third Kazekage could. The problem is, the task was rather daunting. Fujin couldn't begin to imagine the computing power needed to do something so complicated. At the very least, he was sure he couldn't do so purposefully. Yet there were 3 individuals who did it as if it was as easy as breathing air. Fujin continued analyzing. It is impossible to compute them humanely. Even Shikaku wouldn't manage to do it. There is only one way to do it: instincts. Since it was so complicated, Fujin understood there was no point in calculating. After all, did a ninja calculate the speed and angle at which they should throw their shuriken or kunai to hit another ninja? The answer was no. Yet, tens of thousands of ninjas do it accurately. Fujin thought, the way to master magnet release is simply to practice until I get a hang of it. The first step is to maintain one magnetic field for a long time. The reason why the kunai stopped moving the first time I tried was simply because I couldn't sustain the magnetic field any longer. As long as I can sustain one magnetic field, I can start moving ferromagnetic materials in one direction. It'll allow me to stop incoming weapons, or pull the weapons from my opponent. That said, it won't be that easy. Fujin raised his palm, creating a new magnetic field. The kunai in front of him rolled several meters away before stopping. Fujin analyzed, the power of my magnetic field is too weak. I need to increase the intensity of my magnetic field several folds, possibly thousands of times, to make it impactful in battle. Only once I achieve that, can I consider the first step complete. The next step will be to play around with several magnetic fields and control ferromagnetic metals like how the third Kazekage could. It'll be very time-consuming, but should be doable. Once I gain the instincts, I can probably use it to fight against weaker rank S ninjas without having to use any other ninjutsu and even stall slightly stronger ones. However, that'll likely be the limit of this Kekkei Genkai. Progressing any further with just this should be near impossible. That said, it's not like it won't be of use to me. Fujin's mind had long calculated how he could use magnet release in battle. The most obvious use case was simply controlling the metal on his enemy's body. He analyzed. Nearly every ninja carried metal weapons. I can control them to hurt them, catching them off guard and giving me an upper hand in battle. However, its effectiveness will depend on whether I keep this a secret or not. If I don't keep it secret, I could use magnet release along with my wind domain. Though it'll be redundant at offense due to how deadly my wind domain and Akumjutsus are, it can take over the defense. Any attack that enters my domain will not only be attacked by countless windjutsus, but will have to pass through hundreds of iron walls to hit me. A devious grin appeared on Fujin's face as he imagined this scenario in his head. He couldn't help but wonder who would be the first ninja to experience that. Fujin thought, regardless, neither of these 2 applications will boost me significantly, especially if I go up against guys like Madara or Hashirama, let alone someone with the powers of the Sage of 6 Paths. If I have to make it usable against them, this is the only way I can think for now. A Rasengan appeared in Fujin's right palm. Though it was a normal Rasengan, Fujin recalled the magnet release Rasengan Naruto used against Madara in the 4th Great Ninja War. Fujin thought, this will be a potent jutsu in my arsenal once I master it, especially after I learn Senjutsu. It can buy me sufficient time to riddle my opponent with vacuum bullets. I wonder if I can come up with more ways to use magnet release at a higher level, other than perhaps flight, like how Gaara could use his sand. Speaking of Gaara, a helpless expression appeared on Fujin's face. For the past couple of weeks, Fujin had tried to control sand and gold with magnet release. Unfortunately, he had failed completely. Fujin thought, gold isn't ferromagnetic like iron. My magnetic fields have almost no effect on it. I might have to make my magnetic field thousands of times stronger to have an effect on gold. However, it would amplify the effect on metals like iron by a similar factor. I won't be able to control gold like how Rasa could. Sigh. How did Rasa create such strong magnetic fields and ensure they affected just gold and not other metals? Due to being from a world of science, Fujin understood concepts such as magnetism far better than the other ninjas. However, even his knowledge was limited. As such, his calculations were slightly inaccurate. To control gold with magnetic fields, Fujin's magnetic field needed to be stronger by around 6 million times. In addition, gold had a negative magnetic susceptibility, implying it would move in the opposite direction as iron if placed in the same magnetic field. Fujin sighed. There goes my dream of plundering a few gold mines and secretly becoming the richest person in this world. It'd have been a fun way to pass time when I get bored and want to make the world slightly chaotic. As for sand, that's even more ridiculous. Sand isn't affected by any magnetic field. It should be Shukaku's power along with whatever his mother did. I'll probably need to steal the entire Shukaku to gain that ability. What a bummer. Controlling sand is way more convenient than controlling metal, especially while fighting over land. Well, whatever. There's no point in being too greedy. Getting magnet release in itself was a pleasant surprise. I'll start with step 1. Fujin opened a scroll and took out several iron objects, ranging from small items like shuriken, kunai, some crumbled pieces, to large objects like a human-sized statue. Fujin closed his eyes, focusing entirely on his chakra. Moments later, he created a magnetic field inside the basement. Fujin trained the entire day. He was planning to continue the training on the next day, but an event happened that finally attracted his attention. Jiraiya and Shikaku reduced the search area considerably, and Jiraiya finally left the village along with Naruto. Fujin thought, so Naruto and Jiraiya finally leave as well. 2.5 weeks after Sasuke was kidnapped, the difference in how Sasuke was taken away changed a lot of things. In the original story, Jiraiya had no will to look for Sasuke. He even pushed Naruto into forgetting about him, and tried to educate him to reduce his obsession for Sasuke. However, since Sasuke was kidnapped and Jiraiya probably knows the truth behind the Uchiha massacre too, his goals are completely opposite. Their journey will be quite different. That said, I don't know much about how their journey was in the original story either. Regardless, it doesn't matter. I don't think they'll return to the village soon. As such, there isn't much point in wasting my time here. Fujin flickered, reaching Tsunade's office in a few seconds. As he expected, Hiruzen was present as well. Tsunade looked at Fujin and said with a smile, "That's a surprise. I didn't think you'd stop your training, Fujin." Fujin sighed. "I wasn't planning to. Unfortunately, it feels like I'm entering into a slump." AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI Google Pay, pedalsarvesh8@OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Narf, Zwatch, Daniel, Marcus, Miguel, Mason, Dissa, Ryan, and Azvuchka for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 868, Will of Fire. Chapter 875 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. A slump? What do you mean? Tsunade frowned. At the same time, Hiruzen immediately raised his guard. Knowing how much Fujin demanded when he wasn't in a slump, he couldn't fathom what Fujin could ask for when he was in one. Fujin answered, "I can't improve my jutsus further at the same rate. I've been trying it for the past couple of weeks, but haven't made any progress. I think I need a change in pace." Switching his gaze to Hiruzen, Fujin asked, "Have you started the research? Perhaps helping you could give me some ideas." Tsunade's eyes twitched as she wondered. Don't tell me. Did he say all that just to get his hands on the Edo Tensei Jutsu? Wait, he isn't even asking for permission to join the research. Tsunade's understanding of Fujin's nature deepened slightly as she was exposed to more of his shamelessness. I haven't started yet. I still need to work on my chakra control. I just managed to walk on water yesterday. Hiruzen answered without a hint of shame. The Anbu guards felt slightly awkward on learning their previous Hokage struggled with something so basic. However, remembering his sacrifice, not a single one found it funny. Fujin said softly, "A shame. If that's not an option, then I think I need a change of environment." He looked at the two and said without any hesitation, "I'm thinking about leaving the village for a while and journeying around. Hopefully that'll give me the inspiration I need to take the next step." Fujin's words left the teacher-student duo speechless. It was important to remember that Fujin was barely 17 years old. His strength was already phenomenal, and his strength was constantly improving. It was only 3 weeks ago when Tsunade increased his cellular activity and helped him learn a formidable jutsu. He also learned about souls not too long before that. Yet, Fujin said he was in a slump. Hiruzen couldn't help but wonder, exactly what does this boy expect? Does he want his chakra reserves to go up by 32% every week? Or does he want his wind domain to move to the next level every week? What does he even mean by a slump? His chakra feels sharper than ever before. Even though Hiruzen couldn't sense the massive increase in Fujin's chakra reserves due to absorbing Shikaku's chakra, he noticed that Fujin's chakra was far sharper than he remembered. However, he chalked it up to the increase in Fujin's cellular activity. Tsunade had similar thoughts, but the room didn't contain just the two of them. Shizune depressingly thought, "He's in a slump. What does that make me? I still can't learn Lady Tsunade's strength of 100 seal. Have I been in a slump all my life?" Just like her, the 4 Anbu guards in the room were depressed as well. For a moment, all 4 had the thought of quitting Anbu and returning to training. Fortunately, their senses prevailed. They could only shake their heads and think, "He isn't ordinary. We can't compare ourselves to him." Seeing neither Tsunade nor Hiruzen objecting to his decision, Fujin breathed a deep sigh of relief and said, "I was worried you two would object to this decision. Fortunately, I was wrong. Apologies for misjudging you. I should have known you will support me so that I can get stronger and protect the village better." Once again, Hiruzen and Tsunade were stunned. Shizune and the Anbu guards were also caught off guard by the sincerity in Fujin's voice. Needless to say, their silence didn't mean they approved Fujin's decision. They simply didn't know what to say due to the absurdity of the situation. Tsunade finally opened her mouth to object, but no words left her lips. She still couldn't make up her mind on what to say. Helpless, she could only turn her head towards her sensei, the man who led Konoha for nearly half a century. Hiruzen felt her gaze and wondered, what am I supposed to say? Every time I think he's improving, he takes his absurdity to a whole new level. Sigh, didn't I already retire? Why do I keep coming here the same time Fujin does? I don't want to deal with him anymore. Hiruzen finally sighed and said, "Fujin, you are only 17 years old. You don't need to stress so much. Your slump may just be because you are always occupied with training. Perhaps you should just take some time off in the village and not train for a while. A break would do you a world of good." Fujin thought, good, at least he established that I am in a slump. Had he argued about it, it would have been challenging to convince them if they stayed put on it. Not that it would have stopped me. Still, it's one less headache to have. Fujin frowned and muttered, "I thought you already gave your blessings." He sighed and argued, "I have already visited almost every place in the village. There isn't much I can do that I haven't done already. I have a feeling that I'll leave this slump and advance to the next level, only when I broaden my horizons." A thoughtful expression appeared on Fujin's face as he added, "Besides, the threats to the village won't consider my age. I don't know the reason for Orochimaru's hatred towards our village. Whatever it may be, his hatred would have only increased, be it due to you sealing his arms or me burning down his rogue village. If we fail to eliminate him and he takes over Sasuke's body, we'll face an even greater danger than we did a few months ago." Akatsuki is an enigma as well, a ninja who could keep so many terrifying rank S ninjas in check, and a mysterious Sharingan wielder who can phase through attacks and has Izanagi. Whoever their leader is, he or she must be a greater threat than Orochimaru. And they're the remaining great illages too. Even though things have quieted down for the time being, there is no doubt that they are preparing for the next great war. Fujin looked at Hiruzen and Tsunade with full seriousness. He said, "I don't want to be unprepared when things eventually spiral out of control. If I don't use this rare window of opportunity to take myself to the next level, I can't say whether I'll ever get another opportunity to reach there." Silence spread through the room as everyone contemplated Fujin's words. Shizune and 2 Anbu guards involuntarily nodded, agreeing with Fujin's arguments. Yet, Hiruzen and Tsunade weren't on board. Things weren't truly calm yet. Orochimaru had kidnapped Sasuke less than 2.5 weeks ago. They didn't know when Akatsuki would strike. Not to mention, traveling outside was far riskier than staying inside the village. While there weren't many who could threaten Fujin in a direct battle, enemies could try to take him out using unconventional means. While the chance of something like that succeeding was still infinitesimally small, it was never zero. Hiruzen and Tsunade didn't want to take any risks. However, Fujin's words and the seriousness in his voice left them with little choice. They couldn't refute a youngster who was thinking so much for the village. Both glanced at each other and realized they had come to the same decision. Tsunade sighed and muttered, "All right, but take care, Fujin. Even though you're strong and have gone on countless missions, it's still risky to stay out of the village for a long term. It isn't like your Anbu days when no one knew much about you. Today, every enemy village and even an organization like Akatsuki wants to see you dead." Fujin smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll be careful." Hiruzen added, "Take communication tags with you. If something comes up, we'll call you back using it." Fujin nodded. The 2 senior ninjas imparted some of their knowledge and experiences to Fujin before letting him leave. Once Fujin left, Hiruzen sighed, "They grow so quickly. I wanted to stop him, but how am I supposed to say no when the will of fire burns so intensely in him?" Tsunade nodded. Even though he is shameless, he always thinks of the village. Still, his thirst for ninjutsu and forbidden techniques reminded me of Orochimaru. I didn't think he would have an adventurous spirit like Jiraiya." She added with a chuckle, "Who would have thought? I wonder how his journey will change him." Hiruzen muttered, "With some luck, his shamelessness might decrease. Though knowing him..." Hiruzen sighed again. He wasn't particularly looking forward to a Fujin who had experienced more of the deadly and treacherous ninja world. In fact, he was already feeling a headache. No break tomorrow. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Patil Sarvesh 8 at OKSBI can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Rumi, Tanisha, and Jag for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 869, The 2 Conditions. Chapter 876 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin returned to his house and packed everything he needed for a long journey. Of course, he didn't need to worry too much since he could teleport back whenever he needed to. He stored all the scrolls he needed and looked around his house. A smile appeared on his face as Fujin thought, "I have left my house several times in the past. The promotion mission in the Land of Wind lasted several months, as did my recent expeditions with the army. However, this is the first time I'll be leaving without having a mission. The ninja world. I wonder what all mysteries you have stored for me." Memories rapidly appeared in Fujin's head. The new lands he had witnessed while flying on Kaido's back, the massive ocean that surrounded the elemental nations, the terrifying creatures that lived inside it, the 100-kilometer-wide whirlpool. Fujin remembered all of it as excitement bubbled inside him. He wanted to explore all of it. Fujin muttered, "Before I leave, there's some stuff I should take care of." 2 clones appeared next to him and disappeared instantaneously. A few minutes later, 5 exhausted figures walked into his house. Without a word, they plopped onto his sofa. Fujin glanced at his 5 students and chuckled. "You kids seem to be doing well. I should have sent you to Guy sooner." His words immediately caused the 5 kids to look at Fujin with resentment. Fujin chuckled again. "Don't give me that look. A few years later, you'll be glad you underwent this training." Yuji's eyes widened. Shock could be heard in his voice as he exclaimed fearfully, "A few years?" Hikari tearfully added, We'd be dead, Sensei, Shoma requested. Sensei, we want you to train us. Please, Sensei, we'll never complain again. Fujin smiled and said, I meant my words. Anyway, even if I wanted to, I couldn't train you. I'll be leaving for a long-term mission soon. I won't be in the village for long over the next few years. Surprised, Sayaka asked, You're leaving too? Is it the same mission as Naruto? Fujin shook his head and answered, Not really. Concerned, Takeshi spoke up, Sensei, if you leave, will we train under Guy Sensei all the time? The eyes of the 5 kids watered up as Fujin casually nodded. They gave him the puppy eyes, hoping Fujin finally took some mercy on them. A thoughtful expression appeared on Fujin's face as he muttered, So you really don't want to train under him? They nodded immediately. Fujin smiled and said, All right. Pose like this for a group photo and you have a deal. Their puppy eyes immediately vanished. Sayaka replied, As if! Takeshi snorted while Yuji complained, You'll use that photo to tease us until we are 80. Without a hint of shame, Fujin nodded and said, Well, I have to take payment in some form for training you. Yuji replied, Forget it. I'd rather let Guy Sensei break all my bones. Fujin shrugged. Well, I gave you a choice. Once again, his students glared at him. Hikari complained, That wasn't a real choice, Sensei. Sayaka added, It wasn't. Be reasonable, Sensei. Having been his students for so long, they knew Fujin wouldn't completely leave them hanging. As such, they still had hope in their eyes. Finally, Fujin said, All right, you can stop training under Guy once you achieve these 2 objectives. Fujin raised one finger and said, First, you have to master Guy's strong fist style. It'll become your main taijutsu style. Not only will it improve your physique, but it'll also increase your chakra reserves. Learning that they could finally leave hell, all his students nodded and curiously awaited his second condition. Fujin raised his second finger, and the second objective is... He stopped speaking and turned his gaze towards the door. His students followed his gaze and saw Hoka enter Fujin's house. Hoka asked, What's up? Why did you call me here? Fujin continued, The second objective is to defeat Hoka in a 5 versus 1 battle. You can use everything in your arsenal. Once you learn the strong fist style, you will challenge Hoka once a week in our training ground. If you win, you can stop training under Guy and join the Anbu like others. If not, you continue your training. Defeat me? Hoka asked in confusion. Meanwhile, the ears of Fujin's students perked as they muttered, Everything we got? Fujin nodded. Yes, everything. You won't stand much of a chance otherwise. They broke into grins as they looked at Hoka and imagined defeating him with their respective Kekkei Genkai. Their gaze weirded out Hoka, who raised his guard and asked, Fujin, what's going on? Fujin chuckled and brought Hoka up to speed. Hoka glared at Fujin before sighing. Are you looking down on me? Or do you want to force them to train under Guy for several years? Fujin smirked. There's a reason I said you're slacking, Hoka. Bullshit. I train till I drop every day when I am not busy with missions, Hoka countered. Fujin shook his head. Slacking doesn't just mean easing down your training. If your training doesn't yield sufficient results, that is slacking too, even though your body and mind may not feel so. Anyway, don't take them too lightly. I want them to train under Guy for another year at least. Hoka frowned. He knew Fujin wasn't someone who'd spout nonsense needlessly. He complained, If my training doesn't yield results, that implies I am slacking? What the hell is this logic? Besides, my training has been yielding results, just not at an insane pace as his. Also, does he really think these kids can challenge me so soon? Or is he just messing with my or their heads? Wait a minute. Why did they get excited when Fujin told them to use everything they had against me? Do they have an ability I am not aware of? Though Fujin frequently pawned the taijutsu training of his students on Hoka, he instructed his students not to use their Kekkei Genkai techniques. It wasn't that he didn't trust Hoka. Rather, it was a test for his students who were supposed to keep these abilities hidden. If they couldn't hide it from Hoka during taijutsu training, then there was little hope of them keeping it hidden from others. So far, Fujin's students hadn't disappointed him. As a result, Hoka wasn't aware of their Kekkei Genkai. Fujin said, Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. I'll be leaving now. Hoka asked, When will you return? Fujin answered, Not sure. A few months at best, a year or 2 at worst. Hoka wondered, A mission that can take up to 2 years? Which mission did Fifth give him? The only one that comes to mind is spying, but there's no way someone as strong as Fujin will be given that mission. Hoka thought a lot, but couldn't make any other guesses. He couldn't be blamed, though, since even Tsunade didn't know of any such mission. They finally left Fujin's house and saw as Fujin applied a few seal tags to his door and a few walls. Hoka's eyes twitched. 12 sets of 5 seal barrier. He added 2 more as compared to last time. Who does he expect to attack this house? Hoka was no longer as inexperienced as the first time when he entered Fujin's house. Even though he wasn't a seal master, he had been taught about seals and the danger they pose by his clan. He was also trained to be sensitive to seals to avoid falling into deadly traps. Despite his inability to see the seals on Fujin's house, he was aware that Fujin's house had a ridiculously high density of seals. As Fujin completed applying the last seal, Hoka suggested, "Have you thought of adding a few surveillance cameras inside your house? If anyone ever tries to break into your house, it'll be a fun recording to see." Fujin thought for a moment and replied, "That's not a bad idea. Remind me when I'm back." Fujin bit his thumb and slammed his right hand on the ground. Summoning Jutsu. Smoke clouds shrouded the area as a towering silhouette appeared, his presence radiating raw power and alarming the Anbu on Fujin's compounds. A pair of piercing eyes gleamed through the smoke as the beast unfurled his massive wings, creating a gust that scattered the smoke in an instant. His eyes rested on Fujin as he said, "It's been a while, Fujin." Fujin chuckled. "It has." He disappeared before appearing on the beast's back and said, "You guys, take care. Don't slack off while I am not here." Sayaka said, "We won't, Sensei." Internally, all 5 of his students snorted, as if that monster will let us slack off. Fujin smiled and said, "Let's go, Kaito. Head east." Flapping his wings with powerful strokes, Kaito surged into the sky, the force kicking up a swirling cloud of dust in Fujin's compound and making several unsuspecting trainees cough. By the time the dust cleared, both Fujin and Kaito had disappeared. Hoka glanced towards east with his Byakugan as he thought, "Having a flying summon is very convenient. I should try to get one. It'll be a good and easy way to increase my strength. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link w.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on Google Pay, patilsarvesh8 at OKSpy. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Daniel, Seraphim, His Supreme, Ashfield, Lazy Dragon, Kasui, Baptiste, Rumi, Mugi, Tanisha, and Jag for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you Nishant for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 870, Distorting Space. Chapter 877 Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Hoka glanced towards east with his Byakugan as he thought, "Having a flying summon is very convenient. I should try to get one. It'll be a good and easy way to increase my strength." Fujin's earlier words still weighed on Hoka's mind. Since he hadn't been very successful in raising his own strength in recent times, the idea of getting a summon looked increasingly appetizing to him. In the Hokage office, a Yamanaka ninja arrived and reported, "Lady Tsunade, we sensed a couple of powerful chakra signatures exit our village from the air. We tried looking for it, but even the Hyuga ninjas failed to see them. They are headed east, but we aren't sure about anything else." Tsunade muttered, "A couple? I suppose he used his summon." Hiruzen nodded. "Yes, though I didn't expect him to head east. Does he plan on visiting the Land of Lightning again?" Tsunade immediately recalled Fujin's previous mission to the Land of Lightning. She felt a headache as she wondered, "Don't tell me he isn't satisfied by his earlier mission there." Shikaku said he missed 4 of their bases. Those bases no longer exist, but I doubt that'll stop him. Hiruzen realized his student's troubles and advised, "Don't overthink it. There's no point in being worried. Just keep an eye on news coming from outside. If he makes a big move, we'll know." He sighed. Besides, with Fujin no longer here, we don't have to be worried about his absurd requests. Tsunade could only nod and hope she wouldn't regret allowing Fujin to go off alone. "What's the occasion, Fujin? You rarely summon me since you learnt that technique." Kaito asked as he flew rapidly across the vast skies of the Land of Fire. Fujin answered, "I'm planning to journey for a bit and explore the world more. So, you'll be stuck with me for a while." Fujin smirked and added, "Unless, of course, you don't want to. I'll summon." Kaito cut him off and snorted, "Who else knows more about this world than me? They are just battle maniacs. Of course, I'll stick around. Where do you want to explore?" "Just this continent, or?" Fujin smiled. He knew very well how much Kaito loved to explore, which was why he summoned him instead of others. Fujin answered, "Beyond as well. I want to explore as much as I can in the next 2 to 3 years." Fujin's words excited Kaito, who thought, "Finally someone to explore with. This will be fun. With Fujin, I can finally explore those dangerous places." He asked in a joyous tone, "Do you have a place in mind to start this journey with?" A grin appeared on Fujin's face as he answered, "Yes, that gigantic whirlpool." Kaito's speed reduced as he turned his head and stared at Fujin, who was calmly sitting on his back. Kaito assumed Fujin was joking, but his eyes revealed his seriousness. He said, "I thought you said you wanted to explore, not commit suicide." Fujin raised an eyebrow and asked, "Do you think I still can't defeat it?" Kaito answered, "I heard Father say that he can't defeat you anymore. I can sense that you're stronger than even what my father said. However, that thing is at a whole different level. There's no chance of victory." Fujin wasn't bothered by his answer. Despite his immense strength, Fujin knew several individuals who could force him to run away with ease. Adding another being to that list wasn't demeaning. Fujin said, "That's surprising. But why are you so afraid? Just drop me there and maintain your distance. I'll fight it and teleport to your back if I am in danger." Kaito immediately replied, "I wouldn't be so sure about it." For the first time, Fujin frowned. "What do you mean?" Kaito answered, "That thing is so monstrous that space itself is unstable around it. Or perhaps it is one of its abilities, we aren't completely sure. After all, that thing is ancient, even older than our great sage. When Grandfather and his brothers were trapped fighting with it, they couldn't be summoned back to Mount Muteki. The only reason that thing eventually let go was because it sensed that our entire valley was flying there." Fujin's eyes widened. He thought, a creature so monstrous that it makes space unstable and interrupts space-time ninjutsu? How can that be? Wait a minute. Fujin suddenly recalled a memory where space had been distorted. He thought, Guy's final jutsu. He bent space before landing his final hit on Madara. Could it be something similar? Fujin analyzed for a while and had a hunch that the two were similar. Unfortunately, there was no way to confirm. Yet, a smile appeared on his face. He thought, interesting, interesting. A way to disrupt space-time jutsus? I know one ninja who will absolutely hate it. I need to see and copy it. Seeing that Fujin had quietened down, Kaito teased, "Still want to fight that thing?" Fujin grinned, "More than ever, but it can wait till I become stronger. For now, let's find another beast. I have been itching for a battle for a while." Kaito grinned. "All right, I know just the opponent who'll make you pull out all of your hair." He flapped his wings, increasing his speed once again. The two flew over the land of fire, land of hot water, and the entire land of water before reaching the endless ocean. Kaito flew for a few more hours before finally reaching his target. As Kaito hovered in the sky, Fujin's eyes glowed, and he muttered, "Let me see what target you've chosen for me." In an unfamiliar terrain, Fujin didn't activate his chakra field to avoid alarming every powerful being in the vicinity. Instead, he focused chakra in his eyes. To his surprise, his eyes couldn't see a single living being. There wasn't a single chakra fluctuation in the water. The vast ocean looked completely devoid of life. A grin appeared on Fujin's face as he muttered, "Interesting. Very interesting. To think I can't see this being at all. Yet it is causing such a massive disturbance in my space-time field. What is that thing?" Kaito replied, "A hunter so terrifying that nothing else dares to live around it. Why don't you find out more yourself?" A fair warning, don't underestimate it. Competing with these monsters underwater raises the difficulty by several levels, especially if you can't control water. Kaito flapped his wings again, rising even higher in the sky. He had no intention of being anywhere near the surface of the ocean. Fujin jumped off his back while releasing a massive amount of chakra, which instantly transformed into winds and formed a cloak around him. Kaito glanced at Fujin and thought, so, he can fly freely now? Interesting. The battle might not be one-sided after all. Fujin glanced below and pointed towards the ocean, thinking, "Let me see what my new sparring partner looks like." Winds gathered at the tip of his finger, and a small bullet was fired into the water. It pierced into the ocean and traveled for 40 meters before hitting something. The bullet immediately exploded, releasing winds in every direction. However, the winds weren't sharp. Instead, they forced the water away, creating several tides moving outwards from that point and creating a 40-meter-deep crater on the ocean's surface. As the oceans moved, Fujin finally caught a glimpse of his new sparring partner. It was simply colossal, larger than Ryu, Gamabunta, or any summon Fujin ever laid eyes on. Perhaps only Katsuyu's full body was larger. A pair of red, glowing eyes suddenly opened up, locking on Fujin and giving him an unfamiliar feeling. That creature looked at Fujin like he was the prey. I don't remember the last time someone looked down on me to this extent. The unfamiliar feeling immediately riled up Fujin's fighting spirit, especially as he saw the creature's true form. The massive creature towered over the ocean, its shell made of jagged stone-like armor, its thick, muscular legs as large as a ship, and its enormous pincers, sharper than any sword, hung in the air, unfazed by the force of the winds. Fujin had stirred. Even the air around it seemed to warp with its raw, primal power, giving an unmistakable sense of ancient, dominating strength. Its eyes watched unflinchingly as a large amount of chakra exited Fujin's body, transformed into winds and formed a massive domain around him. This was the strongest wind domain ever created by Fujin. Looking at the beast, Fujin thought, "After eating so many crabs, to think I'd be looked at as a prey by one. What an irony. Anyway, what the hell is up with its body?" Fujin didn't particularly care about the beast's appearance or identity. What intrigued him was its energy. Fujin had never sensed such a dense concentration of nature energy before. It was almost as if that beast's chakra consisted only of nature energy. Fujin analyzed. What a fearsome aura. Even Ryu's aura doesn't come anywhere close. Yet, not a single bit of it is leaking. It's almost as if it has become one with nature. If it weren't looking at me murderously, I wouldn't be able to differentiate its presence from the water that surrounds it. No wonder I couldn't see him earlier. Suddenly, without giving any signs, the crab moved. Its massive pincer extended towards Fujin, as if it wanted to pluck him from the skies. Despite its massive size, its movement was so quick that Fujin's view was completely occupied by its pincer in the blink of an eye. This should be fun! Fujin chuckled as a massive wind blade appeared in front of him and flew down to intercept the massive pincer. In a place thousands of kilometers away from the elemental nations, Fujin and an ancient crab clashed. Their opening clash created waves that traveled for several kilometers. With only one witness, an epic duel was about to take place. End of Volume 6. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patilsarvesh8 at OKSBuy. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter A1, Meeting an Old Friend. Chapter 8 and 78 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. The sun hung high in the sky, casting a warm glow over the stone-paved streets, which bustled with activity as merchants arranged their stalls, craftsmen focused on their work, and villagers hurried about their daily tasks. The scent of sizzling meat and fresh bread filled the air, blending with the rhythmic clang of a blacksmith's hammer. Two youngsters ran into each other on these busy streets, their eyes lit up on seeing each other. One of them clenched his fists, barely able to contain himself, and exclaimed loudly, "Man, this is freaking awesome!" His friend smirked and replied, "It is. I learnt the false darkness jutsu. What about you?" The first youngster replied, "I learnt the water dragon jutsu. Do you know how long I was looking for a strong water release jutsu? I can finally show those assholes a thing now." His voice brimming with energy, he added, "Lord Third is the best. I can't believe he created something like the Guidance Hall. My only complaint is that he didn't create it earlier." His friend nodded. "It is indeed amazing. It's so difficult to learn jutsus that aren't Earth release in the village. Anyway, I know why Lord Third didn't create it earlier." Intrigued, the youngster asked, "Why not?" His friend chuckled and answered, "Because Lord Third didn't come up with this idea. I heard from one of the instructors that Konoha created a guidance hall more than a year earlier. Lord Third simply copied the idea." Stunned, the youngster exclaimed, "You gotta be kidding me. Are you saying those bastards have been using something so heavenly for over a year?" His friend sighed. "Yeah, if we meet them in battle soon, it'll be painful. Luckily, Lord Third acted quickly, or it would have been a nightmare. Anyway, we can leave these worries to Lord Third. It's time to..." The youngster followed his gaze, his mouth salivating at the sight. He exclaimed cheerfully, "Tanizaki dumplings! What better way to celebrate learning new jutsus?" The two youngsters rushed into the crowded restaurant. As they stepped inside, the rich aroma of freshly steamed dumplings and sizzling fillings filled their noses, making their stomachs rumble in anticipation. The restaurant buzzed with chatter, laughter, and the occasional clatter of chopsticks against plates. Amidst the lively atmosphere, a young man sat at a nearby table, stuffing his face with dumplings. He gulped down another bite and exclaimed, "This is too delicious! This is the best dumpling I've ever eaten!" An old man, with a sturdy frame, neatly tied silver hair, and a few scars on his face, stepped forward and said, "Of course, you feel that way. After all, they are the best dumplings in the world." The young man nodded and said, "With how delicious they are, they might as well be. Give me 3 more plates." The old man chuckled and brought over 3 more plates, while the youngster cleared every dumpling on his table. As he served them, the old man asked, "This is the first time I have seen you, young man. You aren't from here, are you?" The young man continued stuffing his mouth while speaking in barely understandable words. "No, sir. I'm a traveler. I entered the village last evening." The old man's eyes squinted as he observed the young man carefully. However, he didn't sense anything suspicious about him. He thought, his chakra is like a civilian's. Must be a part of some merchant group. "Damn, these are still too delicious. How do you make them?" the young man exclaimed as he couldn't stop stuffing his face. The old man chuckled and thought, "He is an interesting one. Most merchants are quite reserved when visiting a hidden village. I wonder if he's carefree, clueless, or just spoiled. Whatever, he isn't bad to talk with." The old man stroked his beard and explained, "It's all in the craftsmanship, young man. Every dumpling is hand-folded with care, and we only use the freshest ingredients, sourced from the best farms and butchers." He continued speaking enthusiastically for nearly 3 minutes, telling what made his dumplings special. The young man listened to his every word carefully, while continuously stuffing his face. The old man asked, "Why do you want to know it? Young people aren't very interested in these kinds of stuff." The young man snorted, "Oh, those are ignorant youngsters. Don't group me with them. This dumpling is so delicious that I believe more people in the world need to taste it. I'll open stalls around the world for everyone to enjoy. I'll open a few more in this village too. What's the recipe, old man?" A dumbfounded expression appeared on the old man's face. He never imagined that someone would try to be so straightforward in wanting to copy the recipe passed down through his family for generations and open more restaurants to compete with him. For a moment, he missed his breath and began coughing. The young man looked at him with concern and asked, "Are you all right, old man? If you need some rest, I don't mind taking over this restaurant too. Huh?" The young man looked at his table only to see the plate full of dumplings missing. He shouted in panic, "Where are my delicious dumplings?" Everyone in the restaurant looked at him and the owner strangely. The owner scoffed, "As if I'll let someone steal my family recipe. Get lost. You aren't welcome." The old man stopped scolding the young man as the young man and all the other customers in the restaurant looked at the person who had just entered the restaurant. A red-haired person wearing armor entered the restaurant, and the entire restaurant became quiet. A few customers whispered, "Isn't that the Jinchu?" "Shh! Don't talk about it right now." The old man sighed at the reactions of his customers and thought, even though he saved so many lives in the last 2 wars, people still fear him. I suppose he has given up any hopes at this point. If not for Lord Third forcing him to stay inside the village after Han went missing, Roshi might have gone to live in solitude. The old man was a retired elite Junin of Iwagakure. During the Second Great Ninja War, Roshi saved his life more than once. As such, his impression of Jinchurikis had changed considerably. He was about to greet Roshi, but someone else was quicker. The young man who looked just like a normal civilian somehow appeared beside Roshi. Since Roshi had attracted all the attention, no one saw the young man move. Even Roshi was surprised as the young man patted his back and greeted enthusiastically, "Roshi, long time no see. How have you been?" This time, the entire restaurant was stunned. No one expected a civilian to greet Roshi like this. And that included Roshi himself. He glanced at the youngster and wondered, who is he? Before he could say anything, the young man looked at the old man and loudly said, "Old man, get 3 full plates of dumplings for my old friend, too." The entire restaurant looked at the young man with just one thought running through their minds. "Old friend? Buddy, you look to be in your early 20s. How can he be your old friend?" The old man also wondered, when did Roshi make such a young friend? Also, how did the boy move so quickly? No, something about him is off. The weird feeling he had been getting got stronger. He immediately raised his guard, but didn't show any signs of it as the young man hadn't done anything yet. To his and everyone's surprise, Roshi asked, "Who are you?" Everyone's eyes widened. They looked at the young man suspiciously and wondered, what the hell? Why is he acting so chummy with someone who doesn't even know him? A few wondered, is Roshi pretending to not know the young man? Why would anyone act so friendly with a Jinchuriki otherwise? The young man looked deeply hurt. He asked, "Did you forget me already?" The pain in his voice was evident to everyone who heard his voice. Everyone looked at Roshi suspiciously. The only one who didn't was the old man, as he knew Roshi's nature very well. Roshi began feeling something off as well and replied, "I don't." Just like the old man, Roshi secretly raised his guard. The entire situation felt fishy. The young man sighed and said, "I still remember it like yesterday. You threw a fucking tailed beast bomb at me. I can't believe that you forgot me." The eyes of every person in the restaurant widened. The ninjas secretly grabbed their weapons while the civilians immediately rushed out. However, the young man paid no attention to them and instead sat back in his chair. He looked at the old man and said, "Forget about this heartless fellow. Just give those 3 plates." Everyone still in the restaurant was stunned once again. No one could make sense of what was happening. The fact that Roshi threw a tailed beast bomb on the young man should imply that he was an enemy, and a powerful one at that, considering he was still alive. However, the young man continued acting like everything was fine. The old man asked in a grim tone, "Who are you, and what purpose do you have here?" His guard was no longer hidden, yet the young man paid no attention to the obvious signs. He raised an eyebrow and answered, "I already said, didn't I? I'm a traveler. Now will you please get me those delicious dumplings?" The old man snorted and said, "Enough fooling around. You'll need to come with us." The young man tilted his head and asked, "Come with you? Are you sure? The last bunch who asked me to do that didn't do very well." Pretty sure there will be some confusion, though there are some hints in the chapter. Things will clear up in the upcoming chapters, and most of your questions will be addressed sooner or later. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, at OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Antonio, Derek, Moma, Joe, Florin, Crimson, Wild Cyan, Meligant Colby for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 872, The Mighty Club. Chapter 879 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. The young man tilted his head and asked, "Come with you? Are you sure? The last bunch who asked me to do that didn't do very well." Understanding the threat in his words, every Iwa ninja in the restaurant immediately stood up and openly displayed their weapons. Roshi and the old man were prepared as well. The old man thought, such arrogance. He seemed to be waiting for Roshi. Is he a member of that mercenary organization? At the same time, Roshi analyzed, a tailed beast bomb. The last person who survived that attack was Suzuki Fujin. Is this him under disguise? However, why would Konoha send him here alone? In one corner of the restaurant, a middle-aged man whispered to his Geinin students, "You 3, Leave immediately. Run to Lord Third and inform him that someone is targeting Roshi. One of his students replied, Sensei, he's alone. We can take him out here. Their sensei said, It's best if that happens. However, I have a bad feeling. Quickly go. You three won't make much of an impact here, irrespective of how strong or weak he is. Seeing his seriousness, the three immediately left. The Iwa ninjas didn't look at them, and neither did the young man do anything to stop them. In fact, he was so relaxed that a spectator wouldn't be able to tell that he was surrounded by dozens of hostile ninjas. The young man sighed and said, I just wanted to eat some dumplings. Unfortunately, it looks like you guys won't let me off without a fight. He glanced at Iwagakure ninjas and asked, So how do you want to do this? His words once again confused the Iwa ninjas. The young man wasn't acting like he was in grave danger. In fact, he didn't seem to take the matter seriously at all. Once the confusion faded away, several Iwa ninjas became enraged as they realized they were being looked down upon. The old man maintained composure and asked, Do you want to fight here, instead of simply following us? The young man nonchalantly answered, Well, I'm not a fan of spilling blood during my meal. How about we settle this issue in a different type of fight? Roshi and the remaining ninjas immediately wondered what he was hinting at. They didn't need to wonder for long as the young man continued. Instead of a physical fight, let's compete in who can eat the most amount of dumplings. The winner won't have to pay the bill. If I lose, I'll follow you. What do you say, old man? Once again, his words caught everyone off guard. Unlike the previous time, almost everyone immediately lost their temper. Stop fucking around! Another young ninja shouted in rage as he flickered. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the young man, and his hand was moving towards the back of his head, almost as if he wanted to slam the young man's head into the ground. The eyes of several Iwa ninjas widened as they noticed him. One wondered aloud, Isn't that Takigawa Rensui? The kunoichi next to him immediately said, He is. He was promoted to the elite Junin rank just last month at the young age of 18 years. With him and Roshi-sama here, we don't need to worry. Her eyes widened in disbelief as Rensui's hand caught nothing but thin air. Her shock couldn't be compared to Rensui's shock. His eyes moved slightly towards the left as he wondered in horror, What the hell? When did he move? No, how did he move? He is still sitting, but a foot to the left. I didn't catch a glimpse of his movement. Fuck, I need to. Shit! Old man Genshiro, Roshi cursed as he and the old man immediately got into action. Unfortunately, they were a bit too late. Rensui's eyes barely followed the young man's hand before it grabbed the back of his neck. His body was unable to respond as the young man, whose chakra and body still looked like a normal civilian, slammed him into the floor through the table. Splinters of wood shot through the air as the table shattered, and the floor beneath cracked from the sheer force of the impact. The surrounding Iwagakure ninjas immediately blocked the debris while Roshi and Tanizaki Genshiro moved close to the young man. The young man paid no attention to the two old fellows and instead kept his attention on Rensui and muttered, Iron Skin Jutsu. Impressive. Rensui's body had turned black and became as hard as a rock. Relieved, he thought, I barely managed it. Otherwise, I'd be dead. Who is this monster? I need to act quickly and cooperate with Roz. Terror invaded his mind as he suddenly realized, why can't I move? What the fuck is happening to me? Rensui couldn't move a single muscle on his body. He felt completely paralyzed. The young man finally moved his eyes and observed Roshi, whose fist was covered in lava, and Genshiro, who was swinging a sword with chakra flowing through it. Both were attacking him at the same time. Without a hint of hesitation, the young man swung Rensui's hardened body at the two senior ninjas. The absurd response startled every Iwa ninja present. Roshi immediately pulled his punch back and defended himself, while Genshiro took a step back and used the blunt side of his sword to defend himself. Both were hit by Rensui's body and forced to take a few steps back. Still holding Rensui's paralyzed body from the back of his neck, the young man finally stood up and sighed. You fellows have no manners. Is this how you behave during lunch? I'll use this club to knock some sense into you blockheads. Without waiting for anyone's response, the young man swung Rensui's body at Roshi and Genshiro once again. Not wanting to harm Rensui, the two could only retreat. Roshi frowned. He isn't moving. It must be Juinjutsu, probably the self-cursing seal. This level of Juinjutsu, along with his weird words and absurd actions, there's no doubt he is Suzuki Fujin. At the same time, Genshiro thought, troublesome. We first need to rescue Rensui. A promising young man like him shouldn't die so pointlessly. However, we need to be careful. If he is from Akatsuki, his real target will be Roshi. Realizing their troubles, the remaining Iwagakure ninjas started acting. A few threw shuriken and kunai at the young man's back. However, the young man simply used Rensui's body to block all the incoming weapons. They winced as their weapons pierced into Rensui's body, and blood gushed out from several parts of his body. Since he couldn't control his chakra flow, Rensui couldn't sustain the Iron Skin Jutsu, and his body had returned to normal. As such, even ordinary weapons were dangerous to him. One Iwa ninja scolded, "You coward! Let him go and fight like a man!" His eyes widened as the young man smashed Rensui's body right on him. He immediately took a few steps back, but was hit by Rensui's legs and stumbled behind. In the blink of an eye, a few more Iwa ninjas were hit in the same manner. Though none of them were gravely injured, Rensui's legs were. The absurdity of the situation left them unsure of how to act. They couldn't use deadly attacks, as they would hit their elite ninja instead of the enemy. However, if they didn't rescue Rensui, they were sure Rensui's body would be completely mangled, and he would be crippled for life. Even experienced ninjas like Roshi and Genshiro were in a dilemma, especially since they had some speculations about the young man's identity. The young man continued using Rensui's body like a club, not caring whether he was hitting the Iwa ninjas or the floor, while asking loudly, "Wouldn't competing in food have been better? But no, you had to attack me and disturb my lunch. Why are you running away like cowards now? Come, fight back." Poor Rensui's legs were already mangled up due to the assault. His waist was damaged too due to continuous impacts, and his neck was in an even worse situation. Pain coursed through his body, but not a single scream could escape his lips. He could only regret underestimating his enemy. "Let him go, and we can compete with food instead. Every dumpling will be on me," Genshiro said as he appeared behind the young man and slashed his sword down at him. In a single fluid motion, the young man swung Rensui's body at the incoming sword and said, "Unfortunately, things are already set into motion, old man." Genshiro slowed his sword, but didn't completely pull back like before. The young man looked to his right. Roshi had appeared next to him, and once again punched with his fist covered in lava. At the same time, a couple of other ninjas threw shurikens at the young man's back. Hiding behind the Iwa ninjas, a Junin slammed his hands on the floor, and several spikes appeared around the young man, attacking from a different angle. Due to the angles of their attack, he couldn't use Rensui's body to block all the attacks. As the spikes launched at him, a smile appeared on his face as he thought, "Finally. Things are getting more interesting. You better get here soon, Onoki, or I'm afraid that I might not be able to control myself." His smile turned into a wide grin as he swung Rensui's body with full force once again. His target? It was none other than Roshi, Iwagakure's last remaining Jinchuriki. AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link w.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Paddle Sarvesh 8 at OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Smitty, Will, James, Nirach, and Jalen for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you Satya for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 873, Spear Hell. Chapter 880 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Roshi's fist, Genshiro's sword, the shuriken, and the spikes shooting from the ground ensured the young man couldn't use the Iwa ninja's body to block all attacks. The attacks weren't completely blind either. Only Roshi's fist and Genshiro's sword could kill Rensui. However, they could hold back their attacks if needed. The shuriken and spikes would hurt Rensui, but the damage they do wouldn't be comparable to what he suffered due to being smashed repeatedly. In a moment, the young man was put in a difficult situation. Yet the Iwa ninjas noticed a grin spreading across his face as he ignored others and smashed Rensui's body towards Roshi. Unlike the previous time, Roshi didn't pull back. Instead, he maintained the lava on his fist and rapidly calculated, "From the way Fujin fights, this is a feint. As soon as I pull back, he'll change the direction of Rensui's body and force the old man back before using his body as a shield again. What the?" To Roshi's shock, the young man made another outrageous move. Instead of continuing to use Rensui as a meat shield, he threw Rensui's body at Roshi with full force, giving up his advantage. Due to the sudden move, Roshi didn't have time to disperse the lava on his fist. He could only pull his arm out of the way and catch Rensui with his other hand. In order to not harm him further and to avoid him being used as a shield again, Roshi quickly moved behind. While Roshi was caught off guard, the remaining Iwa ninjas pounced on the opportunity. The first one was none other than Genshiro, who was the closest. As soon as Rensui's body left the young man's hand, he swung his sword with all his might, aiming to cleave his opponent into two. To his surprise, the young man casually raised his left arm, as if he was planning to use the back of his palm to block the sword, which was enhanced by chakra flow. Genshiro wondered, does he have a death whiz? His eyes widened as the young man's hand hit his blade and diverted the swing away from him. At the same time, the shuriken hit the young man's back and several spikes hit him as well. Yet not a single cut was left on his body. Why was it so? It was because he used the Iron Skin Jutsu, just like how Rensui used it a minute earlier. The Iwa ninjas were shocked to see their opponent use such a powerful earth-release jutsu to counter their attacks. Other than Genshiro's sword, the young man didn't care about other attacks. As soon as the sword was diverted, he flickered and appeared in front of Roshi, his punch heading straight at Rensui's head. Roshi cursed, "I should have known." He opened his mouth and spat a massive lava rock in front of him. Unfortunately, that failed to stop his opponent. Chakra quickly concentrated around the young man's fist as he punched the lava rock, smashing it to smithereens. His fist continued forward and met with Roshi's lava-covered fist. At the next moment, Roshi, along with Rensui, were shot out of the restaurant like a cannonball. They broke through the restaurant wall, crossed the streets, flew through the shop on the opposite side of the street, and continued crashing through everything in their path for over 100 meters through Iwagakure. Fortunately, the streets were mostly empty, as the civilian ninjas who escaped from the restaurant had warned the ones nearby. Unfortunately, the area hadn't been completely emptied out, and several people were injured when Roshi crashed through shops and even houses. The sight stunned the Iwa ninjas still in the restaurant. Now that Rensui was no longer a hostage, they were about to attack with full force. However, everyone, including Genshiro, faltered momentarily. That moment was all the young man needed as he slammed his hands on the ground. Earth Release Spear Held Jutsu. Onoki was busy signing documents when his hand suddenly froze. He glanced outside the window and wondered aloud, what was that chakra spike? And what is that noise? Is someone fighting inside the village? Without waiting for his Anbu guards to respond, he flew out of the window. His eyes widened as he immediately noticed massive earth spears in Iwagakure's busy market. On a street lined with tightly packed single-story shops on both sides, the 3-story tall earth spears, which occupied the space of several shops, stood out like a sore thumb. Nearly every Iwa ninja who looked in its direction was alarmed. What shocked them more was that more massive earth spikes continuously appeared from the ground along the same path through which Roshi had crashed a few moments earlier. Onoki's expression became very ugly. Not only was someone wreaking havoc in Iwagakure, but they were doing so in the most economic heart of the village. I should have known. He won't relent easily. He wants to force me to fight while carrying Rensui. Roshi muttered as he saw the massive spears erupting from the ground, carving a relentless path toward him, each one rising closer than the last. Even so, he was confused. He slammed his hands on the ground, sending his chakra into it while wondering, what is he planning? This commotion should have caught the old man's eye by now. Does he think he can eliminate me before Onoki shows up? Or does he think I'll risk my life to save Rensui? The ground under Roshi's feet heated up and almost began melting in a radius of 10 meters. The spears continued erupting until it reached that area, but couldn't continue any further. The land under Roshi's feet was no longer suitable for the jutsu. More importantly, his chakra made it almost impossible for others to influence that area. However, the spears didn't stop erupting. Instead of continuing to erupt towards Roshi, they erupted around the melted area. Due to their size, they had no problem in reaching Roshi despite staying outside the 10-meter radius around Roshi. Roshi snorted as earth walls appeared around him to block the earth spears. At the same time, the ground underneath the spears began melting too. Roshi thought, if you use your wind jutsus, I might be in danger. However, to attack me with earth jutsus. Lava release was created by combining fire and earth release. Roshi was an expert at both and wasn't afraid of either jutsus. He could simply overpower them head-on. It would take merely a few seconds for all the earth spears to melt into lava. However, before they could melt, Roshi's instincts warned him. The earth spears, which were blocked by the earth walls, suddenly began glowing. Roshi immediately realized he can blow them up. He exerted a massive amount of chakra and an earth dome formed around him and Rensui. At the same time, he also poured his chakra into the ground to ensure that no sudden attack came at him from the underground. In addition, he was completely on guard against Akuma bullets and similar jutsus. His attention was fully on the dome, to notice any such attacks immediately and take evasive maneuvers. The massive earth spears exploded, bombarding the dome with terrifying shockwaves. The dome stood strong, but Roshi was fully alert. No Akuma bullet pierced through the barrier, but Roshi still felt uneasy. His eyes suddenly moved towards the unconscious Rensui, as he finally sensed something. Shock and disbelief appeared on his face as a few seals suddenly appeared on Rensui's body, and he blew up just a foot away from Roshi. The dome, though strong, couldn't withstand explosions from both sides. It immediately collapsed, and the twin explosions wreaked havoc, terrifying every Iwa citizen who could hear the explosions. The ones who were shocked the most were none other than the Iwa ninjas, who were initially in the restaurant. They were already disoriented due to the sudden attack inside the restaurant. Not every ninja was quick enough to avoid the earth spears. Several ninjas were skewered inside the restaurant. The ones who managed to get out saw Roshi being blown up by the spears. Did he just blow up Roshi-sama? One ninja asked fearfully. Another turned back and muttered softly, "Luckily, the spears in the restaurant didn't blow up, or we would have been dead." A third ninja shouted in rage, "My little brother! He killed my little brother! I won't forgive that bastard!" He hatefully looked at the young man who had caused all the destruction without a hint of hesitation or remorse, and casually stood with his back against one of the spears he created. Though the Iwa ninja managed to get out of the restaurant, his brother was only a chunin and couldn't leave quickly enough. His body was still hanging from one of the spears. The Iwa Junin rapidly weaved hand signs while screaming, "I'll kill you. Lightning release false darkness jutsu. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, wpatreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, pedalsarvsh8 at OKSBuy. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Code Beholder, Jan, Travi, Tino, Zeo Primo, Kinalolol, Youthful, Needle Farm, Antonio, Fernando, Ryan, Jesus, Pinky, and Nate for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you Parthabon and Mahesh for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 874, Big Bad Iwa Ninja. Chapter 881 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Rensui. A promising ninja who became an elite Junin at the age of 18. Never heard of him before, but it makes sense why Roshi tried so hard to save him. A shame he didn't treasure his life as much as the other Iwa ninjas did. Still, it was good luck to get him as a hostage, not that it would have made much of a difference. Even with him as the bait, I still couldn't hurt Roshi. The young man thought as he finally turned away from the explosion and looked to his right to see several lightning spears headed towards him. He flickered as he thought, "Oh well, Roshi isn't my target either, so it doesn't matter. My real target must be infuriated by now. It should be fun, huh?" "Die, you motherfucking asshole!" The Iwa Junin continued to curse as he launched a barrage of lightning spears at the young man. Unfortunately, The young man was too quick for his attacks to land. He launched more lightning spears at the young man's new position and shouted, "Pay for what you did to my brother." The young man continued to effortlessly dodge his attacks and even found the time to reply. "What I did? I was eating dumplings. You cowards ganged up on me. It was your stupid decision that killed your brother. Don't blame me for your stupidity, an ill man." He had to cut his speech short as another Iwa ninja sneak attacked him with the Earth Release Flying Thrown Stones jutsu. A multitude of rocks flew at the young man from his left, forcing him to flicker again. He appeared in a different position and continued, "See, that's what I mean by ill man? He suddenly turned his head and saw in the direction in which the rocks were flying. His eyes captured a small figure. He disappeared from his position, making another barrage of attacks from Iwagakure ninjas pointless. However, they were surprised to see him appear in the line of attack of the jutsu he dodged previously. Genshiro suddenly realized, "Is he?" Just as one of the rocks was about to hit a scared and crying 6-year-old boy, the young man appeared and blocked the rock, saving the little kid's life. Ignoring the angry group of Iwa ninjas targeting him, the young man bent down slightly and asked with a smile on his face, "Are you all right, little one?" The little boy barely controlled his tears, but before he could answer, he heard a loud shout, "Die!" The Iwa Junin, who lost his brother, shouted as his chakra flared. Genshiro's eyes widened and he shouted, "Koga, wait!" Unfortunately, Kuga was too lost in rage and launched a powerful lightning beam without caring for the little boy from Iwagakure. The powerful beam hit that spot and exploded, creating a small crater in the road with cracks spreading from it for several feet. However, there was no sign of any dead body anywhere near that hole. The young man appeared with the little boy around 40 meters away. The boy was too scared to mutter anything and clutched the young man's arm, afraid to let go. The young man ruffled his hair and consoled, "It's fine. You're safe now. Run into that shop and hide with the others there. I'll punish that big bad Iwa ninja for you." The young boy immediately ran in the direction he pointed. Even though he was safe, the sight confused the shit out of Iwa ninjas. They couldn't make sense of why the young man would put himself at risk to save the life of a little boy, especially after he killed 13 ninjas without hesitation inside the restaurant. Only Genshiro had a bad feeling. He observed around and realized, even though the civilians escaped from my restaurant and warned others, not everyone could escape easily. People are still hiding in the shops, and several saw Kuga attacking a helpless child while the young man acted as a hero. Does he simply not want innocent civilians to be affected by his actions, or is he trying to influence public opinion? However, what sort of impact can he have by doing so at such a small scale? Genshiro couldn't figure out the answer. However, his bad feeling had intensified. He observed the young man and thought, "Who is this young man? I thought he was from Akatsuki, but that doesn't seem likely now. He is playing around with us instead of targeting Roshi. What is his goal for infiltrating the village?" Genshiro turned his gaze to his right. He wasn't the only one. Nearly everyone in the vicinity saw in that direction. The dust due to the explosion around Roshi had cleared. The Iwa ninjas breathed a sigh of relief and became nervous at the same time as they saw a massive chakra construct resembling the four tails with Roshi floating inside its head. Roshi glanced at the young man and analyzed. His talking style, his strength, his speed, and his juinjutsu all resemble Suzuki Fujin. However, he hasn't used a single winjutsu yet. Instead, he forced me into this form by only using earth jutsus while facing dozens of other ninjas. Is he Fujin, or did I misjudge? Roshi had seen how terrifying Fujin's fighting prowess was firsthand. He did not doubt that the Iwa ninjas wouldn't have survived so long against Fujin. Had Fujin been targeting him, he would have killed everyone else in a matter of seconds and targeted Roshi right after he was caught in the explosion. It was the perfect time to bombard Roshi with Akyum bullets. Yet, that hadn't been the case, which made Roshi doubt his previous speculation. Roshi thought, irrespective of who it is, he has to pay the price. Killing a promising youngster like Rensui can't go unpunished. We would become a joke if that happened. Roshi moved at a quick speed towards the young man while thinking, I don't think I can kill him, At least not without resorting to the tailed beast bomb. Unfortunately, I can't use that here. Luckily, I don't have to do it myself. I just have to ensure he doesn't kill any more ninjas in the next few seconds, and that he doesn't run away. Seeing the massive chakra construct charging at him, the young man cursed under his breath, first attacking a traveler without any provocation, then attacking an innocent child, and now running through such a crowded area in his tailed beast form. I didn't expect the ninjas in Iwagakure to have zero regard for human life. Such a shame. Even though his voice was soft, every cowering civilian in the vicinity heard him clearly. Strangely, none of the Iwa ninjas, including Roshi, heard his words. Don't get in Roshi's way. Keep an eye on their fight and sneak attack that man when he's distracted. Koga, don't act irrationally anymore. Not only will you lose your life, but you'll endanger us too. That man is a rank S ninja. You are no match for him. The ones who just arrived, that man is the cause of all this, Genshiro ordered loudly. Their group was reinforced by dozens of nearby Iwa ninjas. Genshiro didn't want to see them losing their lives pointlessly. The young man maintained his attention towards Roshi while thinking, Koga, eh? Your life will be interesting. For now, though. Lava release, Scorching Rocks Jutsu, Earth-style Spear Hell Jutsu. Roshi spat out lava, which quickly solidified into boulders and moved towards the young man at a high speed. However, spears rose from the ground once again and impaled those boulders, stopping them in their tracks. The Iwa ninjas immediately sprung into action and attacked right when Roshi was distracting their enemy. Unfortunately, before any of their attacks could reach him, the earth spears exploded once again. Unlike the previous time, the explosion wasn't random. Instead, sharp rocks shot at high speeds towards the Iwagakure ninjas. They easily broke through any jutsus they launched before threatening them directly. Luckily, they had already seen the spears explode. Several Iwa ninjas used the earth wall jutsu and raised several layers of wall to protect themselves. The stones pierced through several walls but failed to hurt any Iwa ninja. However, it didn't matter, for the young man didn't care about them. He slammed his hands on the ground once again and laughed. Roshi, if you want to kill me, you better bring out the tailed beast bomb like last time. Earth release. Swamp of the Underworld. The ground under Roshi suddenly turned into a swamp. It failed to have much effect on him due to the chakra construct around him, but Roshi understood that this was in preparation for the follow-up attack. He quickly concentrated his chakra and spewed green flames at the young man, forcing him to immediately move. Despite the scale of the jutsu, the young man once again demonstrated marvelous agility and dodged it once again. Despite exchanging so many blows, the Iwa ninjas had failed to land a single hit on him so far. He kept dodging until Roshi couldn't sustain the attack anymore. He was about to counterattack when he suddenly faltered and glanced behind. His eyes immediately widened. Dust Release, Atomic Dismantling Jutsu. AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI GoPay, Patilsarvesh8 at OKSBE. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Cristobal, Stephen, Damien, Nashes, Marcus, Halios, Sahil, Andre, and One Bullet for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 875, A Rotten Village. Chapter 8 and 82 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Dust Release Atomic Dismantling Jutsu. A cube suddenly appeared on the streets of Iwagakure and expanded in the blink of an eye, engulfing the young man in a blinding, geometric glow. The very air around it trembled as everything within the boundaries of the technique was reduced to microscopic dust. The street below cracked violently from the sheer force of the jutsu. A heartbeat later, the glowing cube vanished, leaving behind only swirling dust where the young man once stood. The sudden change shocked all, or rather most, Iwagakure ninjas. They quickly turned their heads and saw their leader floating in the sky. Their morale immediately rose as several cheered in joy and relief. Tsuchikage-sama got him! That bastard is finally dead! Fuck! I wanted to kill him with my hands. He died too easily. Genshiro unsurely wondered. Did he? He was undoubtedly a rank S ninja. I know Tsuchikage-sama is strong, but can someone like that be killed in a single blow? While most of the Iwa ninjas were celebrating, two were extremely serious. The first was none other than Roshi, who was looking in a direction. With a grim expression, he thought, "This guy! His speed is absolutely ridiculous. He outran the explosion despite the sneak attack. If I couldn't see his tracks, I'd have thought he teleported like Minato used to." Needless to say, the other person was Onoki. He glanced at his enemy and thought, "I didn't expect my sneak attack to fail. He's quick. No wonder Roshi failed to stop him. However..." Onoki lost his temper and cursed. "Brat! Who do you think you are to cause so much destruction in my village?" His sudden shout stopped the cheers among the Iwa ninjas as they realized something was off. Suddenly, everyone heard a soft laugh. "Ha! I didn't expect the great third Tsuchikage to sneak attack me. I'm honored." The Iwa ninjas turned their heads on hearing the familiar voice. Shock and disbelief were visible on their faces as the young man, who they presumed dead, began flying into the sky and floated opposite Onoki. Roshi immediately analyzed, "He can fly?" The reports said Fujin can fly too, but he could only do it when assisted by winds. There are no winds around him. A frown appeared on Roshi's face as he wondered, did Fujin's earth jutsus, his speed and ability to fly, improve so drastically in the past few years? Or is this someone else? But when did I fight someone like him? As their fight progressed, Roshi became unsure of his speculations. Though his gut still said that it was Fujin, the evidence didn't add up. Onoki cursed again. "Brat, you haven't answered my question." Before the young man could reply, one Iwagakure ninja yelled, "Kill him, Tsuchikage-sama! He killed Rensui!" Onoki's eyes widened. He exclaimed loudly, "He did what?" Roshi, who had moved next to Onoki, said, "Rensui is dead. He used the self-cursing seal to restrain him and planted several explosive seals on him to sneak attack me. Unfortunately, I didn't detect it until it was too late." Onoki, who was already extremely angry, became even more so. His chakra flared as he angrily asked, "Do you know how much effort I put into that brat? And you killed him just like that? Tell me, boy, do you have any last words?" Onoki had been very troubled back of S-ninjas in the younger generations. Due to the pressure mounting from Konoha, he had devoted significant resources to training the younger generation and finding capable candidates to either lead the village in the future or assist the future leader. Rensui was one of the most promising talents. However, he was killed even before Iwagakure went to war, so his anger was understandable. The smile on the young man's faded. His chakra didn't flare, but disappointment was visible on his face. He started speaking in a calm and steady voice. "Iwagakure, how disappointing. I was merely eating dumplings when that moron attacked me for no reason. Immediately after, all your ninjas ganged up on me. I'm merely a traveler, exploring everything this world has to offer, yet they showed no regard for me and attacked an innocent traveler nonetheless. When I resisted, your Iwagakure ninjas even attacked young children from your village to force me to rescue them." Even though his voice was calm and seemed soft, but once again, it traveled far, reaching the ears of every Iwagakure ninja and civilian within half a kilometer radius. His calmness vanished as the young man angrily scolded, "What shitty village is this? Attacking little kids so brazenly. Your village's reputation is all a lie. A village this cruel and evil. It shouldn't exist. Third Tsuchikage, your village is rotten to the core if you condone these actions." His words left the Iwa ninjas stunned. They wondered, when did we do this? The ones who had arrived later looked at the ninjas who were already present there suspiciously. Genshiro frowned. "What a poisonous tongue. He's twisting and exaggerating everything that happened here." The young man's words were so convincing that even some of the Iwa ninjas who were present in the restaurant began doubting themselves. Onoki realized what he was aiming for and roared, "Do I need you to teach me how to run my village, you lying brat? Disappear!" Another cube formed between Onoki's palms. He blasted it towards the young man in the blink of an eye. To their surprise, the young man showed no indication of dodging the attack. Instead, he sighed, "With such a leader, no wonder this village's ninjas are so immoral." Onoki's jutsus destroyed the young man to atomic levels, but his voice traveled far once again. The Iwa ninjas immediately realized something was off. Roshi thought, too easy. That was too easy. He wouldn't give up. Onoki realized. A rock clone. Where is his main body? He asked. Do you know who that is, Roshi? Roshi immediately answered, I'm not sure. I thought it was Konoha's Suzuki Fujin, but I'm not too sure. He hasn't used a single wind jutsu and instead has fought with earth jutsus. Onoki frowned upon hearing Fujin's name. He thought, that brat? Wherever he goes, he kills at least a few dozen ninjas. However, this is also a good opportunity to kill him. His flying summons can't save him from me. However, it'll be difficult if he can reverse summon or leave the village. Onoki immediately realized the pros and cons of the situation. There was only one problem. He couldn't track the young man. He thought, if it is that cursed brat, he'll definitely attack. From his reputation, he won't retreat after causing so few deaths. Just as he thought, Onoki suddenly felt something. He looked below, and his eyes widened. He immediately shouted, Retreat away from the street! The Iwa ninjas turned their attention to the road and immediately became pale. Explosive tags were appearing on the road like they were tiles. In the blink of an eye, every Iwagakure ninja moved far away from the road. Moments later, the entire road was covered in over 2,000 explosive tags. Before anyone could do anything, the explosive tags flew upwards like shuriken, each taking a different path but moving towards Onoki and surrounding him from all sides. Roshi immediately made a move, took Onoki into his chakra cloak, and said, Be careful of vacuum jutsus. I'll handle underground sneak attacks. Onoki didn't argue. In fact, he was already on guard against high-speed penetrative attacks. The explosive tags hit the chakra cloak and exploded. Iwagakure, whose attention had been turned to the marketplace due to the previous explosion, was rocked once again. The explosion this time was far greater. Yet, not a single person was harmed this time around. The moment the explosions ended, Onoki fired another atomic dismantling jutsu, this time leveling the area where he detected the chakra spike. The dust and smoke from the explosions cleared as Onoki leveled a part of the street. Unfortunately, the young man displayed blinding speed once again, dodging his attack. Instead of counterattacking, the young man shouted, I knew something was wrong when I entered this village. Your reputation was too good to be true. That is why I planted 25,000 explosive tags in different locations throughout the village. Good luck finding them all. Sayonara. He disappeared into a cloud of smoke. This time, neither Roshi nor Onoki could track his movements. Onoki cursed. As I expected, the reverse summoning jutsu. Even though he was enraged, Onoki controlled himself and analyzed. Did he truly plant 25,000 explosive tags in the village? Or was it a bluff? If it was a few moments ago, Onoki would have called it a bluff. However, he had just seen how the road had turned into explosive tags. If not for him, dozens of Iwa ninjas could have died. He decided, I can't consider it a bluff. I have to dispatch every sealmaster to inspect the vill. His eyes suddenly widened and he turned around. Yet again, a powerful explosion shook Iwakure. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link w.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh 8 at OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Thierry, PS, Zombop, A. Gabriel, Immortal Fanatic, Jack, Duke, Reen, and Anthony for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 876, Cascading Troubles. Chapter 883 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Apologies for pasting twice yesterday. Loved the comments, though. Without a second's hesitation, Onoki flew towards the source of the explosion at his top speed. The Iwa ninjas around him immediately followed, though they were obviously much slower. Countless other Iwa ninjas followed when they noticed their leader flying towards the source of the explosion alone. In a minute, Onoki reached one of the training grounds that was located on the outskirts of the village. He observed the area and analyzed. From the size of the explosion, it's likely 1,000 explosive tags exploded at the same time. However, why did he lay the traps here instead of inside the village? Who was training in this training ground? Onoki was confused. He couldn't make sense of the enemy's actions. He speculated, I suppose he did it because it was easier to plant them here. If he planted them in the village, there was a high likelihood someone would discover him. However, He managed to rig that road without attracting anyone's attention. It isn't too far-fetched for him to plant them inside the village. As the dust cleared, Onoki suddenly noticed something. He blew the dust away and saw a word left behind at the center of the training ground. It read, "First." Onoki frowned. "First?" He said 25,000 seals. Does it mean there are 24 more spaces like these? If true, are they outside the village like this one, or are there some inside the village too? Onoki didn't dare to take the young man's threat lightly. Even if there was just a single location in the village with 1,000 explosive seals, he understood the damage it would cause would be nothing short of catastrophic. He would face the same headache I had to endure not too long ago. The other Iwa ninjas began trickling in. Onoki immediately set them on various tasks, from finding any casualties to deploying the seal masters to look for more hidden tags. The investigation came up empty. No remains were discovered, and there wasn't a sign of any more explosive tags. Onoki spent around 20 minutes looking over the fruitless search before saying, "Roshi, let's return to my office. We have to investigate this properly." Roshi was about to nod when he suddenly turned his head. Another explosion shook Iwagakure. Fortunately, this one was around the outskirts as well. Onoki and several others left immediately to investigate. A total of 10 such explosions happened on the outskirts of the village over the course of 2 hours. The 2nd to 9th explosions each had a text written displaying their order. Due to being on the outskirts, Iwakure didn't lose much. Only 5 ninjas lost their lives. However, the message in the 10th explosion was slightly different. Onoki and Roshi had grim expressions as they read it. "This is the last explosion outside your village. My remaining 15,000 explosive seals are trigger-based and planted throughout your village. I shall pray for your sinful souls." Roshi muttered, "Our seal masters and even grandmasters have been investigating inside the village for the last hour and a half, yet they have found only 10 seals. This will be very difficult." Onoki said, "They need a breakthrough. Once we identify the method and the pattern, they'll find them far more quickly. As long as they don't explode randomly, we'll be fine. Anyway, let's return." With nothing to do, Onoki and Roshi returned to the Tsuchikage building to take control of the situation. However, as they stepped into the building, both felt something odd. As they looked around on the lowest floor, their eyes widened in disbelief. All the ninjas were sleeping peacefully in their respective positions. Roshi went ahead to check and realized genjutsu, they are placed in a powerful genjutsu. Roshi inserted his chakra into one of the ninja's chakra network and disrupted his chakra flow. Onoki didn't aid him. Instead, he angrily analyzed, "When were they placed in a genjutsu? And why didn't anyone inform me? Everyone has been busy investigating the village. How could no one have noticed this until now?" As soon as Roshi woke one up, Onoki appeared in front of him and asked, "How long have you been asleep?" Startled and intimidated by Onoki's presence, the ninja nervously answered, "I don't know, Tsuchikage-sama. This has never happened to me. I never sleep on duty. Please forgive me. I promise this will never happen again." Roshi calmed him and said, "It isn't your fault. You were placed in a genjutsu. We need to know when. Do you recall how many explosions you heard before you went to sleep?" The ninja strained his mind, recalling everything he could. After a few moments, he answered, "I recall hearing 2. I felt very sleepy soon after the 2nd explosion." Onoki analyzed, "Right after he attacked me with the explosive tags. They made a move right after I confronted him. Don't tell me." His expression became a mixture of rage and grim as he realized, "I was played. The destruction in the marketplace was to lure me. As soon as I left, they made a move here. The 10 explosions that followed were just to stop me from returning." The threat of 25,000 explosive seals was too powerful to ignore. Onoki didn't want to face the same pressure that I did. As such, he took the lead to deal with the situation. He never expected the enemy was banking on this very thought process. Onoki turned to one of his Anbu guards and ordered, "Wake up everyone here. Others follow me." As he moved to the upper floor, Onoki wondered, "Now, I have to find the reason behind this bold move. What did they achieve by targeting my building? Did they want something? Or do they want to humiliate me like Akuro humiliated Kumo?" Roshi walked right behind him. He was completely taken aback by the situation. He never expected to witness an attack on the Tsuchikage building, at least when Onoki was still alive. He thought, this was a brilliant plan. We got played like fools. I felt something odd when the second explosion on the outskirts happened right before we were about to return here. However, the remaining cases weren't the same. The explosions happened when we were investigating. In one case, 2 explosions happened simultaneously. They planned everything brilliantly. The question is, who were they? And what did they want? As they reached the floor above, they saw the situation was exactly the same. The situation was the same throughout the building. The only good news was that no one was killed. The Anbu guards woke everyone up, and Onoki ordered a full investigation of the building, even inviting one grandmaster to find foreign seals. Barely a minute later, an old man ran into Onoki's office and reported in panic, "Tsuchikage-sama! All jutsu scrolls in the building are missing!" Someone stole them. Onoki's eyes widened. Before he could explode in rage, another ninja flickered into the room. He was the commander of Iwagakure's Anbu forces. Despite wearing a mask, everyone could see he was panicking. He reported, "Tsuchikage-sama, the elemental crystals you gave me to train our Anbu ninjas are missing. All the scrolls I kept them in have been stolen." The rage bottled up inside Onoki was on the verge of exploding. He roared, "What did you say? Where were you? How did you let them be stolen?" Trembling, the Anbu commander answered, "I was knocked out, Tsuchikage-sama. A masked ninja attacked me in my office. He was far stronger than me. I couldn't resist him. When I woke up, I saw all the Anbu still in the headquarters were placed in a genjutsu, though a few were knocked out just like me." His admission shocked the room. Needless to say, as the Anbu commander, he was one of the strongest ninjas in the village. No one expected him to be humiliated like this. For a few moments, no one knew how to respond. Their talk was interrupted again as a third ninja entered the room with a grim face. This time, it was none other than Kitsuchi. He reported, "A terrible thing is happening throughout the village. Tsuchikage-sama, you need to act soon." Roshi sighed, "Another terrible thing? What happened this time?" Kitsuchi answered, "Rumors? The civilians seem to be afraid of our ninjas. More specifically, the kids are terrified of our ninjas. Many referred to them as Big Bad Iwa Ninja, like we are some sort of bullies, and the nickname is spreading rapidly. There is also some discontent among the ninjas due to the rumors. A particular case is rather ugly." He paused before continuing. "As many as 7 children claim they were attacked by Kuga with lightning jutsus. They say a kind traveler saved them from his attacks. Many kids are considering him a hero while being scared of us." Kitsuchi didn't have much administrative experience. As such, this development left him confused and helpless. Roshi's administrative experience was even lower, but he had seen more of the world. Yet, his jaw had dropped. Needless to say, the most entertaining expression was made by none other than Onoki. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, patreon.com/devilhex. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patilsarvesh8 at OKSB, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Laziness8. It's Beru, Aiden, Matthew Anayak, G21, Sahil, Ryan, Samuel, Miawidesu, and Win for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 877, A Good Day. Chapter 884 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Sorry for my absence, everyone. Was very sick in the past 3 days, and I couldn't write. Feeling considerably better now. I'll try to catch up with the missed chapters today and tomorrow. Once again, apologies. First, a powerful ninja caused chaos in the economic heart of the village. That ninja was strong enough to lure me out. As soon as he escaped, I was forced on a wild goose chase by the explosions. During that time, this building was attacked, and our secret techniques were stolen. The Anbu headquarters was attacked at the same time, and our elemental crystals were stolen. And, while we were panicking over the explosive seals, someone was spreading false information through the village right under our nose. Onoki's heart grew cold as he finally grasped the depth of the conspiracy against Iwagakure. Every single aspect was a massive headache. However, together it was a disaster. Roshi muttered solemnly. The stolen techniques, elemental crystals, the damaged property, and even the dead ninjas can be replaced. However, if the minds of our next generation have been contaminated, it'll threaten our village's survival. If the civilians stop sending their children to the academy, we can't raise our future generation. He sucked a breath of cold air and said, Such meticulous and nefarious planning, this can't be the job of one person. No, it almost feels like. Onoki completed his sentence, Konohagakure's root. Onoki thought, Curse you, Danzo. Were you after my dust release? Do you think Konoha can copy it so easily? Hearing root, the experienced ninjas in the room immediately became worried. Kitsuchi said, This does feel like him. It is eerily similar to their actions in the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars. However, we're in peacetime. The next Great Ninja War isn't on the horizon yet. Why would they make such a huge move all of a sudden? Onoki snorted, Isn't it obvious? They're already laying the groundwork. Even though Kumogakure and Tsunagakure are rebuilding their forces, they still aren't anywhere close to recovering to their original strength. Kirigakure is still a complete mess. The only village that can threaten Konoha right now is us. They want to clip our wings before the conflict breaks out. Others in the room agreed with Onoki's analysis. However, Roshi asked in confusion, One thing doesn't make sense. Why did they only knock out our ninjas? If they wanted to reduce our strength, wouldn't killing our ninjas fulfill their goal? They even let him off. Roshi pointed at the Ambu commander. His death would have been a huge blow to Iwagakure. Even though the ninjas in the Tsuchikage building weren't strong, they wielded significant influence too. Killing them would have caused Iwagakure more than a few headaches. However, nothing of that sort had happened, which raised questions on Onoki's analysis. Onoki frowned. I have been wondering about the same too. This aspect doesn't align with how Danzo operates. He would have ordered the deaths of every last one of them. The only explanation I came up with was that Konoha didn't want to force my hand. If they killed hundreds of our ninjas, we would have been pushed into the same situation Kumogakure was in over a year ago. The public opinion would change, and I'd be put under pressure to start a war. Even if I wasn't pressured, I'd have limited options. So, we would have been forced to ally with Kumogakure and plan an attack on Konoha. If we didn't do so, Konoha would continue such operations and keep weakening us perpetually. Silence engulfed the room as everyone analyzed Onoki's words. Finally, one asked, Does that mean we won't retaliate despite such a nefarious attack? Onoki answered, We will, but we have more time to respond, and our response won't be an all-out war. Konoha isn't the only village that can conduct such operations. However, that can wait. Our first goal is to ensure those scums have left the village and find and disarm the remaining 15,000 explosive seals. Onoki's words immediately brought everyone back to the present. The danger still hadn't passed. They still were unsure of Konoha's intentions, and such a massive number of explosive seals was a major threat to the village. Everyone immediately resumed the work. Kitsuchi took charge of the Iwa ninjas inspecting the village. Iwagakure dispatched all available seal masters and grandmasters due to the severity of the situation. The common people and even the genins were asked to stay in their homes and not touch any suspicious objects or tags. Meanwhile, Onoki assembled the strategists in the village and began analyzing the recent incident in more depth. He wanted to consider every possibility before making any reckless move. Even though the attack reminded Onoki of Root's operating style, there was always the possibility of a third party trying to cause a conflict between Iwagakure and Konoha for their gain. The fact that the fighting style of the young man, who started the entire debacle, didn't match with any known rank S ninja strengthened this doubt. Onoki didn't agree with Roshi's initial speculation. His abilities shared very little similarities with Fujin. Onoki didn't want to imagine Fujin improving in these aspects so rapidly. He believed there was a higher chance that a new rank S ninja had appeared in Konoha, which was a different kind of headache in itself. As a result, Onoki subconsciously hoped his earlier analysis was incorrect. He would rather face a third party trying to fan the flames of war than Konoha's revived root and endless stream of rank S ninjas. Though tension gripped Iwagakure, the rest of the land of Earth remained untouched by the chaos. Life carried on as usual, with most enjoying a rare period of peace. Far beyond the village, nestled within a sprawling mountain range, jagged peaks stretched endlessly under the vast sky. To an outsider, it was just another unremarkable landscape, but deep beneath its rocky facade lay a secret, an underground base unknown even to Iwagakure's watchful eyes. The base was well hidden, yet stark in its simplicity. A single, vast, circular chamber lay at its heart, its cold stone walls enclosing a large round table surrounded by chairs. In one of them sat a young man, his dark, abyss-like eyes fixated on the scroll in his hands. Though the chamber was sealed from all sides, his long hair swayed ever so slightly due to a surprising breeze flowing in the room. Even though his appearance had matured slightly due to age, Roshi would recognize him in a heartbeat despite never having actually seen his face in person. He was the same person Roshi fought on the bank of a river in the Land of Grass several years ago, Suzuki Fujin. Fujin gazed into the scroll for nearly half an hour before finally placing it on the table, next to several other scrolls. He muttered, "Not bad. Another impressive Earth Jutsu. These are far better than the modifications I made on the Earth Jutsus Hiruzen taught me. Once I master these, my Earth release will improve by another level. That said, raising it to the same level as my Wind or Lightning release is still a challenge." He sighed. "Oh well, can't wish for everything at once. This loot is worth the risk I took and the time I spent in Iwagakure. The only issue is that if I use these techniques openly, Iwagakure would easily connect the dots." Fujin thought for a bit before deciding. "Fuck it, who will they complain to? I'm no longer worried about Onoki hunting me down. In fact, I'd be happy if he did so. A sparring partner is what I most need at this moment. If they take a diplomatic route instead, I'll just claim I recreated these jutsus and sling mud back at them. Whether others believe it or not is inconsequential." Needless to say, none of the minor villages around the Land of Fire would change their allegiance due to this matter. The events following the attack on Konoha had stamped his fear deep within the hearts of their leaders. They wouldn't care about such incidents as long as Fujin didn't target them. Fujin turned his gaze back to the scrolls and thought, it's a shame there wasn't any scroll related to dust release there. While I doubt I could learn it without any guidance, it would have been informative and inspirational to read how it is learnt. Then again, it was to be expected. Onoki wouldn't leave something like that lying around. I'm already surprised that I got Roshi and Han's notes on lava and boil release. They'll be handy once I get my hands on Son Goku and Kokuo's chakra. It's a shame I couldn't get my hands on Son Goku's chakra this time. Though I could have if I tried, doing so openly would have invited a lot of troubles and suspicions. I prefer doing it secretly. Anyway, I have already marked Roshi, so getting Son Goku's chakra won't be a problem. Kokuo's chakra, on the other hand. Kokuo had already been absorbed into the Gedo statue. So, getting his chakra was a massive challenge for Fujin. Fujin was about to grab another scroll when his hand stopped. He turned his gaze towards the walls. A tag was vibrating. Fujin observed it carefully before a wide smile broke out on his face. He stood up, his appearance changing as he did, and laughed. "Hey! They stepped into it! What a good day! Fighting Roshi and Onoki in the afternoon and these guys in the evening. Ain't that just perfect?" AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPA, Patil Sarvesh 8 at OKSBA. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Corey, Everett, Senmori, Gilberto, The Rapiers, Shadow, Nick, Scotty Boy, Taylor, Josh, Baptized, Cash, Axel, Damien, Pepperoni, Alfie, Benjamin, Pietro, Moritz, and Leandro for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 78, Karma. Chapter 885 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. 4 silhouettes weaved through towering trees which stretched endlessly, their steps swift but calculated. Unbothered by the crisp breeze rustling through the foliage and the distant cries of birds, their sharp eyes scanned the terrain, searching for the faintest disturbances. One of them suddenly paused near a broken branch, fingers tracing the fresh splinters. "He's close," a cold, feminine voice muttered softly. Another crouched near a faint indentation in the damp soil, nodding. "He is as cocky as ever. He hasn't bothered hiding his traces at all." He sounded offended, but the rest didn't react. The one in charge commanded, "No more detours, we're closing in." Without another word, they pushed forward, their pace quickening as the search neared its climax. With each passing minute, new signs emerged, growing more frequent until a strong, unmistakable scent filled the air. The scent immediately angered every one of them. One of them cursed. "It's that bastard! There's no doubt about it!" Another calmed himself and ordered, "Calm down. Inform boss first. We'll make our move soon after." Others calmed down and followed his orders. A couple of minutes later, they followed the scent, and a peculiar but familiar sight appeared in front of them. In the middle of the dense forest, a man clad in a demon mask and a sweeping black cloak was seasoning the chicken he was roasting with a blend of exotic spices. He gently raised his head and looked at the four uninvited guests for a moment before turning his attention back to cooking. Without looking at them, he sighed. "You four again? How many times has it been until now? Are you chasing death or something?" Controlling his anger, C replied, "Until you pay for your crimes, we will keep hunting you, irrespective of the cost." As he spoke, C expanded his chakra field to cover the entire area to detect any sneak attacks and traps. Darui grabbed his broadsword and flowed black lightning through it. Samui did the same with her tanto, while Yugito engulfed herself in Matatabi's chakra, forming a cat-shaped cloak around her. Yet, the person opposite them continued roasting the chicken. If a bystander saw the scene, they would think he couldn't see or sense the Kumo ninjas. However, the Kumo elites had no such delusions. Instead of taking them seriously, Akuro yawned and said unenthusiastically, "You kids are too weak. Get lost. I don't have much desire to bully you again. Next time, bring that Raikage fellow along. Hopefully he'll put up a better fight." Surprisingly, Darui and the rest actually stopped flaring their chakra. Darui smiled and said, "If that's what you want, wait here. We have called boss here. He's running here as we speak. You can fight him to your heart's content." Having faced Akuro multiple times, Darui and the others knew they weren't his match. If they could avoid fighting until I appeared, they had no reason to fight a losing battle. Unfortunately for them, Akuro scoffed. "Bullshit. That's what you said the last time. However, you liars brought 2,000 ninjas to gang up on me instead of one strong ninja. Do you know how much bad karma I accumulated due to that fight? Do you think karma grows on trees? Do you know how many years I'll need to wash off that negative karma?" C frowned. There he goes again, ranting about karma. Darui wondered, what does he know that we do not? What happens if a person accumulates too much bad karma? We tried analyzing it, but... The ninja world was a land stained by blood, where war was never a question of if, but when. In times of peace, most shinobi followed orders and refrained from senseless brutality, unless the mission demanded otherwise. But when great wars erupted, the thin veil of morality was torn away. Illages abandoned all pretenses of honor, and countless shinobi carried out acts so horrific that even the bravest civilians would recoil in terror if they knew the truth. As such, except a few rare exceptions, nearly every ninja was stained in bad karma. After hearing Akuro repeatedly talk of karma, Kumogakure tried to research it. They studied the history of hundreds of dead ninjas and tried to correlate their actions to their eventual fate. Unfortunately, the results weren't conclusive. They observed very easily that countless ninjas who committed bad acts met their end very early in their life. However, the result was skewed due to the massive amount of casualties in the Great Ninja Wars. Though the bad ninjas met their end fairly early, so did most of the ninjas who had a good reputation. In addition, there were a few who committed countless atrocities and yet lived on for a long time and died peacefully. Darui thought, we couldn't find any conclusive results despite researching for over 6 months. Perhaps karma does exist, but one lifetime is too short for it to show complete effect. Akuro talks as if he's from a different era. If true, then it may have a bigger impact on the ones who live that long. Or there's also the possibility of him being similar to Hidan. The information Konoha sold to us about Akatsuki was sickening. If he's someone similar, then that might explain why he cares so much about karma. We initially also believed that he could merely be spouting nonsense to confuse us. However, our last clash proved he believes in it. He only killed 158 ninjas despite having a chance to kill several times more. Even though the loss was too high, it could have been catastrophic had he hunted us down while we retreated. I'm afraid we would have lost over half our forces had he been serious about doing so. Regardless of what it is, there is a lot we want to know from him. Be it his knowledge about karma, his longevity, or his array of lightning jutsus. Initially, Kumo was hunting Akuro purely to take revenge for the humiliation that he inflicted upon the village. However, as they clashed with him, the goals of the leaders in Kumo changed slightly. While they still wanted revenge, they also craved his knowledge. For Kumo, who wanted to rebuild their forces and catch up with Konoha, knowledge was far more alluring than revenge. Unfortunately, finding Akuro was an extremely difficult task on its own, let alone capturing him. Excluding the time Akuro raided the Raikage building and barely faced any resistance, Kumogakure had clashed 4 times with Akuro, but I didn't get a chance to face off against Akuro even once. And every single one of these clashes disrupted their rebuilding plans. The Kumo ninjas tensed as Akuro finally got up and said, "Oh well, I hope you put up a better performance than last time." His words hadn't even faded when Akuro suddenly disappeared, moving straight at the Kumo ninjas at blinding speed. Lightning illusion, flash pillar jutsu. Without weaving a single hand seal, C discharged electricity through his entire body in the form of bright light. It engulfed Akuro instantly, who immediately closed eyes, disrupted his chakra flow, and sighed, "This same technique. You should know by now that a technique of this level doesn't work on me." Akuro's speed slowed as he realized, lightning currents? Along with light, he has also discharged lightning currents. Though they aren't powerful enough to hurt a rank S ninja, they are restrictive. This technique, it's no longer just a genjutsu. A grin appeared behind his mask as he laughed. A technique that is both a genjutsu and ninjutsu. Haha, not bad. You might entertain me for a little while after all. The Kumo ninjas didn't bother exchanging words with their opponent. C had made a move right after Akuro disappeared. The omnidirectional nature of his jutsu meant he didn't need to worry about where Fujin was. Darui immediately sensed the disrupted lightning currents in C's jutsu and made his move. Storm Release, Laser Circus Jutsu. A halo of bright energy encircled around Darui's extended hands, and from it, countless lightning beams were shot out towards Akuro. Even though he couldn't open his eyes due to C's attack, Akuro easily sensed the powerful lightning jutsu. He raised his left palm and lightning began flowing through it. A mini vortex formed in front of his left palm. Darui controlled his lightning beams, making them approach Akuro from all sides. However, as they closed in on Akuro, they were attracted towards the lightning vortex in front of Akuro's left palm. In the blink of an eye, all the lightning beams were absorbed into the vortex. No sooner had it happened than Akuro sensed another surge of chakra and caught the faint, high-pitched hum of something slicing through the air. 4 Tanto, infused with lightning chakra and spinning at high speeds, were already mere meters away from him. Darui knew Akuro would try to absorb his jutsu. His massive attack wasn't meant to harm him, but to provide the perfect cover for Samui's follow-up strike. AN. Latest chapter, Marching to Hunt. AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh 8 at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 879. Lightning Chakra Mode. Chapter 886 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Under the cover of Darui and C's attacks, Samui launched 4 Tanto infused with lightning chakra and spinning at high speeds at Akuro. Akuro's first instinct was to use the vortex to attract the Tanto and nullify the threat. However, the idea was wiped from his mind as quickly as it appeared. The vortex shot 4 lightning rays that intercepted the Tanto and diverted them away from Akuro, who thought, "Those blades are covered in an obscene amount of explosive seals. There are also a high number of other seals, though I'll have to inspect them properly to identify them. Not bad. I should meet the Grandmaster who inscribed those seals later. For now, I wonder how you'll defend against this. Will you continue using Yugito as a meat shield? Or do you have something up your sleeves? The fighting so far had surprised Fujin. The tactics used by Darui and company were much more refined as compared to their previous 4 encounters. The vortex spun in the opposite direction at a high speed, and Darui's massive lightning jutsu was launched back at the Kumo ninjas in the form of a lightning flood. Just before the lightning exited the vortex, 4 more Tanto appeared. Instead of targeting Akuro, they hit the 4 Tanto he diverted earlier, changing their directions again. All 8 Tanto pierced into the ground, surrounding him on all sides. At the very moment they hit the ground, Samui completed a complicated set of hand seals. Lightning release. 8 pillars of thunder barrier. 8 10-meter-high lightning pillars rose, 1 from each Tanto. In the blink of an eye, lightning moved between the neighboring lightning pillars, forming an 8-sided, 10-meter-high barrier around Akuro, surrounding him from all sides. Though the ground and the sky wasn't covered by the barrier, it didn't matter. Akuro had already launched the lightning flood jutsu, and his control over lightning jutsus was far inferior to Darui, who had the storm release Kekkei Genkai. The lightning flood hit the barrier, exploding a mere dozen meters away from Akuro. A glint appeared in Samui's eyes as she thought, "Got him! Now, it all depends on you." Despite the powerful lightning flood jutsu, the barrier held firm. Inside the barrier, countless lightning arcs bounced back at Akuro, but he stood unfazed. Not a single one could pierce through his cloak. However, that was the least of his concerns. His attention was focused on the massive chakra buildup he sensed above the opening of the barrier. A Vajra-shaped weapon appeared in his right hand, though it was still hidden under his sleeves. Akuro thought, the tailed beast bomb. When did Yugito learn it? Besides, she should know it's too slow. Even though the tailed beast bomb was an extremely powerful jutsu, creating it generally took a long time. Of course, it wasn't easy to harm the Jinchuriki due to the chakra cloak of their tailed beast, so it wasn't a problem in most cases. However, if the opponent was considerably stronger, it could backfire. Akuro channeled lightning through the blade of the Thunder Spirit and shot a narrow but powerful lightning ray at the tailed beast bomb. He intended to destabilize and explode it while Yugito was forming it. The amplification factor from the blade of the Thunder Spirit along with lightning's natural speed meant that there wasn't much others could do to stop it. To Akuro's surprise, instead of completing the tailed beast bomb, Yugito shot an incomplete tailed beast bomb into the barrier. Needless to say, Yugito and the rest were aware of the flaw in the tailed beast bomb. Knowing Akuro's fighting style, they adjusted their plans accordingly. The lightning ray pierced through the incomplete tailed beast bomb before piercing through the head of Matatabi's chakra construct. Unfortunately, Yugito had moved away, causing the ray to miss her. As for the tailed beast bomb, it was already unstable. It deformed even faster but continued descending at an increasing speed. Moments later, the unstable tailed beast bomb exploded a few meters above the ground. Darui and the rest braced themselves for the shockwave of the explosion. Samui asked, "Did we get him?" C answered, "Of course not. He'd be long dead if he couldn't dodge this. Darui, he's moved around 80 meters in that direction." Darui looked at the direction C was pointing at. Moments later, his figure disappeared. Akuro glanced at the location of the barrier and thought, interesting. Since the distance between us was low, she didn't bother creating a perfect tailed beast bomb. She sacrificed power for speed. Even though she used as much chakra as a normal tailed beast bomb would require, the explosion was only a fifth of how strong it could have been if the tailed beast bomb was stable. It failed to even destroy the lightning barrier. The only reason that barrier is no more is because the explosion dug up the ground, and the Tanto were sent flying. That said, it was still strong enough to kill a human. So it was a perfect move in this situation. However, to achieve this, her cooperation with Matatabi has to be impeccable. She's even better than Roshi in this aspect. Did she become a perfect Jinchuriki like B? A different sword appeared in Akuro's right arm. Lightning flowed through the blade as he swung the sword vertically behind him. He came face to face with Darui, who was swinging his lightning-infused broadsword at Akuro horizontally. Their blades were merely inches away from each other when Akuro's eyes widened. A grin appeared on Darui's face as black sparks appeared on his body. Just before the two blades clashed, a black lightning cloak appeared on his body. His strength and speed increased tremendously in an instant. Yet, when the two blades finally clashed, Akuro didn't move a step behind. A lightning cloak was around his body as well. Darui was unable to gain an advantage. Akuro muttered, "Impressive. I didn't think you'd catch a hold of my technique so quickly. It's quite a surprise." Offended, Darui exerted more strength as he said, "It's not your technique. It's the secret technique of Kumogakure created by the third Raikage." During their first meeting, Fujin had used Raiga's thunder armor to fool Darui and the rest into thinking he knew the lightning chakra mode in preparation for the future. He got his hands on the third Raikage's notes on the technique when he raided the Raikage building. Unfortunately, Fujin was too busy in Konoha's affairs to start training it immediately. It was only after he left Konoha that he could devote time to recreating this technique from scratch by using the third Raikage's notes to guide him. He had only just started to get a hang of the technique. He was actually quite far from mastering it. Luckily, Darui was even worse off than him. So he didn't notice it and assumed Akuro was an expert at using the lightning chakra mode. Akuro replied, "Oh, I didn't think someone would recreate this technique in this era. That's impressive as well. He would have been an entertaining opponent. A shame I heard he died long ago." Darui chuckled. "You're lucky you didn't wake up when he was alive. If you did, you would have long been dead." Akuro replied plainly, "Unlikely. You shouldn't underestimate me so much, young one. Ninjas from this era can't comprehend the difference between our strengths." A frown appeared on Darui's face. He felt like Akuro wasn't saying so just because of what he claimed. He turned his gaze past Akuro. The reason why he engaged in a banter with Akuro was to provide an opening to Yugito. During their short exchange, she snuck up behind Akuro. However, before she could attack, a ray of lightning suddenly fell from the sky. Before she realized what was happening, the lightning mercilessly tore through her chakra cloak and struck her. Yugito screamed in agony as the lightning tore through her body, zapping her inside out. Her flesh couldn't withstand such torture, and it broke apart in several places. Within a fraction of the second, Yugito was completely covered in blood. Matatabi's chakra cloak dissipated as Yugito fell to the ground, hanging onto her consciousness by a thin thread. The sight shocked Darui, C, and Samui. Even though Darui was the team leader, Yugito was their trump card against Akuro. They never imagined her to be defeated by a single attack. Darui looked at the sky and quickly analyzed. That spot? It was the same spot his earlier attack pierced through. Don't tell me he used his earlier attack to gather more lightning in the skies and attack with an even stronger attack. Can something like that even be done? Suddenly, Darui recalled Akuro's earlier words. Ninjas from this era can't comprehend the difference between our strengths. Darui thought, so, that's what he meant. I need to help Yugito. AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Till Sarvesh8 at OKSBI. Can read up 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Brian, Zeed, and Wiggy for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 880, The Impact of Fujin's Interference. Chapter 887 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Darui thought, so that's what he meant. I need to help Yugito. His figure disappeared once again. Aided by lightning, his speed was immense. He moved around Akuro to get to Yugito. Unfortunately, before he could do so, Akuro appeared next to him, moving at the same speed and swung his blade at Darui. Darui quickly raised his broadsword to block the attack. He succeeded in intercepting the blade, but, to his surprise, he felt a massive force. At the next second, Darui was launched like a cannonball through the dense forest. Samui and C quickly moved, flickering in front of Yugito to buy her some time. Sadly, they weren't in the same league as Yugito or Darui. No sooner that they appeared, they sensed a lightning charge next to them. Their eyes moved, only to see Akuro standing between them. Their bodies instinctively moved, raising their weapons to block Akuro's attacks. Samui barely got her Tanto up in time to block Akuro's slash, but the difference in strength was huge. Samui knew that, and tried to flicker backwards preemptively to avoid getting injured. Her plan was to use Akuro's strength to help her get away from him. Unfortunately, she underestimated his speed. Even though her lightning-enhanced Tanto blocked Akuro's sword, it continued on by pushing her Tanto behind. The sword nicked her, leaving a 5-inch cut on the side of her abdomen. Fortunately, due to her earlier actions, she wasn't cut any further and was sent flying through the forest just like Darui. As for C, his blade was kicked by Akuro. Even though Fujin hadn't mastered the lightning chakra mode, his strength was still increased considerably due to it. The blade failed to stop his kick, and it landed on C's left arm. He grunted in pain as his elbow was dislocated before he was sent flying just like his remaining 2 teammates. Though neither bought much time, their screams helped Yugito get a hold of herself. Even when she was barely conscious, Matatabi's chakra was continuously healing the horrendous injuries inflicted by the lightning strike. So she was no longer in danger. Her eyes snapped open, and Matatabi's chakra flared through her body once again. A small blue cloak formed around her. Similar to Naruto's cloak before he unleashed the 4th tail, and a crazed look appeared in her eyes. However, her eyes widened as they were filled with just one scene. Before she could completely unleash Matatabi's chakra, Akuro's kick landed straight on her face, sending her flying backwards. The impact once again made Yugito blank out for a few seconds. Luckily, Matatabi's chakra continued healing her. Akuro looked at her and thought, first the incomplete tailed beast bomb, and now the continuous healing. There's no doubt, she has become a perfect Jinchuriki. Though, there may still be some flaws. Her crazed look earlier could imply that Matatabi still has some afterthoughts. However, they should be soothed soon. Regardless, she'll be considered the 3rd perfect Jinchuriki. Sigh, what an improvement. Instead of continuing his attack, Akuro moved continuously as black lightning rained down on him. Darui, despite being sent flying for nearly half a kilometer, returned in no time. As the two repeatedly clashed, Akuro analyzed. C improved his jutsus, creating a hybrid jutsu containing aspects of both genjutsu and ninjutsu. His sensing abilities have also improved. Samui's chakra flow has refined further and she is learning barrier techniques. Yugito became a perfect Jinchuriki. Darui learnt the lightning chakra mode, and has even incorporated his black lightning into the technique. Though his control over it is worse than mine, he's improving by leaps and bounds. I can't say if he'll get as strong as A, but he'll be a powerhouse in rank S very soon. All 4 have improved vastly since my first encounter with them. As I expected, repeated encounters with me forced them to push themselves further. Leaving them alive in my first encounter was the right decision, hehe. They were the perfect team to practice my lightning ninjutsus on. Anyway, these 4 aren't the only ones who improved. I'm not sure how strong Naruto and Sasuke have gotten by now, but there's another who has grown scarily in recent times. He might be an even better sparring partner than Darui, but how do I force him to battle this identity of mine? Fujin continued thinking while fighting with Darui. Aided by the lightning chakra mode, the two moved at high speeds. Understanding the difference in their strength, Darui avoided direct physical clashes with Akuro and instead resorted to lightning jutsus. Fujin, who knew there wasn't much to experiment with his speed and physical prowess, was happy to play along and engaged in a ninjutsu showdown with Darui. Their battle completely destroyed whatever remained of the beautiful terrain. It also gave time to Darui's teammates to catch their breaths and heal their injuries. C healed his and Samui's injuries, while Matatabi's chakra healed Yugito. Samui muttered, "He's far stronger than the last time we fought against him." Yugito nodded. He didn't use the lightning chakra mode in our previous fights. He only used it today because Darui used it first. Was he only toying with us earlier? C gritted his teeth and replied, "He's still toying with us. Earlier, his speed was far higher than Darui's, but now they are evenly matched. He's treating us less like enemies and more like children." Samui said, "He does claim that he is from an ancient era. What's the plan now?" C answered, "We have to stall until Raikage-sama reaches here. Darui is keeping him entertained for now, but he can't maintain this mode for a long time." We'll need to take turns to keep him occupied. Yugito, when Darui retreats, you take the lead. Samui and I will assist you from the back." Samui and Yugito nodded. C continued monitoring the battle with his chakra field, while the three of them caught their breath. As Fujin and Darui clashed, Fujin thought, "It's complicated. Creating a legitimate reason is more or less impossible. That said, I have never bothered creating legitimate reasons for Akuro's actions. I could simply run into him accidentally and fight him for looking at me the wrong way. I guess that'll cause even more confusion about Akuro's intentions, but whatever. It's not like it matters. All that matters is my identity remains a secret, though that could be a challenge too due to his abilities. Oh well, I'll think about it later. I'll settle this battle for now. As much as I'd love to fight against Ai, I still can't take him on with only my lightning jutsus. Once I improve my lightning chakra mode, I can target him. Besides, if he arrives, I won't be able to do that." Fujin saw as 12 black lightning panthers closed in on him from various directions. He immediately moved while building up his chakra and appeared at a spot where all the 12 black lightning panthers were between him and Darui. Lightning release. Chaotic lightning assault. Fujin extended his arms and a large spinning tube of lightning formed in front of him. Without wasting any time, Fujin launched it straight at Darui at a very high speed. Yet, the large distance between them meant that Darui, whose speed was boosted by the lightning chakra mode, had little problem in moving out of the way. Darui stepped to his left as he wondered, what is Akuro planning? Even though that jutsu is fast, it won't hit me. And due to its form, it won't neutralize my Black Panthers either. What in the? The speed of the lightning tube was so high that the tube itself became highly unstable and began falling apart as it traveled towards Darui. As a result, powerful lightning bolts were randomly hurled outwards due to the massive centrifugal force the lightning was subjected to. As a result, the Black Panthers that Darui had moved out of the way were all hit by those powerful lightning bolts. Not a single one survived, and all exploded, damaging the terrain further. The unstable lightning tube continued moving ahead at the same high speed and reached Darui's location when he had barely moved 5 meters to his left. However, instead of continuing forward, the tube collapsed entirely and all lightning contained in it was hurled around in a spiral manner. Most of the lightning bolts hit the ground, flew into the sky, or moved on the other side, but around 20% of it moved towards Darui. Even though Darui was ridiculously fast, this change caught him off guard. He had prepared himself to dodge a dozen lightning bolts, but seeing hundreds of bolts shocked him. He did his best and dodged nearly half of them, but the other half hit him. Had it been I, such a jutsu wouldn't hurt him. Unfortunately, Darui's lightning cloak lacked heavily compared to him. It blocked the first few bolts, but every single one after that caused him grave pain. The right half of his body was badly burnt by the lightning bolts. Before he could gather himself, he heard, "It's a shame you haven't mastered this technique yet." Darui suddenly felt a pain in the back of his neck and blacked out, collapsing in the destroyed forest. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, patilsarvesh8 at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Samuel, Clone of Clone, Silverleaves Fall, Kaito, and Igor for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 881, Fate, Karma, Chapter 888 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Darui stopped moving. His chakra has dropped. C muttered in shock and disbelief. He doubted what he was sensing, and wondered whether he was under a genjutsu. Unfortunately, even after disrupting his chakra flow, he sensed the same thing. Samui and Yugito were also shocked to hear his words. Not too long ago, they agreed with C to wait and stall for time. They didn't anticipate their opponent suddenly changing his fighting style. Without waiting any time, all three flickered without exchanging another word. However, they stopped after flickering just once, as Akuro appeared right in front of them, his gaze locked onto Yugito. Akuro muttered, "It seems like you have subdued the fierce kitten. An incredible accomplishment, but what a pity. I didn't think I'd ever see you having fallen to this level, Matatabi, to let a mere human enslave you." Before any of the Kumo ninjas could retort, a voice roared in Yugito's head. "Who is that bastard calling a kitten? Yugito, make him pay." Enraged, Matatabi transferred a large amount of her chakra to Yugito. In the blink of an eye, a chakra cloak appeared around Yugito, taking Matatabi's form. C glanced at her and thought, "Incredible. His words must have enraged her. We may finally stand a chance." Matatabi's massive paw smashed down on Akuro, but before it could hit him, lightning flared around Akuro once again, and he disappeared. Unlike Darui, who could barely keep up with him, the remaining Kumo ninjas couldn't even follow Akuro's movements. Despite having his chakra field active, C struggled to keep a track. His eyes widened as he suddenly heard, "To plan around your enemy's temperament is a smart move. However, to do so without a solid backup plan is nothing but folly." Before he could react, a knee landed on C's abdomen, knocking him out immediately. Samui's eyes turned to her right and she saw her teammate being knocked out. Instinctively, she flowed lightning chakra through her tanto and threw it at Akuro in one smooth move. Unfortunately, it hit nothing but air as Akuro disappeared from his previous spot and appeared behind her. Before she could react, she felt a palm landing on her back. At the next moment, a powerful current passed through her body. She couldn't endure the pain and passed out right away. Yugito turned her head, just to see both her teammates collapsing. She immediately moved to attack Akuro. However, Akuro simply grabbed Samui and threw her at the charging Matatabi. Yugito was forced to stop and use her massive chakra paw carefully to grab Samui. That small distraction was all Akuro needed. The very moment Samui landed on her paw, Akuro entered straight into Matatabi's chakra construct, thinking, even though my lightning chakra mode's defense isn't comparable to A, or his father, it should be enough to handle Matatabi's chakra, unless Yugito could somehow create powerful jutsus inside the chakra cloak. Then again, it'll still be difficult to hit me unless she can use the cloak like my wind domain. Since Yugito had just become a perfect Jinchuriki, Fujin didn't think she could do something so complicated and wasn't particularly worried. Of course, he was prepared to use Flying Thunder God Jutsu to teleport away in the unlikely event that she could do something like that. Yugito's eyes widened as she sensed Akuro entering her chakra cloak. Immediately, her chakra cloak began burning with an intense heat. Instead of merely looking like flames, nearly the entire cloak burst into actual flames. The only part that didn't was the paw that held Samui. Yugito tried to gently lay her on the ground while focusing on Akuro. Yet again, Akuro was simply too fast for Yugito. Less than a second after her cloak burst into flames, Akuro appeared in front of her and grabbed her throat. Yugito had anticipated Akuro doing something along that sort and was prepared to counterattack when something outrageous happened. Yugito's chakra cloak vanished. She couldn't channel her chakra. Yugito immediately realized, the self-cursing seal. It can't stop me. Yugito used Matatabi's chakra to forcefully break the curse seal. She immediately succeeded as the seals started disappearing. Unfortunately, more seals kept appearing on her neck, ensuring she couldn't channel her chakra in battle. Akuro muttered, "Your flames have dulled, Matatabi, but that's to be expected when you let a human subdue you." "I'm disappointed." Matatabi heard his words and wondered, "Of course they're weak. I'm restrained and can't exert my full strength. However, when did I fight him? I have thought for so long, yet I can't remember ever meeting someone as enigmatic as him. Who is he truly?" Yugito didn't know of Matatabi's thoughts and snorted, "It doesn't matter how many curse seals you put on me. I'll break through all of them." "In terms of chakra, you can't compete with me," Akuro replied. "Perhaps. However, I have sufficient time to kill you, don't you think?" Yugito smirked and said, "If you wanted to kill me, you would have already done it. You could have done it the very first time we met. However, you didn't. And I have a good idea why you didn't." Akuro didn't respond, allowing Yugito to continue. "You haven't recovered your full strength yet. You can't sustain the lightning chakra mode for a long time, like Raikage-sama can. The reason why you didn't kill us, and why you don't bother covering your tracks, is because you want to fight us to recover your strength." With Akuro staying silent, Yugito's smirk widened. She thought, "I hit on the mark. Our analysis was on point." Due to their repeated confrontations, Kumo analyzed everything they could about Akuro from the information they had. Yugito's words were their most accepted theory. Akuro's silence just strengthened her belief. However, the real reason for Akuro's silence was completely different. Even though he didn't give any reaction, Fujin was stunned. He thought, they actually bought that bullshit story? Unbelievable, what a weird world. Oh well, this does benefit me. Though if my identity ever leaks, I'll definitely be a bigger pariah than Uchiha Madara. Finally, Akuro replied. Interesting theory. I won't confirm or deny it, but you did get one part correct. I haven't recovered my entire strength. If I had... Even though Akuro was wearing a mask, Yugito could feel a cruel, evil smile on his face. Akuro's chakra also turned sinister, completely different from the mysterious and ancient feeling it gave earlier. He added, "This world would have long been doomed." The sinister chakra suddenly disappeared, replaced by Akuro's usual mysterious and ancient nature. He added, "That said, though I'm not interested in killing you, encountering me has changed your fates." Yugito wondered in confusion. Fates? First karma and now fate. What is he up to? And what does he mean our fates have changed? What were our initial fates? Akuro said, "Due to your encounters with me, the four of you have become far stronger than you were fated to be. Since you have stepped onto this path, your strengths will continue growing." Akuro's words became heavier as he said, "As such, our karma is now intertwined. You owe me a karmic debt. And I don't like being owed." Every sentence created a bigger impact on Yugito. She continued struggling, trying to break free of the countless curse seals, but a bad feeling developed in her heart. She immediately understood the source of her unease, as Akuro raised his left arm and a seal appeared at the tip of each of his fingers. The reason why Fujin indulged Yugito, apart from just having some fun and spooking Kumogakure, was because he needed time to analyze her seal. While he was continuously inscribing self-cursing seals on Yugito, he was also using his chakra to study her seal and find any weakness. And he had discovered a way to approach the seal. Yugito couldn't move her body as Akuro hit her right shoulder. 5-element seal. Akuro applied the 5-element seal on top of her iron armor seal, causing a disruption on her seal and cutting off Yugito from Madatabi's chakra. He analyzed, "Good, I have blocked the connection between Yugito and Madatabi. The next step is to gain entry into her inner world." The seals on his fingertips changed as he stabbed her shoulder again. 5 elements unseal. Instead of removing the 5-element seal, Fujin ignored it and instead used the 5 elements unseal on the iron armor seal. He didn't entirely remove the seal, as that would have killed Yugito and summoned Madatabi, instead creating a small opening in the seal. In her inner world, Yugito clenched her shoulder and thought, "What happened? Why can't I feel my connection to Madatabi even though she's still behind that bar?" Her pupils dilated and her eyes widened in shock and terror as a similar figure appeared in her inner world. She wondered in disbelief, how did Akuro enter here? And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh 8 at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Mersh, Christian, Zoro, On, Michael, Xander, and Panayotis for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 882. A Critical Dilemma. Chapter 8889 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fell asleep. Today's chapter will be, as per usual time, around 12 to 14 hours from now. How did Akuro enter here? Yugito wondered in disbelief as Akuro's figure appeared inside her inner world. Akuro's eyes snapped open. The world around him dissolved into a bleak expanse of swirling shadows and flickering blue flames. A few dozen meters ahead of him, the imposing form of Madatabi writhed in fury as she was restrained by a seal on her forehead. Akuro scanned Yugito's inner world and observed, Madatabi isn't heavily restrained. However, she isn't entirely free either. There's a barrier in place dividing Yugito's inner world into two parts. Yugito and Madatabi are on the opposite sides. This shows they still don't trust her completely. I suppose Yugito isn't a perfect Jinchuriki after all, though it'll be just a matter of time after today's incident. Matatabi's chakra flared as soon as she noticed Akuro's tiny figure. She shouted, "You're the one who put this seal on my forehead. I'd rather die than let another human humiliate me any further." The seal on her forehead started dissipating due to her immense chakra. However, Akuro wasn't bothered. He knew that seal couldn't hold Matatabi back anyway. He flickered, moving through the barrier and appearing in front of Matatabi's forehead, and asked, "A human? I'm hurt. Has it been so long that you don't remember our last encounter, little kitten? Besides, how can anything I do compare with the humiliation of being imprisoned here?" Akuro's words infuriated Matatabi further. Unfortunately, she had bigger concerns at that moment. Akuro clenched his right palm, almost making it into a claw covered with immense lightning chakra. The moment the seal on her forehead disappeared, Akuro jabbed his fingers into Matatabi's forehead, grabbing her something in the process, and retreated back to the other side of the barrier. Yugito, who was still confused about what was happening, was shocked even further as she noticed Akuro pulling Matatabi's chakra from her massive body. A part of her chakra now extended from her forehead to Akuro's palm. Yugito hot in disbelief. Is he trying to strip Matatabi's chakra away from her? Can something like this even be done? Since Kumogakure had a perfect Jinchuriki, they were well aware of how to use the tailed beasts. B and Juki cooperated with each other perfectly, forming a deadly combo and making B one of the deadliest ninjas alive. Yet, Kumogakure had never considered the possibility of chakra being stripped from the tailed beast in such a manner. Yugito immediately analyzed, is he planning to do something like the Gold and Silver brothers? No, they just got lucky with the 9 tails. He's forcefully stripping Matatabi's chakra away. I'd like to see if this is possible, but I can't let him do as he pleases. Yugito didn't immediately make a move, instead waiting for what was inevitable. As she predicted, Matatabi's chakra flared once again, her rage and bloodlust filling Yugito's inner world. She roared, "Do you think I will let you steal my chakra?" Akuro looked back at Matatabi and thought, I pulled out around 4% of her chakra in one go. Unfortunately, the easy part is over. Time to see how I perform in a tug-of-war against a tailed beast in a hostile territory. In an instant, his chakra flared as well, and he pulled Matatabi's chakra towards himself. For a moment, the two were evenly matched. Unfortunately, Matatabi immediately gained an upper hand. As powerful as Fujin had become, he couldn't compete against a tailed beast in a head-on battle. To make matters worse, she wasn't his only opponent. Lightning Release, False Darkness Jutsu. With Akuro distracted by Matatabi, Yugito sneakily attacked him with a powerful lightning jutsu. To her surprise, Akuro didn't even react to her jutsu, letting his body bear the entire brunt of the attack. Yugito's powerful lightning jutsu failed to even distract Akuro. Akuro made the confrontation hand seal with his left hand while saying, "Without her support, you're weaker than any of your teammates. Don't bother making life more difficult for you." Lighting Release, 9 Seals Lightning Imprisonment Jutsu. Suddenly, a 9-sided cage appeared around Matatabi, trapping her inside. The sudden change caught both the tailed beast and her host by surprise, and they wondered, when did he lay a lightning trap here? At the very next moment, Matatabi was bombarded by lightning strikes from all sides. Her body was continuously tortured by the lightning strikes, which were launched endlessly from the lightning cage. The barrage caused Matatabi to lose her focus, allowing Akuro to get an upper hand. In a few seconds, he wrestled 12% of Matatabi's chakra out of her body. Matatabi finally got a hold of herself. Blue flames rose from her body, bombarding the lightning cage. At the same time, she pulled her chakra back into her body. This time, she no longer had a clear advantage. Though she was taking her chakra back, it was at a very slow pace. Yugito analyzed, she can't fight effectively due to that lightning torture. I need to distract him. Since a sneak attack failed to harm her opponent, Yugito concentrated her chakra and prepared a massive, supercharged jutsu. Her idea was simple. She wanted to break Akuro's control over the situation and give Matatabi a decisive opening. Akuro sensed her chakra build up and pointed his left hand towards her. Lightning concentrated around his index finger. Before Yugito could complete her jutsu, Akuro shot a powerful lightning ray. She couldn't even react as the lightning ray pierced through her chest while tormenting her with lightning shocks from inside her body. She collapsed without putting up any resistance. However, her actions weren't unfruitful. Yugito's little distraction had given Matatabi the opening she needed. In that short window, she took back 4% of her chakra, leaving only 8% outside her body and still being pulled by Akuro. Yet, Akuro was still unfazed. He made the confrontation seal with his left hand again, forcing Matatabi to raise her guard. At the next second, the lightning bombardment intensified, making Matatabi's job much more difficult. Akuro and Matatabi were evenly matched once again, but that was just a distraction. Akuro's real move used the cover of the lightning to sneak up on Matatabi. Before she could realize what was happening, several chains slithered stealthily towards Matatabi, wrapping around her massive frame like serpents constricting their prey. In an instant, they tightened with an unyielding grip, locking her limbs and suppressing her chakra, forcing her to the ground despite her struggles. To make matters worse, the chains conducted lightning, damaging her body even further. Akuro used the situation to pull additional 6% of Matatabi's chakra from her body, raising the total to 14% before Matatabi could control the situation again. Unfortunately for her, her misery was still far from over. New seals appeared on her body, making it increasingly difficult for her to pull her chakra back. Akuro continued extracting more chakra out of Matatabi. In little time, he extracted 1/4 of Matatabi's chakra. Though Matatabi was still resisting, she was more focused on analyzing why she was under such a disadvantage. She finally realized, it's my seal. He's using the seal used to keep me inside Yugito. That is why he could spontaneously create seals to restrict me. If this continues, I can't win. Her eyes moved towards Yugito's body. The place they were in wasn't the real world. Instead, it was Yugito's inner world. Though Matatabi's real body was trapped here, Fujin and Yugito's real bodies weren't here. They were still in the real world. As such, Fujin couldn't truly kill Yugito here. Matatabi shouted, "Yugito, remove this barrier. As long as the barrier exists, my strength will remain suppressed, and I can't fight at my full strength. The only way we can resist is by fighting at our full strength." Yugito's eyes opened on hearing Matatabi's screams. Confusion filled her eyes as she wondered what she should do. On one hand, Akuro was overbearing. Not only had he defeated their squad, but he was also suppressing and trying to steal Matatabi's chakra. On the other hand, she didn't entirely trust Matatabi yet. If she removed the barrier, there was a high chance that Matatabi would kill her and break free after defeating Akuro. Matatabi might also kill Darui, Samui, and C to take revenge for her decades-long imprisonment. As a result, neither option was tempting for Yugito. On the contrary, both posed grave danger to Yugito, putting her into a tricky dilemma. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link w.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, pedalsarvesh8 at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Kenneth, Travis, Moonomers, Gloxinia, Monsanity, Jacob, Daniel, and Luan for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter A3. Choices. Chapter 890 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Even though the situation was very tricky, Yugito had to make a decision quickly. Any delay would mean she would no longer have any control over the situation. She glanced at Akuro and Matatabi and wondered, Akuro said he wasn't interested in killing us. His actions prove his words. This is our 5th encounter, and he could have killed each one of us a dozen times if he truly wanted to. So, my comrades' lives won't be in danger even if I die due to losing Matatabi. However, can I make a plan based on what little I know of him? Immediately, a few words appeared in her mind. To plan around your enemy's temperament is a smart move. However, to do so without a solid backup plan is nothing but folly. Those were the same words she heard Akuro say to C before he knocked C out. Fujin never imagined his casual words, which he only spoke to main the air of an ancient expert, would come to bite him in the ass so quickly. Yugito decided. Since there is no guarantee that he would spare Darui, C, and Samui after killing me, I may as well put all my bets on Matatabi. In the worst-case scenario, she would kill Akuro along with us. However, in the best-case scenario, I could become the perfect Jinchuriki like Lord B. A seal appeared on her fingertips, and she stabbed her own shoulder. Suddenly, her inner world underwent a change. The massive, invisible barrier between Matatabi and them suddenly vanished. The restrictions on Matatabi were released as well, and she could finally exert her full strength. Fujin exerted more strength as well, his main body continuously supplying chakra into Yugito's inner world to maintain his form there. Unaware that his own words had pushed Yugito to make this decision, he thought, I didn't think Yugito would agree to such a request from Matatabi. No, she doesn't trust so easily. Quite a gamble you have taken. Oh well. A grin appeared behind his mask as Fujin thought, time to see how well I match up against a fucking tailed beast. While trying to pull her chakra back, Matatabi also divided her attention to destroy the chains and the lightning cage. However, their strength suddenly increased by a huge factor, inflicting more damage on Matatabi. At the same time, she also felt her opponent exerting increasingly more force to extract her chakra. Even though the barrier restricted Matatabi, it didn't restrain her too much. Its function was to protect Yugito from Matatabi and not to restrain or torture her. Hence, even when Yugito removed the barrier, the only thing Matatabi managed to achieve was to stop Akuro from extracting more of her chakra. Under normal circumstances, she could have started a counterattack to distract her opponent, but the lightning cage made it impossible to do so. Matatabi quickly analyzed, this lightning cage isn't the problem. I can destroy it with ease. The problem is these chains. They are connected to the seal that keeps me locked inside here. I can't break them unless I concentrate entirely on it. Unfortunately, the moment I do it, I'll be doomed. Who is this guy? Why hasn't his chakra ran out yet? I have no time to guess his identity, Yugito. Yugito looked at their impasse and analyzed, even without the barrier, Matatabi doesn't have the upper hand. This isn't bad, though. If these two are evenly matched, they could exhaust each other and I might be spared. Huh? Yugito suddenly heard a voice inside her head. She quickly realized it was Matatabi. Matatabi said, Yugito, if this continues, we'll lose. He has taken control over the seal that imprisons me here. There's only one way to win. Yugito immediately asked in her head, what is that way? Matatabi replied, you need to remove this seal entirely. Then he won't be able to use it to retrain me and I can finally defeat him. Yugito was shocked. Remove the seal? Won't that? Matatabi interrupted her. Don't worry, this inner world will remain even if you remove the seal, so you won't die. Yugito replied, that's assuming you don't rip apart this world and break out. Matatabi went silent for a few seconds before saying, that's true. So the question is whether you trust me or not. While Matatabi struggled, Fujin wasn't without problems either. He cursed, my chakra is being consumed at a frightening speed. I have already emptied my entire reserves in just a few minutes. If not for my artificial reserves, this would have been a lost cause. Tsk, exactly how much aid did Kushina provide Naruto when he dealt with the Nine Tails? Fujin's eyes suddenly widened. What the fuck? The chains restraining Matatabi suddenly crumbled. Fujin immediately realized the seal was removed. He turned his gaze to Yugito and wondered, did she lose her mind? To remove the seal is almost a death sentence. Crap. With the chains no longer suppressing Matatabi, she exerted her full force. Her blue flames destroyed the lightning cage before launching an assault on Akuro, at the same exerted an even greater force on her chakra. Realizing the danger, Fujin immediately used the lightning chakra mode to protect himself from the hot flames. The flames blasted his body but failed to inflict any damage. Even so, Fujin wasn't pleased. He was losing the tug of war. In merely 15 seconds, Matatabi took back 40% of the chakra that Fujin had extracted from her. The stalemate had broken. The chakra Fujin was pulling dropped from 25% to 15%. If nothing changed, it would continue dropping further. Fujin clicked his tongue. I miscalculated. I knew I'd be at a disadvantage, but I didn't think I'd be so overwhelmed in a direct confrontation of this manner. Of course, I could pull Matatabi out of here and seal her in my myriad tetragram seal, but I don't want to risk putting a tailed beast there just yet. I have a feeling that the result would be far worse than this confrontation. Anyway, time to cut my losses short. The Vajra-shaped hilt appeared in Akuro's hand once again. Yugito furrowed her brows and wondered, something moved inside his sleeve. What is it? She focused her attention on Akuro. To her surprise, an incredibly powerful white lightning exited his sleeve. It pierced through the blue flame surrounding him and reached Matatabi in the blink of an eye. Matatabi noticed it and cursed, "This will hurt." However, I'm not giving this bastard any more advantages. A mere lightning can't kill me, even if you enhance it with yin chakra. Matatabi braced herself for the lightning strike without easing on the pressure. To her surprise, the white lightning, which was clearly headed towards her, suddenly made a 90-degree turn. Before she could understand what was happening, it cut through her chakra, which was being pulled by her and Fujin. A seal activated on Fujin's palm, which sucked all her severed chakra, while Fujin thought, there goes another percent. Oh well, 14% isn't bad. Any more, and refining her chakra might take ages. Once I refine her chakra and make it mine, I can try to get bigger chunks. The last percent of Matatabi's chakra entered her body. However, there was no happiness on her face. Instead, she was completely enraged. A roar echoed in Yugito's inner world as Matatabi prepared a tailed beast bomb. The sight worried Yugito, but Fujin was unfazed. He said, "Tsk, you're lucky my powers haven't recovered yet. I'll let you be for now. The next time we meet, you better give me your best, little kitten." The words had barely escaped his lips when Akuro's figure disappeared from Yugito's inner world. She opened her eyes just to see Akuro still holding her neck. Before she could do anything, a powerful current passed through her body, knocking her out. He tossed her body to the ground and thought, even if she removed her seal, she can't borrow Matatabi's chakra due to my 5-element seal. Until a Grandmaster removes that seal, she's no different than an ordinary ninja. Of course, Matatabi could still break out of her body, killing her in the process. But will she do so? Fujin wasn't entirely sure. On one hand, tailed beasts, despite seemingly hating humans, were actually quite soft. The amount of trust Yugito placed in Matatabi might be sufficient to gain Matatabi's trust in return. On the other hand, Fujin had completely infuriated Matatabi. So there was a chance Matatabi's anger could triumph over her reasoning. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Paddle Sarvesh8 at OKSB can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, K0D4S. This is a stupid system, pal. Deranged Rat, Snow, Mr. Falcon, Silicon Senpu for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 884, Awkward Situations. Chapter 891 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin observed Yugito for a minute, but Matatabi didn't break out. Fujin sighed, "A shame. Though sealing her inside my body would have been risky, I could still have sealed her elsewhere had she broken out. Anyway, even though I gained 14% of Matatabi's chakra, Kumogakure gained a perfect Jinchuriki. Looks like you still owe me some karma, heh." He was about to leave when a figure suddenly stood up. Breathing heavily and barely being able to move her body, she pointed her tanto at Akuro and said, "You'll have to kill me first before you harm her." Without turning around, Akuro said, "Choose. Do you want to be knocked out like the rest of your comrades in the middle of this forest, or would you like to stay conscious?" Samui didn't expect her answer to have any impact, but answered anyway, "The latter." Akuro chuckled. His figure disappeared, leaving a whisper behind. Not a bad choice. Samui was surprised. She quickly checked her surroundings, but found no traces of Akuro. She analyzed, did he really just leave? This is consistent with his personality. Luckily, I decided to humor him. Though our ninjas should arrive soon, being unconscious here would have been dangerous. She took a step, nearly tumbling in the process. After taking her moment to catch her breath, she moved her heavy feet to check on C and Yugito before going to find Darui and bringing him to them. While Samui ensured the safety of her teammates, Fujin appeared in a hidden base inside the Land of Frost. The moment he arrived, an icy chill enveloped him, seeping through his cloak and biting at his skin. The air was heavy with the scent of damp stone and lingering frost, a testament to how long the base had remained untouched. Thin layers of ice clung to the walls, glistening faintly under the dim glow of chakra-infused lanterns. His breath turned to mist as he muttered, "It's been a long while since I used this base. The base has become an icy hell." Fujin released chakra from the chakra points around his body. It instantly transformed into hot air, changing the temperature to cozy levels. Removing his mask and cloak, Fujin thought, "This isn't the reason I mastered the Scorch Release." But a few months into his journey, Fujin finally got a hang of Scorch Release. The core reason for his success was undoubtedly his affinity towards wind and fire, but Takeshi was the reason Fujin managed to get a hang of it so quickly. Had Fujin's soul not entered Takeshi's body and experienced how fire and wind merged, who knows how long it would have taken until he reached the correct combination. However, Fujin was in an awkward situation. Fujin wanted to master Kekkei Genkai for a long time, ever since Renjiro informed him that bloodline wasn't an absolute necessity. Though he did eventually master Magnet Release and Scorch Release, he only did so when he was already a top-tier rank S ninja. As such, both the Kekkei Genkai added very little to his strength. They weren't weak by any means, but they fell considerably short compared to his wind combat system, which revolved around his wind domain and was backed by extremely fast and penetrative wind Akyum jutsus, and his lightning combat system, which was initially powered by his special blades, and was recently strengthened by the lightning chakra mode. Not to mention, Fujin was still refining his wind and lightning techniques through yin-yang manipulation, continuously pushing their limits. Compared to these ever-evolving foundations of his strength, both Magnet and Scorch Release had become more of a secondary asset, useful in certain situations, but ultimately just complementary tools rather than defining aspects of his power. For example, the reason why Fujin could fly without using winds when facing Onoki was because of the iron plates he installed in the soles of his shoes. He had also changed his wristbands and the metal plates on the backhand of his gloves to iron to aid with the same. So, instead of using Magnet Release like the third Kazekage could, Fujin had been merely using it to float. Making himself comfortable, Fujin thought, "Whatever, I'll eventually find better use cases for them. For now, I'll focus on the bigger prize." A glint appeared in his eyes as he transferred Matatabi's chakra to a pot, similar to how he once stored Shikaku's chakra. He carefully observed it for a few minutes before concluding, "I see. So, even 14% of a tailed beast's chakra isn't sufficient to develop sentience. Also, her chakra's presence is significantly different from Shikaku's chakra. Despite being much weaker, Shikaku's chakra was far more vile. By comparison, Matatabi's chakra is fierce instead of being vile." Having stolen the chakra of a second-tailed beast, Fujin's understanding of a tailed beast's chakra improved slightly. He calculated, "Absorbing Shikaku's chakra increased my wind affinity further, while giving a huge boost to my earth affinity. Matatabi's chakra should boost my fire affinity to a whole new level. I might even exceed Hiruzen's fire affinity. Hey, this should be fun." Fujin couldn't wait to absorb Matatabi's chakra, but he controlled himself. "I don't want to wait for over a month like last time. I can conduct that experiment later. However, I should still give it a few days to absorb some nature chakra. I want to see if having more chakra would enhance the speed at which it grows. Besides, I just messed with 2 of the great ninja illages. If there's a backlash, I might be called. Considering it took me 5 days to absorb around 75% of Shukaku's chakra, who knows how long I will be out while absorbing 14% of Matatabi's chakra?" With nothing else to do, Fujin decided to wait in the hidden base. He spent his time observing Matatabi's chakra while also studying the earth release jutsus gifted to him by Iwagakure. After observing Matatabi's chakra for a couple of days, Fujin analyzed, "My guess was incorrect. I thought the more pure the tailed beast's chakra is, the more efficiently it would absorb nature energy to strengthen itself. Instead, it has been growing at snail's pace. It's even slower than what Shukaku's chakra grew by in the last few days." Sigh, a shame. "I wonder if it had consciousness, would it have increased more rapidly?" Fujin thought for a minute before shaking his head. No, it can't be said for certain. The half Kurama sealed inside Naruto never grew. Then again, his other half is inside the abdomen of some god of death. And he himself was sealed and not free like this chakra. I should measure Matatabi's chakra when we meet again. Would she recover the chakra I stole from her? Or will this chakra forever be gone from her? Another interesting aspect is what will happen once she dies. Will she revive with her full strength? Or will she only revive with 86% of her chakra, assuming no one steals more chakra from her? Fujin couldn't calculate the answers for these questions, but they fueled his curiosity. Suddenly, Fujin's attention moved to one of his tags in the base. It had started burning. Fujin got up and grabbed the tag, before thinking, as I expected, sigh, I shouldn't have given this seal to the village. Anyway, I wonder if Hiruzen will finally give that to me. A few minutes ago, Tsunade received the highest priority message from Iwagakure. A myriad of expressions appeared on her face as she went through it. Concerned, Shizune asked, Lady Tsunade, did something happen? Tsunade thought for a few moments on how to answer her question. Unfortunately, no words formed in her mouth. Helplessly, she handed the scroll over to Shizune. Shizune's eyes widened as she read the message. She loudly exclaimed, Danzo and Fujin worked together to create a mess in Iwagakure? How is that possible? Tsunade muttered angrily, How am I supposed to know? With a frown on her face, Tsunade analyzed, Even though Sensei kept Danzo in check, he's getting restless. However, how did he gain enough forces to do something as big as this? As for Fujin, no, that's impossible. Fujin won't cooperate with Danzo. From what Sensei said, their relationship is terrible. But there's a chance that Danzo made use of Fujin. There were still several doubts in Tsunade's head, from something as basic as how Danzo was able to track Fujin, to Danzo's intention behind such an incident. Of course, she didn't blindly trust Onoki and believed there was a chance the report was fake. After contemplating, Tsunade said, Shizune, send a messenger to Danzo and call him here. Also, burn Fujin's communication tag. Call him here immediately. IN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link w.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Pedal Sarvesh H at OKSBuy. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Loni, Born AAA, and Yasite for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 885. What did I do? Chapter 8 and 92 of Naruto The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. I don't understand. Why did we send a formal complaint to Konoha instead of retaliating? We should make them feel even greater pain than what they inflicted on us. Onoki's granddaughter asked him in confusion. She couldn't make any sense of the decision made by Iwagakure's council. Onoki replied, That would have been the correct course of action had our enemy been weak or in a difficult position. Besides... Kurotsuchi interrupted him. I know Konoha is strong, but is the difference so high that we can't retaliate against such an outrageous move? Also, isn't Konoha right in the middle of 4 great illages? Even if they're stronger, they can't focus their entire strength on us, can they? Kurotsuchi's words displayed some frustration at Onoki's inaction, but her tone also held some curiosity. As someone who aspired for the post of the 4th Tsuchikage, she wanted to understand what a leader's thought process was. Onoki realized it, which was the reason he didn't lose his temper. He explained, It's good to have confidence in our strength, but if you underestimate our enemies, the only one who will be hurt is us. Just like what happened when we faced the 4th Hokage in the last war. Even with me and Roshi, a direct confrontation with Konoha is a lost cause. The only way to confront them is by attacking them on multiple sides and forcing them to divide their forces. Unfortunately, the circumstances aren't in our favor. It's true Konoha is surrounded on all sides, but the other great illages aren't doing as well as us. Kirigakure's civil war just ended. Their forces are too exhausted for another war. Tsunagakure is busy rebuilding. They can't make a move for at least 4 more years. Kumogakure is also rebuilding their forces. Whatever excess energy they have is being devoted to hunting Akuro. They can't open a new front against Konoha either. So, we'll be all on our own in a direct confrontation against Konoha. Kurotsuchi frowned before muttering, Why are the other villages so useless? Onoki chuckled. Their leadership is too impatient and impulsive. Both Kumo and Suna fell into traps set up by Konoha and suffered heavily. Kurotsuchi asked, Even if that's the case, Why aren't we retaliating from the shadows? Konoha will never take credit for this attack on our village. Why can't we do something similar? They hit us in the dark. We should do the same to them. Onoki answered, There are 2 reasons for why that isn't a good idea. Remember, as a leader, you should never act without considering all possibilities. If you act impulsively, you will fall in a trap and face heavy losses. Kurotsuchi listened attentively as Onoki explained, The critical factor here is that we aren't 100% sure who attacked us. The young man, who fought Roshi and wreaked havoc in our village, talked and acted like Konoha's Suzuki Fujin. However, his skills were completely different from Fujin's. It is possible someone merely wanted to divert the blame on him. Similarly, even though the follow-up events reminded us of Danzo, we aren't entirely sure it was him. I'm not the only one who knows how Danzo operates. Nearly every higher-up knows about it. There is a chance it was someone else replicating his actions to pit Iwa and Konoha against each other. If that is the case, we'll fall into the trap set by this third party. Perhaps it is one of the other 3 villages, and they want us and Konoha to take some losses to even the playing field. Or perhaps it is an organization like Akatsuki, who may be looking to make a move on Roshi. Onoki's thorough analysis surprised Kurotsuchi. She hadn't considered most of what he said. Onoki continued, Even if I assume it is Konoha, there are a few issues. We haven't provoked Konoha, and yet they took action against us. This means they're prepared for any possible retaliation we make. We have only just re-established our intelligence network in the Land of Fire and neighboring countries, and still haven't installed a single spy inside Konoha. So, we'll be at a disadvantage in terms of information. Our intelligence network will also become vulnerable. Knowing how Danzo operates, there will be several traps awaiting us no matter how we retaliate. Since we are at such a disadvantage, why should we bother retaliating? Is there any meaning to retaliating if it hurts us more? That is why we reached this decision. Konoha's response will allow us to better understand the truth behind the attack, and we can wait and retaliate when we're ready, and Konoha is vulnerable. There is no need to be hasty. Sometimes, you have to wait for years before you find the right opportunity. Just make sure to take full advantage of the opportunity when it presents itself. Kurotsuchi thought for a long while before muttering, I understand, but this doesn't feel good. Onoki sighed. It doesn't. Unfortunately, that's what a leader must do. While Onoki was educating his granddaughter, Danzo returned to his headquarters with a dark face. His subordinates became slightly worried on seeing his face. Tarun asked, Danzo-sama, what's the matter? Danzo ignored his question and instead asked, Why is our intelligence network so slow? Have we received no message from Iwagakure yet? Danzo was annoyed. After being in charge for so many decades, he never assumed he'd be scolded by Hiruzen's student. The fact that he hadn't been involved in the Iwagakure incident was a different matter altogether. Even if he had done what Iwagakure had accused him of doing, he wouldn't have liked to see Tsunade talking to him like she did. Unfortunately, his situation was quite different as compared to the original story. Due to Fujin's interference, Danzo had been removed from the council. Most of his root subordinates were taken away, and Hiruzen kept an eye on him for a long time. Fu answered, Forgive me, Danzo-sama, but our network is still incomplete. Even though the surveillance has decreased, we are still watched, and our resources are limited. More importantly, we can't receive messages directly due to the Anbu squads who still keep an eye on us. It slows the process down considerably. Also, we received a message from our spy in Iwagakure just after you left. The events are quite shocking. Danzo frowned. He was aware of the issues, but he could have had a lot more room to discuss if he knew what happened beforehand. Danzo accepted the scroll from Fu and read the report. After a few minutes, he muttered, Tsunade was speaking the truth. Onoki didn't lie to her. Fu asked, If I may, Danzo-sama, did Lady Fifth think you were behind this incident? Tarun added, I wouldn't be surprised if she did. Other than the open confrontation, it is eerily similar to how we operate. Danzo replied, That is the case. Onoki accused Fujin and me for the incident. He's still showing restraint after something so huge happened. Fu asked, Should we do something, Danzo-sama? Danzo shook his head. No, there's little doubt Fujin was behind this incident. If I assume he was the one behind the incident in the Land of Wind, then his actions make sense. Regardless, considering how Tsunade behaved, she should be unaware of his plans. I doubt she'll be pleased being kept in the dark of such incidents. Danzo finally smelled an opportunity. He thought, this is an opportunity to drive a wedge between them. This boy... His record may be clean, but there's something horribly off about him. I may get a chance to understand him more deeply. While Danzo calculated how to take advantage of the situation, Tarun recalled his confrontation with Fujin. No wonder he spun our short confrontation such that Danzo-sama had to lose his seat on the council. His scheming mindset is as threatening as his strength. Fu thought, it's a shame someone like him isn't in the route. He'd fit right in. Danzo-sama missed out by not recruiting him when he was young. 12 hours after he received the message, and not too long after sun rose, Fujin appeared outside Konoha's walls, his eyes keenly observing the seal formation imprinted on it as he thought, not bad. They removed the previous flaws already, and even implemented some of the changes I recommended. Now then, where's the next weak spot? Fujin observed for a while before finding one. Moments later, he entered the village without triggering any alarms. Tsunade had just begun doing paperwork when she suddenly heard, "What's the emergency? Did we finally find the snake?" A tick mark appeared on Tsunade's forehead as soon as she heard his voice. She asked, "You have the gall to ask that after what you did." Shizune turned her head to see Fujin leaning against the wall. He raised an eyebrow in confusion and asked, "Me? What did I do?" "AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Paddlesarvesh8 at OKSB can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Alan, Howlsy, JTSSE, Surfish, Radasaw, Chris, Joe, Gaming Experience, Lucifer, Fernandez, Byron, Pierce, Abdul, Kevin, and Ben for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 886, An Alibi. Chapter 893 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Me? What did I do? Fujin asked with a face full of confusion. If a stranger saw his expression, they would immediately assume he was completely innocent and being framed by others. Unfortunately, Tsunade, Shizune, and the Anbu guards knew a lot about him. Tsunade sighed. You want to feign ignorance again? Sigh! Shizune, get that scroll. Shizune immediately replied, Yes, Lady Tsunade. While Shizune looked for Iwagakure's scroll, Tsunade said, You managed to enter undetected once again. Fujin shrugged. Though the seal formation is good, it can't stall a Grandmaster for long. Unless you can get new seals which aren't known to other villages, or follow my recommendation, it is impossible. Tsunade frowned. Neither of those is easy. It's been years since we found the seals left behind by the Jashin fanatics, but our research into them hasn't yielded any results. As for his suggestion, it's so ludicrous that I can't even consider it. Needless to say, Fujin's recommendation involved more than a couple of million seals. Though Konoha had the capability of creating such a formation, maintaining it was more or less impossible. If there ever came a time when Konoha no longer possessed any Grandmasters, the village would be doomed. Tsunade muttered, We don't have any choice for now. Just give the barrier team your report. They can continue refining the seal formation. Fujin nodded and accepted the scroll Shizune handed him. As he read, Tsunade asked, Do you want to say you had nothing to do with this incident? Fujin read the report carefully before answering with complete confidence. Yup. I haven't been to Iwagakure. Besides, is this report even reliable? Someone fought Roshi and 3rd Tsuchikage in the village and escaped unscathed while someone else plundered them? Since when did Iwagakure become so incompetent? It sounds like they're making up excuses to pick a fight with us. Perhaps I should pay them a visit for real. Fujin's words were so full of confidence, and his tone was so righteous, that Shizune and the Anbu guards started doubting his involvement. On the other hand, Tsunade's left eyebrow twitched in annoyance. She realized, There's no doubt, it's his doing. She answered, It is true. We received reports from our spies confirming the events. Once again, surprise appeared on Fujin's face as he replied, For real? Perhaps I should really go pay them a visit then. What do you think, Lady Tsunade? Do you have any targets in Iwagakure? As long as I don't run into Roshi or the old Tsuchikage, I should be fine. Tsunade's patience finally ran out, and she exploded. That's enough messing around. This matter isn't a joke. If we don't handle it properly, our relationship with Iwagakure will turn hostile. Even though we are in better shape, this isn't the right time for a war. You know very well how much a war will disrupt our plans. What am I supposed to reply to? Maintain the peace? The atmosphere in the office became serious. As one of the top ninjas in the village and someone who held a seat on the council, Fujin was well aware of Konoha's plans. Since he began his little adventure, Konoha had completely revamped the academy, implementing both the changes he recommended along with a slew of other reforms. Konoha was serious about making their next generation far stronger than other villages. At the same time, the existing ninjas weren't ignored. The guidance hall had become such a big hit that Konoha had to construct a second one to reduce traffic in the first guidance hall. Of course, it also brought the village massive economic gains, much like the gift Fujin gave Hiruzen. In addition, Tsunade had a team of retired veteran ninjas look for promising talents among the younger ninjas. So far, over 250 young ninjas were inducted into the Anbu. Konoha's goal was to find over 1,000 such ninjas and create an entirely new elite force over the next 5 to 7 years, much like what Kumogakure was doing. However, Kumogakure was doing so to make up for the losses inflicted by Fujin and Akuro, while Konoha was increasing its strength further. The difference between the two villages was apparent, so Konoha wanted to patiently bide their time and increase the difference further, instead of acting recklessly like Kumogakure. Unfortunately for Konoha, Fujin didn't give a fuck about those plans. For him, everything apart from his strength was secondary. He shrugged and answered, "What else can we respond with? Simply decline our involvement and accuse them of trying to start hostilities if they cannot provide any proof for the claims in this report." He glanced at the report again before adding, "As for whether Elder Danzo is involved or not, you'll need to do a thorough investigation. Him acting independently will harm our interests. Of course, we will have to deny his involvement even if he's involved. Just reply to them that Elder Danzo was always in the village and deny the existence of Root." Tsunade cursed internally. "This brat, he's clearly the one behind it and he wants me to investigate Danzo? That said, this might be a good opportunity. He has started acting up again since the surveillance on Root decreased. I can use this to cut his wings again." She snapped out of her thoughts as Fujin continued. "As for me, I was in the land of noodles for the last couple of weeks." Tsunade raised an eyebrow and asked, "So, if I write the daimyo of Land of Noodles a letter, you want to say he'll acknowledge your presence there?" Fujin nodded. "Of course he will. Just add that I loved his hospitality and their food, and let him know I'll pay them a visit again in a few weeks." Once again, Tsunade's eyebrows twitched in annoyance as Shizune and the Anbu guards wondered, is he saying he was there, or is he threatening the daimyo to provide an alibi? Needless to say, everyone in the room clearly understood that the daimyo wouldn't have any choice but to accept it. Despite his inaction in recent times, the fear of the spectral swordsman hadn't decreased one bit. On the contrary, it had only increased due to Fujin's actions. In the end, Tsunade sighed tiredly. "Leave, I'll take care of the situation." At the same time, she cursed internally. "Jiraiya, you better not return to the village anytime soon." Fujin chuckled internally at her reaction. "Why didn't you simply do that? As if I'll acknowledge causing such a major issue. Even if everyone guesses it's me, what can they do as long as I refuse to accept responsibility?" Fujin smiled and said, "Good luck, Lady Tsunade. Let me know if I can help. By the way, do you know where the old man is?" Tsunade muttered, "He should be in the same training ground." Fujin thanked her, before disappearing from the office, leaving Tsunade to deal with the fallout of his actions. As he flickered across Konoha, Fujin thought, "I didn't expect Onoki to take the diplomatic route. To hold back his forces after such a humiliation, his patience is admirable. By comparison, I kept exposing his forces, eventually giving me an opportunity to steal a portion of Madatabi's chakra. That said, I wonder how Onoki would have reacted if I had used Winjutsus?" Fujin didn't believe Onoki would show similar restraint. Unfortunately, doing so would have escalated the issue beyond what Fujin wanted, since he'd be forced to stay in the village to prepare for Iwagakure's counterattack. Fujin barely reached the training ground when he sensed a chakra fluctuation. Moments later, a black flame spread through the training ground. Fujin observed a near-perfect combination of yang and fire release. It still lacks compared to what he used against Orochimaru. He still hasn't reached his previous mastery of chakra control. Hiruzen, who was busy training, suddenly stopped and looked behind. Moments later, Fujin's figure appeared behind him. A smile appeared on his face as he said, "Fujin, good to see you back." Fujin smiled. "Good to see you as well, Grandpa." "AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon." Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh8 at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Brian, Bam, Shreyan, Byron, AR3S, Merc, Parzival, Stein, Saravi, Shrek, Bages, Mr. DB, and Alan for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you The Explorer for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 887, Fujin's Annoyance. Chapter 8 and 94 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. "Good to see you as well, Grandpa." As soon as Hiruzen heard Grandpa, he instinctively raised his guard. Though Fujin was still very young, he was no longer an innocent academy student whose nature Hiruzen was ignorant about. On the contrary, Hiruzen had been burned way too many times right after Fujin called him Grandpa. Before Fujin could request something absurd, Hiruzen struck first and said, "When you explained passionately about why you need to journey outside, I didn't expect to keep seeing you this often, Fujin. But I can't really blame Tsunade. Why did you provoke Iwa? Onoki may have a high restraint, but if we push him too much, he'll retaliate stronger than any other great village." Fujin raised an eyebrow and replied, "Come on now, Grandpa. Don't believe the words of our enemies so easily. You know me very well. What would I gain by creating such a mess there?" A deadpan expression appeared on Hiruzen's face as he thought, hundreds of elemental crystals and several jutsus. Who else in this world can display such greed openly? Besides, why does he even need more elemental crystals? They should have become more or less ineffective on him by now. Does he eat those stones, or has he become addicted to hoarding them? Knowing Fujin, Hiruzen strongly suspected the latter. Before he could say anything, Fujin said, "Anyway, Lady Tsunade and Shikaku-san should handle that issue. Let's talk about the good news." Fujin smiled, looking at the destruction left behind by Hiruzen's deadly jutsu. Hiruzen sighed internally. There he goes, changing the subject again. Oh well, knowing him, he must have covered his tracks perfectly. Without any solid proof, Onoki won't start a war. Though it'll worsen our relationship with Iwa, it wasn't particularly good in the first place. Besides, there are a few advantages for us. His move would also force Iwa to devote significant resources to improving their morale and eliminating the rumors and doubts, indirectly slowing the rate at which they create more elite ninjas. And Onoki will be forced to retaliate in the dark, which will become the perfect training ground for the new Anbu recruits. Hiruzen smiled and said, "My chakra control has almost returned to my previous levels after another healing session with Tsunade. Unfortunately, I can't return to my peak unless my soul is completely healed. Worse, my chakra reserves are still just a third of what they were. I doubt that'll increase anymore." Hiruzen sighed. The cost of slashing his soul was too heavy. Despite his skill, he no longer possessed the strength to safeguard Konoha like he did for nearly half a century. Fujin said in a comforting tone, "It's fine. Just you being alive after using that forbidden technique is enough. Take it easy and let the next generation handle the responsibility of protecting the village." Hiruzen's heart was relieved to hear Fujin's words. However, before he could rest easy, he felt a sudden unease. His eyes moved towards Fujin as Fujin asked, "When will you teach me how to merge yang and fire perfectly? I'll burn our enemies to the ground just like you did in the past." Hiruzen sighed internally. "I should have known. Why are you beating around the bush? Just ask what you truly want." He replied, "Your yin and yang manipulation is still not good enough. If I teach you now, you may have some limited success, but you'll need to retrain again later to truly master it. Since fire isn't your main nature, you shouldn't waste time unnecessary. How has your wind release progressed? Fujin sighed. It's still at a bottleneck. I haven't managed to improve it much since the war. Merging yin and yang into it is also extremely difficult. I had no success so far with it. Fujin's words weren't entirely true. When he absorbed Shukaku's chakra and made it a part of himself, his affinity to wind manipulation had increased along with his earth affinity. As such, he had an even easier time using and controlling wind jutsus. In addition, the massive increase in his chakra reserves, along with the availability of artificial chakra lake, made using wind domain far easier. However, his improvements stopped at that point. Fujin's attempts to create Akyum jutsus inside the wind domain had failed so far. His experiments with merging yin and yang chakra with his wind chakra also failed to yield much results, despite his success in merging yin chakra with lightning chakra. The reason was rather simple. Fujin had no references for merging wind chakra with yin and yang chakra. The only reason why he succeeded with lightning was the detailed explanation and demonstration provided by Sakumo. But with wind, he was all on his own. Seeing Fujin's troubles, Hiruzen chuckled. As I said, you shouldn't be so hasty. Your strength is already far beyond what mine was at your age. Yin and yang manipulation is far more difficult to master than any nature manipulation. Not to mention, you have spent far less time on it than your remaining nature manipulation. Just give it 2 to 3 years and everything will work out perfectly. His eyes moved back to his black flames as he continued. Once you do, the power of your wind domain will increase exponentially. Fujin sighed. All right, I'll keep training. Anyway, did you have a breakthrough with the Edo Tensei Jutsu? Hiruzen thought, finally he asks this. He shook his head and answered, unfortunately no. Modifying it is as difficult as I imagined. It'll take a long time. Fujin sighed. That's a shame. He paused for a bit before continuing. Let me help you with the research. However, Hiruzen immediately shook his head. Fujin, you don't specialize in this area. It'll be pointless and you'll waste your time needlessly. Continue your training and improve yourself further. This is the best time for you to rapidly increase your strength. Let me handle this one last matter. Fujin frowned and thought, it's been slightly over a year since I left. During this time, I was called back to the village 4 times, with this being the 5th time. Every single time I asked for the Edo Tensei Jutsu, but Hiruzen has adamantly refused me every single time. He immediately said, it'll be fine, Grandpa. I need to expand my horizons, and helping you research, this might just give me the inspiration I require. If it becomes a dead end, I'll stop working on it and focus back on my training. Unfortunately, his words didn't move Hiruzen, who replied with full seriousness. Fujin, forbidden techniques aren't like the usual ninjutsu, especially a jutsu like the Edo Tensei. Once you look into it, you'll be drawn towards it, and it'll impact your all-round development. Trust me when I say it, this is for your own good. Don't get too caught up in forbidden techniques. You're still very young and have plenty of room for growth. Make use of this time and become the strongest you can. Eventually, you will hit a bottleneck over every aspect of your strength and find it difficult to continue progressing. That will be the time for you to venture into forbidden techniques. So please, don't stay hung up on this matter. Hiruzen's words left no room for negotiation. Even though his expression didn't change, Fujin's mood darkened. He thought, he didn't even bother giving me any excuse this time. He has made up his mind on this matter. I can't get the Edo Tensei Jutsu from him. Getting it from Tsunade is out of the question too. Unlike Tsunade and Hiruzen, who thought in terms of decades, Fujin's eyes were on the near future. It wouldn't be too long before Akatsuki became active. Though the world had changed a lot due to his interference, Fujin needed to be prepared for any variations. He didn't want to go into such a huge event without possessing such a powerful and convenient jutsu under his belt. Fujin decided, there's no choice. I can no longer depend on him for this jutsu. I have to get it on my own. To change the subject, Hiruzen smiled and said, let's leave this matter behind. How was your journey this time? And how long will you be staying here this time? Fujin answered, it was the same as last time. This world is much bigger than I imagined. I won't be staying long. I'll likely leave in a day or two, unless something comes up. Hiruzen said. That's soon. If you don't have any destination in mind, you should go to the Land of Water. Why so? Fujin asked curiously. Hiruzen answered, a major development happened there a few weeks ago, far bigger than the incident in Iwagakure. The fourth Mizukage died on the battlefield. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon, link.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Pitsarvesh at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Pablo, Jonathan, Bam, Happy Fitu, and D. Wumpster for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 888, The Strongest Faction. Chapter 895 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. The fourth Mizukage died on the battlefield. Fujin's eyes widened as he exclaimed, He died on the battlefield? Since when did the rebels have someone strong enough to kill him? As he spoke, Fujin thought, I don't remember how the fourth Mizukage died in the original story, but I'm pretty sure he didn't die while fighting. Hiruzen replied, That's the part that confuses us too. We know he was facing Terumi Mei and other elites from the rebel faction, but there aren't any details about his battle, like there were when Mangetsu was killed. Something about his death is fishy. You should look into it if you go around that region. However, don't create a ruckus. We want to form an alliance with Kirigakure once the dust settles. Fujin thought for a bit and said, All right, if I swing by that region, I'll take a look at this. While the fourth Mizukage's death raised several questions, Fujin wasn't too interested in this matter. He already knew that Yagura was controlled by Obito for a long time, and Mei would succeed him shortly, stabilizing the war-torn village. While he was curious of how exactly Yagura died, Fujin's immediate priority was absorbing Matatabi's chakra and learning the earth-release jutsus he stole from Iwagakure. Fujin said, It was good catching up with you. I'll check on how those kids are doing. Hiruzen nodded as Fujin disappeared from the training ground. He sighed internally. He's definitely upset over not getting the Edo Tensei jutsu. I hope he doesn't vent out by creating another mess. A few years ago, Hiruzen would have felt a headache. Luckily, he was no longer the Hokage. It was his students' turn to endure the headaches. You're late. You didn't show up for our last 3 meetings. Gai-sensei made us train with double intensity on those days due to your absence. Fujin's students complained as they looked at Hoka with eyes full of disappointment, displaying the betrayal they faced. Hoka sighed. I just arrived late last night from my mission. Perhaps I should ask Fujin to arrange some missions for you. Only then you would know how valuable this time is for you. Yuji snorted. You never trained under Gai-sensei. There's no way missions are worse than training under him. Hoka's eyes twitched as he recalled all the boring rank D missions he was forced to do as a Jinin before being forced to hunt bandits until he became sick. The bandit exterminator tag still followed him at times, especially when he entered the mission center. Missions, huh? I didn't know you wanted to do missions so badly. Everyone immediately turned their heads and saw Fujin standing not too far away. Sensei, when did you return? The eyes of Fujin's students lit up on seeing him again after a few months. Fujin replied, A few minutes ago. That said, I didn't know you were interested in doing missions. Fujin pretended to think for a few seconds before muttering, Under normal circumstances, you would have been inducted into the Anbu and trained in their ways after you defeat Hoka. Are you certain you want to do missions? Fujin's students nodded in unison and gave him the puppy eyes. Fujin pretended to think for another half a minute before responding, All right. I'll talk to Lady Tsunade and get you a month's vacation to have some fun with missions. Hoka will be your squad leader. Fujin's students immediately cheered while Hoka grumbled, Hey, how about asking whether I'm fine with it or not? Some of us still have to earn a living. Fujin looked at him as if he had said something absurd and asked, Are you not fine with it? And do you need any other form of payment? Realizing what he had been offered, Hoka coughed and replied, On second thought, I accept it. As someone who was forced to do boring and tiresome missions, Hoka had long wished to subject the next generation to the same torture. and Fujin had just offered him an opportunity to do so on a silver platter. He had no reason to decline it. On the contrary, he was more than pleased to accept it. Countless ninjas from his generation would be willing to pay for such an opportunity. Of course, that was no reason for Hoka to go easy on the kids. He said, "Enthusiasm is good, but don't forget, you still have to defeat me. You're yet to perform as well as you did the first time you challenged me." Hoka glanced at Fujin and thought, what fearsome secrets these kids held. I almost lost that fight just due to the element of surprise. Just with their normal skills, they'll easily perform splendidly in the Chunin exam. However, for each one of them to possess a Kekkei Genkai and be so proficient as using it was unthinkable. Fortunately, it's been a bit easier since then. Hoka realized that Fujin's students were staring at him and asked, "What's the matter?" Sayaka said in a plain tone, "You left us to endure Gai-sensei's torture for nearly a month." Takeshi added, "If you think we'll lose and go back to endure his torture, then..." Yuji completed his words, "Then you must have fallen on your head, cracked your skull, and gone completely batshit crazy." Hikari nodded. "Yeah. Huh. What? Damn it, Yuji." "Stick to the script." Shoma chuckled at his teammates' antics. Before they could create any more drama, Fujin said, "Well, since I'm here, I can't miss this battle. I'll act as the judge. Take your positions, I'll be right back." As soon as the last word escaped his lips, Fujin disappeared. Shoma asked in surprise, "Where did Sensei go?" Sayaka replied, "It doesn't matter, he'll be back soon. Don't forget our plan, especially you, Yuji." Yuji nonchalantly replied, "I know. Don't worry, I'll be the one to knock him out." Hoka chuckled. "I'll look forward to it. Let's go." They entered the training ground and took positions. They turned their heads on feeling a gust of wind. Everyone was left speechless as they saw Fujin sitting on air a few meters off the ground with a mini whirlwind revolving around him. What irked them the most was the large bag of popcorn he held in his hands. Fujin's students wondered, a judge or a spectator who wants to enjoy drama? At the same time, Hoka cursed, "Asshole, he is also making a spectacle of me." With zero regard for their emotions, Fujin announced, "Let the battle begin." Immediately, the figures of Fujin's students disappeared. Moments later, Hoka's figure disappeared as well, leaving an afterimage behind. That afterimage was tore into by several shurikens, which clashed against each other with such ferocity that sparks flew. The six continued moving at high speeds, with Fujin's students going for the kill, while Hoka dodged all their attempts. A glint appeared in Fujin's eye. Though his students challenged Hoka nearly every week, this was the first time he was watching their battle. Fujin thought, marvelous. Heh. Guy must be very pleased. Sayaka, Yuji, and Takeshi are displaying speed greater than Lee's speed when he removed his weights against Gaara. Hikari is almost at the same level as Lee back then, while Shoma lacks slightly. Can't blame him, though. He's the youngest by a good margin. Regardless, leaving them under Guy's care and making them fight Hoka weekly has yielded even better results than I imagined. At this rate... A smirk appeared on Fujin's face as he realized, I might just push one of them into rank S before the Fourth Great Ninja War begins. Hehe. Though I don't care much about it, I'll have the strongest faction in Konoha soon. The high-speed hunt continued for a couple of minutes. Hoka faced several close calls, but there wasn't a scratch on him. As quick as Fujin's students were, Hoka was faster. More importantly, his Kekkei Genkai was perfect for these type of combat. In a physical confrontation, their elemental Kekkei Genkai couldn't match the Byakugan. The hunt finally ended when Hoka counterattacked. Instead of simply dodging, Hoka dodged and fired a Acume Palm at the vitals of his vicious attackers. However, that wasn't sufficient to make them withdraw. On the contrary, they escalated the situation. They quickly got out of the way of the vacuum shells and surrounded Hoka from all sides, each of them being around a dozen meters from Hoka and rapidly weaving hand seals. Ice Release Needle Rain Jutsu, Storm Release Lightning Snakes Jutsu, Water Release Water Dragon Jutsu, Wind Release Air Bullet Jutsu, Ice Release Ice Chain Jutsu. AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh 8 at OKSB, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you. Yuyo, Mugen, Rage God, Christopher, Arconexp, Nick, Trempor, Delu, and Xiam for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you, Nishant, for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 889, A Stratagem. Chapter 896 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Ice release, Needle Rain Jutsu. Storm release, Lightning Snakes Jutsu. Water release, Water Dragon Jutsu. Wind release, Air Bullet Jutsu. Ice release, Ice Chain Jutsu. Sayaka started the offensive by launching a deadly wide-range Ice Needle Rain, not only blocking Hoka from escaping in her direction, but also forcing him to defend or dodge, while keeping an eye on the remaining attacks. Next to her, Takeshi launched an Air Bullet Barrage, creating a similar effect as Sayaka, and completely blocking off one side. Jumping above wasn't an option either for Hoka, as that would put him at a greater risk. From the other side, Hikari shot a massive Water Dragon at Hoka, while Shoma created ice chains which slithered towards Hoka's feet to restrict his movement further. Standing between them, Yuji launched lightning arcs from his fingertips, which slithered like snakes. Instead of directly targeting Hoka, his attacks spread over a wide range. A portion of those lightning snakes entered the Water Dragon, creating a combination jutsu spontaneously. Another portion slithered alongside Shoma's lightning chains, while the rest moved straight at Hoka, albeit at a lower speed, so that all 5 attacks would hit him at the same time. Despite being attacked from all 360 degrees, Hoka properly observed all attacks thanks to his Byakugan. He thought, not bad. Their teamwork was always good, but they have improved even further in the last month. If this is their opening act, I'll have to stay on my toes. Anyway, time to remind these kids to not underestimate their opponent. Hoka released chakra from every chakra point on his body and spun around. His chakra spread over a radius of 3 meters around him before rotating vigorously along with him, forming a massive rotation jutsu. The air bullets hit the rotating chakra first. Most of them crumbled, while a few were diverted away. The ice needles met a similar fate, with most of them sent back towards Sayaka and Takeshi. The lightning snakes were sucked into the sphere, taking control away from Yuji. The electrified water dragon lost its form as well, with some of the water being sucked into the sphere while the rest was sent flying due to the rotation force. Hoka's rotation suddenly changed from only chakra to chakra mixed with electrified water and several lightning arcs. Shoma's ice chains, which was the only attack that snuck into Hoka's rotation, were bombarded by the lightning arcs, crumbling them into ice crystals. Spinning at the center, Hoka was untouched by the electrified water. He thought, right back at you. Moments later, large water droplets, a meter in diameter, hurled in all directions. At its center, each droplet held a lightning charge. Observing the battle from the air, Fujin thought, that's surprising. I didn't think someone so obsessed with taijutsu would develop such a deep understanding towards ninjutsu. First, he reflected the jutsus he couldn't control, and then he used their jutsus by transforming them into a different form before sending them back at his opponents. All this cost him no chakra, as he used the same chakra he used in his rotation. Sayaka, Hikari, and Shoma rapidly weaved hand seals and slammed their hands on the ground. Ice release, Ice Wall Jutsu. Large ice walls formed in front of them, also covering Takeshi and Yuji, who didn't excel at defensive jutsus. The water droplets hit the ice walls before the lightning energy inside them exploded. The large water droplets failed to damage the ice wall. On the contrary, a small part of it froze, increasing the thickness of the ice walls slightly. However, the lightning explosion that followed created several deep cracks into the ice walls. Hoka finally stopped spinning, the chakra still remaining in the rotation concentrated towards his palms. At the next moment, he shot 5 powerful vacuum palms at each of Fujin's students. Feeling the powerful incoming attack, all 5 kids immediately flickered. The powerful vacuum cannons obliterated the ice walls, sending ice shards flying around dangerously. A few even headed towards Fujin, but their speed slowed as they were engulfed in wind. They harmlessly fell to the ground. The kids dodged the onslaught, but instead of retreating, headed straight towards Hoka. Yuji took the lead, reaching the closest to Hoka. Hoka observed their movements suspiciously. Weird. Their taijutsu is undoubtedly good, but do they dare to engage me in close combat? Hoka's gentle fist style was among the best in the Hyuga clan. In addition, he also made several modifications to it to suit his style. Only top-tier taijutsu masters would dare to confront him head-on. Fujin's students were obviously far from that level. Hoka concentrated chakra in his palm as he noticed Yuji preparing a jutsu. When he was 4 meters away from Hoka, Yuji launched several lightning spears at him. Hoka fired another Akyum palm in response. The vacuum cannon tore through the lightning spears, dispersing them and moving towards Yuji. However, Yuji had already moved away instead of maintaining the pressure. Unfortunately, Hoka couldn't lower his guard. Sayaka was merely a few meters behind him, preparing a powerful water jutsu. Hoka countered her attack as well, but was soon faced with another round of attacks from Hikari and Shoma. Not far behind them, Takeshi was preparing a wind jutsu. Hoka managed to ward off all of the attacks, but that was merely the beginning. Fujin's students continued getting close to Hoka, but staying sufficiently away so that Hoka couldn't hit their chakra points, and used mid-range jutsus at close range. Even though Hoka possessed a decent array of ninjutsus, he was majorly focused on his taijutsu. The ninjutsu he learnt was to make up for the restrictions of taijutsu, which meant he focused on mid- and long-range ninjutsu along with defensive ninjutsus. Due to their constant spars, Fujin's students had figured out Hoka's battle tactics, so they devised a way to counter him. By using powerful mid-range ninjutsu at very close range, Hoka was heavily restricted. His ninjutsus wouldn't be very effective at this range. In fact, he'd lose the battle easily if he were to switch to ninjutsu. However, due to the few meters distance maintained by Fujin's students, he couldn't use his taijutsu effectively either. His only options were using Akyum Palm to meet their jutsus head-on, and rotation to defend himself in the event he couldn't keep up with his Akyum Palms. Of course, Hoka tried various other tactics. The one he tried most was to close their distance forcefully and engage them in taijutsu. Since he was faster, this shouldn't have been too difficult for him. Unfortunately, he was fighting against 5 opponents who had excellent teamwork. They always interfered, not allowing Hoka to implement his plan. His other tactics, such as moving away from all 5 of them, met with similar interferences. Being forced to endure such a disadvantageous situation, Hoka decided, since I can't break this situation, I'll endure this barrage. Even though I'm at a disadvantage, they are burning a lot of their chakra to use such powerful ninjutsus. Even with a numerical advantage, each one of them is burning more chakra than me. Not to mention, my chakra reserves are already greater than theirs. As long as I hang on, I'll have the upper hand. Floating in the sky, Fujin observed the same. However, he wasn't too concerned about it. After all, Hoka could already be considered a veteran elite Junin. Not only did he have vast mission experience, but he had also led an army to war. By comparison, the only mission experience of Fujin's students was when they tagged along with him into the massacre in the Land of Rice. So it wasn't reasonable to expect them to make a perfect plan, especially due to Hoka's interferences. Fujin's attention was focused more on their individual strengths. He analyzed, though they're still rough on the edges, they have grown splendidly. If they survive a year or 2 in the Anbu, they'll be excellent ninjas. Among these 5, Takeshi is the most similar to me. Thanks to my guidance, his wind release is already better than what mine was during the Chunin exams. I should teach him the wind Akyum technique. If he learns it, his wind release will reach the next level, a terrifying level. Unfortunately, it's extremely difficult to learn. Only 3 ninjas in Konoha learnt it, while not a single ninja in Sunagakure from this generation managed to learn it. Whether he can learn it or not will decide the type of ninja he'll be. Of course, it won't hamstring his progress even if he fails to learn it. After all, his core strength is his Scorch Keke Genkai, which he hasn't used until now for some reason. I wonder how far it has progressed by now. AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, at Patilsarvesh8 at OKSB, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Calvin, Zachary, Zaylor, S1N, Metodej, Alex, Eli, Frederick, and Deranged Rat for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you Ganesh for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 890. A change in mentality. Chapter 897 of Naruto, the Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin turned his gaze towards Sayaka. Takeshi's skills might be most similar to mine, but Sayaka is the one who follows my attacking style, though she is more overbearing and aggressive than I usually am. Her attacks are precise and relentless, and she's the one who's applying the most pressure on Hoka. If he missteps once, he'll be hurt badly. However, her overaggression also leaves her vulnerable to counterattack. Luckily, others are covering her openings, not letting Hoka exploit any of them. Of course, the reason why she's fighting in such manner is due to her teammates. She's also the best at taijutsu among them. So, in a way, she's also shielding her teammates by forcing Hoka to concentrate on her. By comparison, Yuji's fighting style is more relaxed. Hoka can't target him easily. Yet, Yuji still gives him the most headaches. His lightning attacks are very fast. That itself wouldn't be a challenge for a ninja like Hoka, but due to his storm release, Yuji freely manipulates his lightning. That increases the difficulty of dodging them exponentially. To make matters worse, he is using the openings created by Takeshi and Sayaka to target Hoka. Looks like Yuji is the most influenced by Naruto. His fighting style contains a certain playfulness, inspired by the countless pranks the two did. He should grow quite strong if he continues on this path, but I could push him further than any of his teammates by teaching him the lightning chakra mode. However, how can I do that? Fujin wasn't supposed to know any powerful lightning jutsu, let alone possess the know-how of something as incredible as the lightning chakra mode. Even Konoha didn't possess the complete knowledge regarding it. Fujin thought, so far, no one has connected me with Akuro due to the absence of any evidence. Only Danzo must have some suspicions, but he wouldn't consider the two of us being the same person even in his wildest dreams. However, none of the ninjas at the top are fools. Shikaku is smarter than me, while Hiruzen isn't far behind. If I wasn't a reincarnated person with a different set of ideals, goals, and values, there's no way I could have fooled either of them or kept them in the dark about the shit I've done. Danzo has become senile and deluded, but he can't be underestimated either. In the last year, I've implemented several schemes to lure him to target my house and investigate it when I'm not in the village. Yet he hasn't taken the bait and has shown restraint. He's biding time to improve his and Root's strength and waiting for the perfect opportunity to make a comeback. So, if I were to guide Yuji in something so advanced, their heads will turn towards me. Akuro plundering Kumogakure is well known now, so they'll start connecting the dots. Of course, Akuro being a disguise of mine is impossible to conclude, but they'll speculate we have some sort of a connection or a partnership. That'll be annoying to deal with. Fujin fell into deep thought. While he wasn't necessarily afraid of trouble, especially considering he had gotten nearly everything he wanted from Konoha, there wasn't any particular gain in teaching Yuji the lightning chakra mode. He'll gain a powerful, loyal subordinate, but the suspicions from others will more than offset this gain. Besides, it wasn't as if Fujin needed any powerful subordinates. Fujin was already a force to reckon with just by himself. Guiding the 5 kids was just a fun little side project to make his life and the world more entertaining. Fujin continued watching the battle while wondering what to do. In the end, he decided, fuck it, I'm supposed to be a genius. If Yuji learns it, I'll just say I figured out the basics and Yuji was extremely talented to learn it baser on my vague guidance. As for the real story, I'll ask Yuji to keep it a secret. Even if others call that story a bullshit, what can they do? Raid my house? Throw me out of the village based on mere suspicions? The most that'll happen is my chances of becoming the Hokage will take a hit. However, since when did I want that seat? I'm already strong enough to brush off any backlashes from my actions. Anything short of reviving Madara or Hashirama at their full strength or reviving the 10 Tails cannot threaten me much as long as I don't lower my guard. It's time to enjoy my life a little. Fujin finally reached a decision that would sooner or later cause headaches throughout the ninja world, tormenting several leaders. Fujin turned his attention to his remaining 2 students, Hikari and Shoma. Compared to the other 3, they're lacking slightly. Hikari doesn't lack in talent, but she's too gentle. A good personality, but not the best one for a ninja. Her attacks lack the killing intent the others have. As for Shoma, he's 2 years younger than Hikari, Yuji and Takeshi, and 3 years younger than Sayaka. Even though they started training at the same time, his young age restricts his growth. He'll eventually catch up with the rest, but it'll take several years. Still, it's a shame I can't teach much to Sayaka, Hikari, and Shoma. Though they have affinity to wind, their talent in wind release isn't as good as Takeshi's. All three are good at water and ice release, but I'm completely blank at both. I can only give them general guidance. I suppose I could ask Renjiro-sensei, but his water release, though good, isn't exceptional either. Perhaps it's time for Akuro to pay Kirigakure a visit. Kumogakure have been a good host, but I'm sure they're tired of hosting me so frequently. Even though they never complain and are always enthusiastic, I shouldn't overstay my welcome. I'm sure Kirigakure will welcome me with open arms and several treasures. Eh? Fujin suddenly noticed something odd. His popcorn had gone cold. Fujin realized, I didn't notice this earlier. The temperature has dropped considerably. I see. The temperature dropped so gradually that I failed to notice it. Fujin observed the battlefield and finally noticed something odd. I see. Takeshi hasn't used a single scorch or fire jutsu until now. Yuji hasn't performed massive lightning jutsus either after his first attack. By comparison, most of the attacks launched by the three Yuki kids are ice release. This is intentional. The question is, what is their goal here? How would lower temperatures help them? Needless to say, Fujin immediately considered ice jutsus. The issue was that Fujin had never seen an ice jutsu that depended on lower temperatures. Fujin wondered, does lower temperature increase the speed and strength of their ice jutsus? That would theoretically make sense. Hoka's troubles are about to increase. Worse, he hasn't noticed it yet. That said, just this isn't enough to defeat him. As ninjas, both Fujin and Hoka could handle extreme temperatures. Under normal circumstances, both would have noticed the drop in temperature immediately. However, Hoka's entire attention was devoted to his opponents, while Fujin was more focused on analyzing their skills. Since the temperature decreased gradually instead of suddenly, neither paid much attention to it. Of course, even though the change was slow, Hoka eventually caught up on it. His Byakugan noticed every piece of ice in the training ground, and their number was terrifying. Before he could understand what their plans were, a grin appeared on Sayaka's face. She thought, of course we couldn't defeat you with this tactic. Though it counters you perfectly, we're just too weak compared to you. However, we figured you'll focus entirely on enduring our barrage until we run out of chakra. Unfortunately for you, our main counterattack begins now. Sayaka glanced at Shoma. Without the need of any words, Shoma weaved a few hand seals and pointed his right hand towards Hoka. Ice Release. Silent Winter Jutsu. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, w.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Pedal Servesh 8 OKS Buy. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Frosty and King Warrior, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 891, Copying Their Sensei. Chapter 898 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Ice Release, Silent Winter Jutsu. As soon as Shoma completed his hand seals, the temperature in the training ground suddenly dropped drastically. The temperature, which was around 25 degrees Celsius at the start of the battle, went to sub-zero degrees. It was so cold that the sweat on Hoka's body began crystallizing. Fujin wasn't spared either. Even though he noticed the oddity and flew upwards, his popcorns and the bucket holding them were more or less frozen. Ignoring the battle below, Fujin focused on his snack. The bucket fell to the ground while the popcorns floated in the wind. The wind supporting the popcorn suddenly grew hot, almost turning into an open furnace. Once the popcorn were heated again, he put one in his mouth and thought, perfect! I was worried I'll have to watch the climax without my popcorn. That would have been depressing. After saving his popcorn, Fujin turned his attention to the entertainment below. He immediately noticed something odd. Even though Hoka was bearing the full brunt of the temperature, Fujin's other students seemed fine. Fujin's eyes glowed as he observed, As I expected, they have seals on their clothes to protect them from extreme cold. However, that alone wouldn't be enough. Shoma is maintaining an excellent control over his jutsu. The temperature around Yuji and Takeshi isn't as low as elsewhere. As for Hikari and Sayaka, the cold aids them instead of slowing them down. Hoka received no time to adjust to the freezing temperature. Sayaka, Yuji, and Takeshi immediately moved towards Hoka from 3 different sides. Hoka took his gentle fist stance and released chakra from every chakra point on his body, getting a temporary respite from the cold. He analyzed, an impressive maneuver, but this isn't enough to defeat me. They should know it as well. Do they plan on using the same tactic as before to force me to make a mistake? Or do they have another stratagem up their sleeves? Instead of attacking Hoka, all 3 kids moved out of the way. Despite being the strongest, they weren't the main attack. Hoka's eyes locked on Hikari, who was standing next to Shoma. At the next moment, an ice dragon appeared, formed out of thin air in front of Hoka. Hoka immediately attacked it with Akum Palm. The ice dragon shattered, but Hoka suddenly felt a grave danger. Though the shards of ice flew away, Hoka's extended right arm began freezing. He immediately unleashed chakra from all the chakra points on his arm and flickered away. Unfortunately, he immediately came under a 3-prong assault from Sayaka, Yuji, and Takeshi. Sayaka's ice jutsus were especially fierce, while Takeshi and Yuji didn't lose their precision. As they attacked, Sayaka thought, Shoma's talent in controlling temperature is beyond belief. He can even freeze the entire waterfall. Even though I'm the strongest in the group and have a good command over ice release, I can't compare with him in this aspect. This creates the perfect environment for us, especially for Hikari, who is extremely talented in creating shapes out of ice. She isn't that enthusiastic about fighting, but loves to create ice sculptures. And the environment created by Shoma allows Hikari to create as she pleases. Hehe, we took a page out of Sensei's book. Shoma creates an ice field just like Sensei's wind domain. Hikari can create ice attacks spontaneously, just like how Sensei creates his wind jutsus, and I go for the kill. Of course, we can't compare to Sensei. His wind domain is an absolute kill zone. However, this is just our start. Even Monkey Sensei couldn't endure this combination attack. Hoka Sensei is far stronger, but even he'll be on thin ice, both literally and figuratively. Observing from the skies, a smile appeared on Fujin's face. He may not have devoted much time to training them, but they were his students. He thought, Fufufu, they are creating an ice domain by taking inspiration from my wind domain. Marvelous. Hoka, you better get serious soon. Otherwise, the result would be quite humiliating. Having known Hoka for so long, Fujin understood his thoughts. Even though Hoka never displayed any jealousy, he regretted not being able to keep up with Fujin. The difference of strengths between the two was the reason why Hoka trained as hard as he did. If Fujin was the one who trained the most in his generation, Hoka was a close second. The rest didn't come anywhere close. So if Hoka were to actually be defeated by Fujin's students, his pride would take a major hit. As the kids planned, Hoka fell in a difficult situation. Sayaka led their forces once again, going on an all-out offense against Hoka. She was aided by Yuji and Takeshi, who not only intercepted Hoka's counterattacks, but also exploited every opening created by Sayaka. Despite her ice jutsus being boosted, just the 3 of them wouldn't cause Hoka a headache. The major threat came from Hikari. Just in a couple of mins, one of Hoka's limbs froze 6 times. He even took a couple of her hits. While dealing with their innumerable combination attacks, Hoka analyzed, if this continues, I'll lose long before their chakra runs out. To think these kids would force me to this extent. Sigh, this is gonna hurt. His eyes carefully observed the movements of Fujin's students, looking for an opening while dodging and countering their relentless assault. Once again, as innumerable times earlier, Sayaka moved within 5 meters of Hoka to increase the pressure. Hoka immediately moved towards her. Takeshi and Yuji acted immediately, launching wind blades and false darkness jutsus to cut off his path. At the same time, an ice tentacle with a spear-like pointed tip appeared on his left. Instead of continuing his attack, Hoka suddenly flickered. His target? It was none other than Yuji, who was the farthest away as compared to Sayaka and Takeshi. His maneuver caught all of Fujin's students by surprise. The reason behind their surprise wasn't because they were caught off guard. It was simply because targeting Yuji was far more difficult than targeting Sayaka or Takeshi. Hoka had chosen the most difficult target. The distance between the two allowed Sayaka and Takeshi to attack Hoka. Dozens of air bullets and hundreds of ice needles flew at him, as well as in the space between him and Yuji. However, Hoka didn't stop. Instead, he used rotation. The air bullets and ice needles bounced off, but Yuji was confused. He weaved hand seals while retreating behind and analyzing, what is he planning? Rotation may protect him, but it slows his speed down. He can't chase me unless he stops the jutsu. But if he stops it, he'll be hit by the air bullets and ice needles. Not to mention, I'm not exactly helpless. In another surprising move, Hoka stopped his rotation midway and continued moving towards Yuji. As he did, Hoka's entire body turned black. Sayaka and Takeshi's barrage hadn't ended yet. Hoka dodged as much as he could, but was hit several times. Thanks to the Iron Skin Jutsu, their attacks failed to harm Hoka much. Yuji thought, let me see what you plan on doing now. Yuji fired countless lightning arcs from his fingertips. Initially, the spread over a large area, before converging on Hoka, to ensure Hoka couldn't sidestep the jutsu and continue coming after him. Yuji smirked. The Iron Skin Jutsu is vulnerable to lightning jutsus. Once I break your armor, you'll also be vulnerable to Sayaka and Takeshi's attacks. You have no option but to retreat now, Sensei. The situation will remain the same. Everyone else, except Fujin, thought the same. To their surprise, Hoka released more chakra from his chakra points, but didn't bother using rotation. Instead of retreating, he moved straight into the countless lightning arcs. Dozens of lightning arcs landed on Hoka's body. Even though his chakra reduced the strength of the lightning arcs, the Iron Skin Jutsu crumbled, and he was electrocuted multiple times every second. Even so, Hoka gritted his teeth and continued moving forward. Without the Iron Skin Jutsu, Hoka also became vulnerable to Sayaka and Takeshi's attacks. By maneuvering his body to the limit, Hoka dodged most of their attacks. Unfortunately, even with his skills and speed, dodging everything was impossible. Several bullets and needles grazed past his body, opening several small cuts and further amplified the lightning torture. However, he had achieved his objective. He was just a meter in front of Yuji. Chakra gathered on his right palm as he targeted Yuji's abdomen. However, before he could reach him, an ice mirror suddenly started forming between them. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, w.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on Yi, Google Pay, Pedal Sarvesh 8, OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Aristides, Rex Regis, Tajik's Patreon user, Logan, Jamins, Wazel, Lotus, Shanks, and Nick for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 892, Veteran vs. Rookies. Chapter 899 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Hoka was about to strike Yuji when an ice mirror started forming between them. Needless to say, that was Hikari's handiwork. At the same time, Yuji flickered backwards to get away from Hoka. Hoka snorted and continued his attack. His palm hit the partially formed ice mirror, crumbling it to pieces. At the same time, a vacuum shell was fired from his palm. Due to the short distance between them, Yuji couldn't dodge it and was hit right in a crucial chakra point on his abdomen. His body flicker was interrupted and he crashed backwards. To the surprise of Fujin's students, Yuji didn't wake up. Sayaka wondered in shock, what the hell? How did a single attack knock out Yuji? Suddenly, her eyes widened as she felt a presence behind her. Before she could react, she felt a pain in the back of her neck and collapsed just like Yuji. Standing behind Hoka thought, handling the vanguard was brave, but if you lose support or your focus for even a second, you'll lose your life. Let this be a lesson for you. Takeshi, Hikari, and Shoma immediately gathered themselves and attacked Hoka right after he knocked out Sayaka. Unfortunately, none of them were quick enough, and Hoka flickered away without taking any more damage. Observing from above, Fujin analyzed, they messed up. They didn't imagine someone could take all their jutsus head-on and still continue fighting just as fiercely. That was their first mistake. The second mistake was getting distracted when Yuji fell. Though Hoka destroyed the ice mirror, Hikari could have still used it to attack Hoka again. Hoka wasn't in a position to dodge. It wouldn't have been enough to knock him out, but his injuries would have accumulated. That was their best bet against Hoka. Sayaka also took her eyes off Hoka for a moment that proved too costly. Only Takeshi kept an eye on Hoka, but there wasn't much he could do. This battle is over. The next moment, Hoka targeted Hikari and Shoma, the two weakest members of the team. The two immediately counterattacked, with Hikari forming ice dragons and Shoma using ice chains. At the same time, Takeshi also flickered, chasing behind Hoka. As good as Hikari and Shoma's attacks were, they lacked the deadliness that Sayaka's attacks possessed. Nor did they possess her close combat skills. Hoka easily destroyed their attacks with his Akyum Palm while comfortably dodging Takeshi's wind jutsus from behind. He was about to land finishing blows on both when he suddenly felt intense heat behind him. Hoka immediately flickered to his left while Hikari and Shoma moved in the opposite direction while weaving hand seals. Wind release. Great breakthrough jutsu. A scorching ball of fire dropped where Hoka was initially standing and exploded, releasing an intense heat in the vicinity. Moments later, it was hit by the great breakthrough jutsu and the intense heat was blasted at Hoka. Hoka immediately used the iron skin jutsu to protect himself. However, it didn't feel good. Moments earlier, Hoka was experiencing sub-zero temperatures. Suddenly, he was bombarded with heat intense enough to evaporate water in seconds. The extreme temperature variance was beyond uncomfortable for Hoka. Takeshi appeared in front of Hikari and Shoma with a frown on his face. He calculated, shit! He took out Sayaka and Yuji so suddenly. Most of our plans are unusable now. This temperature variance was supposed to be one of our final moves. Now, it's our only good option. Beating him with just us three. Takeshi knew they didn't stand a chance. His eyes involuntarily moved towards Sayaka and Yuji, hoping one of them woke up. Unfortunately, all he saw was winds carrying them in the sky. Hikari softly asked, "What do we do now?" Takeshi answered, "We'll use Formation 17. I'll lead. Hoka-sensei is injured. That's our best bet now." Shoma and Hikari looked at Hoka. As Takeshi said, Hoka was injured. Countless small cuts on his body were continuously bleeding. There were even more burns on his body from Yuji's lightning strikes. The latest heat wave had aggravated his injuries further. Just like Takeshi, they knew they couldn't defeat Hoka with just the three of them. Their only hope was if Hoka faltered due to his injuries. Following Takeshi's lead, they restarted their attack on Hoka. Their tactics were quite similar to how Sayaka, Takeshi, and Yuji fought earlier. The only difference was their attempts to wither Hoka down with extreme temperature variances. However, Hoka, who was taking too many risks, changed his fighting style. Instead of going on the offensive, he became completely passive, dodging most of the attacks and attacking with the least amount of chakra. Due to the long battle, Takeshi, Hikari, and Shoma's chakra reserves were running low. Without Yuji and Sayaka, they couldn't apply enough pressure on Hoka. So, Hoka no longer had a reason to take risks. Observing the battle, Fujin shook his head. He thought, "Jackass, he can crush them head-on without taking any risks." The only reason he isn't is to defeat them through tactics instead of overwhelming strength. Looks like their strategies touched a nerve. As for Hoka's injuries, Fujin didn't even pay any attention to those. While he understood Takeshi's thoughts, Takeshi's experience was too low. A ninja who has rarely been to battle wouldn't understand the limits of a battle-hardened ninja. Even though Hoka was hit by countless lightning strikes, he had softened the blow by releasing chakra from his chakra points just before he was hit. So, even though his clothes and body looked burnt, Hoka's injuries weren't as bad as Fujin's students thought. The cuts on his body were superficial as well. Though he couldn't avoid the attacks completely, Hoka moved his body at the last moments to ensure none of the cuts were deep. Fujin thought, even if the cuts were 10 times as deep, it still wouldn't slow Hoka down. Anyway, Fujin observed his 5 students. Needless to say, every one of them had grown splendidly. Their talents were never under question. Danzo had scoured the land of water to find the most talented kids to kidnap and rebuild his route. And these 5 were the most talented among that elite group. In addition, they also had a tragic past, providing them the perfect motivation to get stronger. Fujin's first speech of ensuring their kids don't go through the same tragedy that they did had also impacted their young minds. So even though they weren't transmigrated like Fujin was, or a training maniac like Guy, they trained far harder than other ninjas their age. In a manner, their training journey so far was quite similar to that of Fujin's. There were some differences, of course. For instance, they didn't diversify their skills too much into fields like funjutsu, sensor, or medical jutsus, which allowed them to focus entirely on raising their combat strength. As a result, they didn't employ shadow clones for training much either. Their chakra reserves couldn't sustain clones for long during a chakra-exhaustive training session. Of course, the biggest difference was direct guidance they received from Fujin and several other elite ninjas like Guy, Hoka, and the Anbu instructors. That, along with their dedication and talent, was the main reason behind their explosive growth. However, they now faced a certain limitation. Fujin analyzed, their strength is far greater than any ninja who hasn't started going on missions. Even I was far weaker when I had just graduated from the academy. But they'll hit a wall soon. Even though Guy's training is deadly and sparring with Hoka are a great learning experience, they don't feel a sense of danger. They know Hoka wouldn't kill them, which is why they take such risks in battle. If they did the same in real missions, they'll die sooner or later. It's time to end their training and give them actual mission experience. While Fujin came to a decision, Takeshi and the others collapsed. They were far too exhausted to continue battling. Even without taking a single hit from Hoka, they could no longer fight him. Hoka chuckled. If this was a real battle, you would not even receive the kind of death you want. You'll be completely vulnerable to your enemy's desires. Taking heavy breaths, Takeshi replied, we could still explode ourselves with explosive tags. Hoka shook his head. If I wanted to, all three of you would be knocked out unconscious, just like Sayaka and Yuji. His voice softened. Besides, life is too precious. You shouldn't be in such a hurry to die. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhexnospace. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, patilsarvesh8 at OKSB, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 8893. Training Plan. Chapter 900 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Besides, life is too precious. You shouldn't be in such a hurry to die. Takeshi, Shoma, and Hikari contemplated Hoka's words while Hoka's eyes moved towards Fujin, who descended back to the ground along with the unconscious Sayaka and Yuji. Takeshi and others followed Hoka's gaze. Fujin smiled and said, Relax, you guys performed quite well. You should be proud to push Hoka to this extent. The only error you made was thinking you could defeat Hoka. Takeshi frowned and asked, Isn't that the task you gave us? How can we fight believing we couldn't defeat Hoka? Fujin chuckled. And that's the paradox. What do you do when you face an opponent you can't hope to defeat outside the village? Do you battle that opponent to death? Do you plan your escape? Or do you explore other ways? Teishi, Shoma, and Hikari pondered over Fujin's words as Fujin continued. Outside the village, there is always a chance of running into someone far stronger than you. We had our fair share of such encounters as well. In one such mission, I lost nearly all of my teammates. That was the reason I assigned you this task. Hoka is an extremely strong ninja. Other villages barely have 2 to 4 ninjas who are considerably stronger than him. So, you have a year's experience of facing someone at that level, an experience so valuable that no other ninja of your age possesses. That was one of my intentions behind giving you this task. Fujin's students listened carefully as they understood the reason behind such an unreasonable task. Fujin muttered, Anyway, it's time to discuss the next part of your training. Fujin placed his palms on Yuji and Sayaka's body and began healing them. In half a minute, both gained consciousness. Yuji held his stomach and muttered, Ouch, that hurts. At the same time, Sayaka rubbed the back of her neck and asked, Did we lose? Fujin chuckled. What do you think? Sayaka and Yuji sighed. We have to keep enduring Gai Sensei's torture. They looked back at Fujin as he said, "Go with Takeshi and others to analyze and discuss this battle and figure out where you messed up. I'll tell you the next step of your training when you're done." Fujin's words confused his students while raising their curiosity. The five moved away to discuss their battle. Fujin extended his palm, began healing Hoka, and said, "That was a rough one." Hoka let out a long, exhausted breath and muttered, "Tell me about it. These little devils are something. The rate at which they grew is phenomenal." Fujin nodded. "Guys' training tends to have that effect. They were already quite talented at ninjutsu. Now their taijutsu is top-notch too. So are their physiques and speeds." Hoka agreed. "True. According to our ranks, they won't have any issues in becoming special Junins. Sayaka, Takeshi, and Yuji could also make a strong case for Junin rank. However, there is also a fatal flaw. You've noticed it, haven't you?" Fujin nodded as he withdrew his palm and said, "Of course. They've spent too much time training and have very little actual experience. It's time to let them experience the world and the dangers within it." Hoka nodded, agreeing with Fujin's decision. A smirk appeared on Fujin's face as he said, "Of course, what better way to experience the perils of the world than experiencing rank D missions?" Hoka grinned. "None that I can think of." Fujin said, "That said, I do have some plans for their future training path. I'll guide them for a few more days. Then you can take over for a month before handing them to the Anbu." Hoka said, "All right, I'll leave for now. I still have some work at home." Fujin nodded as Hoka disappeared from the training ground. Fujin disappeared as well, before appearing next to where his students were discussing. They stopped on seeing him and turned their attention to him. Fujin asked, "So did you analyze?" Sayaka nodded. "Yes, sensei, we..." Fujin cut her off. "It's fine. I don't doubt your analytical skills, especially after that little show. Your plan against Hoka was impeccable. Despite the result, you deserve a pat on your backs for coming up with it." Smiles appeared on their faces and pride appeared in their eyes as they heard Fujin praise them. Though Fujin never mistreated them, praises like these were rare. Fujin continued, "You have achieved what I hoped you would achieve in the past year. Daily training under Guy and regular spars with Hoka have improved your strength and skills considerably. However, your absence of actual mission experience is starting to show, so going forward, you'll start doing missions. This phase of your training is over." Relief washed over Fujin's students as they heard his words. Hikari and Shoma dropped to the ground, tears appearing in the corner of their eyes as they muttered together, "Our torture is over." The rest cheered gleefully. They longed to hear those words so much that they felt better than even the praise they received earlier. Fujin chuckled. "Don't relax too much. One of the main reasons why I'm so strong is because I continued Guy's training plan and still do it. If you want to continue growing strong, I'd recommend continuing a similar training regime. If you're free, you should join him once in a while." Fujin's students reluctantly nodded their heads. Fujin smiled at their expressions before continuing, "Since you wanted to do missions, you'll start doing missions under Hoka. After a month, you'll be inducted into the Anbu like everyone else." In the last year, the remaining orphans living in Fujin's compound had already been inducted into the Anbu. Only his 5 students were left due to Fujin's plan. Needless to say, his words excited the kids once again. It had been a long time since they wanted to do actual ninja work, instead of just training. Fujin let them enjoy their excitement for some time before continuing. "However, I have some ideas to help you increase your strength to the next level, so your training will continue for a few more days." If it had been anything else, delaying their ninja journey further would have doused their excitement. However, their reactions were the exact opposite. Whenever Fujin said something similar, their strength increased by a large degree. Having seen how strong Hoka was, they also desired to take their strength to the next level. Fujin said, "Takeshi, I'll teach you the wind Acum technique. If you learn it, your offense will become deadlier than Sayaka's. You could also reinvent your combat style due to how precise, fast, and penetrative this jutsu is. However, it is an extremely difficult technique to master. Right now, there are only 3 ninjas who can use this technique, so don't be too disheartened if you fail to learn it. Don't forget your most powerful weapon is your Scorch Release." Takeshi nodded. "All right, sensei." Fujin turned his gaze to Yuji and said, "Even though I'm not good at lightning release, I have various ideas regarding it. You might be the best person to turn those ideas into reality. If you do, your future journey will be quite smooth. That said, some of my ideas come from powerful enemies I have faced during my journey. So there's a chance you might be hunted by an extremely strong ninja." Yuji thought for a bit before replying, "Don't worry, Sensei. I'll bring your ideas to life. As for being hunted, we don't know who the prey will be." Yuji sniggered as he spoke. Fujin chuckled. "You wouldn't say that if you know who that enemy is. To give you an idea, Hoka wouldn't stand a chance against him. Even I will have a tough time against him. Anyway, we can worry about that later. Sayaka," Fujin turned his gaze to his remaining students and said, "Unfortunately, my affinity to water is non-existent. I could guide you three in wind release, but none of you are talented at it." Hikari nervously said, "Sensei, we'll learn it no matter how difficult it is." However, Fujin shook his head and said, "No, if I force you to learn it, it'll have a negative impact on your growth. You should focus on what you are talented and passionate about instead of what anyone else excels in. Only then you'll have a chance of becoming truly strong." Fujin paused before continuing. "Shoma, Hikari, the two of you are very talented at ice release. You should focus on it and continue honing it further. Sayaka, you lack in ice release compared to them. However, your affinity to water is very high. Along with developing your ice release, you should also focus on mastering water release and making it an equally strong tool in your arsenal." The three pondered over Fujin's words before agreeing to him. Fujin said, "Though I can't help you much with this, I know someone who can train you to improve your water release. He doesn't know ice release, but has some experience fighting ninjas with ice release, so he should be able to guide you better than me. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, pedalsarvesh8 at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you. Antonio, Khalid, Edward, Rylan, Frederick, Mukut, Gan, Michael, and Bloodprince for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description.